The only significant clue was a bite left by the attacker on the victim's body. It took the police over 20 years to discover the horrifying truth, but such a turn of events sparked outrage and criticism because no one expected such a result. Sherry Rasmussen was born on February 7, 1957 in the state of Washington. She grew up in a big, friendly family with 2 sisters and loving parents. They later moved to Tucson, Arizona, where Sherry attended the local school. Sherry was an excellent student who completed elementary school a year ahead of her peers. During her summer vacation, she completed the entire 7th grade program by herself. After graduating from high school in 1973, she enrolled at a California college where her older sister was already a first-year student. Sherry decided to pursue a medical education and become a nurse, which required her to complete additional courses at another institution. After graduating from college in 1975, Sherry decided to pursue a master's degree at the University of California, Los Angeles, where she also worked as a nurse to fund her education. She received her master's degree at the age of 23. Her father purchased an apartment in the Los Angeles suburbs for her, but Sherry refused to live on her parents' income, so she wrote her father a check every month for the full amount of the mortgage payments. She also got a job at a local hospital, where she led the nursing department that cared for seriously ill patients. In May 1984, Sherry met John Ruthin, a computer engineer with a good education and intelligence. They started dating and married a year later. John moved in to share their apartment. They spent their honeymoon in Jamaica and returned home to celebrate Christmas with Sherry's family. Closer to 10 a.m. John tried to reach her by phone, but she didn't answer. Half an hour later, he tried again, but still no answer, so he called her workplace to check if she had gone to work, but Sherry hadn't shown up at the hospital. Either her sister also tried to reach her, but without success. John returned home from work at around 6 p.m. and immediately noticed something strange. The garage door was open, even though he had closed it in the morning, and Sherry's car was missing. Therefore, he first thought that she had gone somewhere. As he approached the garage, he saw a lot of broken glass and immediately discovered its source. There was a small balcony above the garage with a glass door which had been smashed. He entered the house through the garage and to his horror found Sherry there. She was lying on the floor, her body badly disfigured. John immediately called the police, and detectives began to examine the crime scene. In all the rooms there was complete chaos. Broken vases, overturned furniture, and scattered items. A bloody handprint was found on the wall next to the alarm button. Apparently, the victim tried to reach it but failed. In addition to extensive bruises and wounds, experts discovered a human bite mark on Sherry's wrist. Aside from all of the foregoing, the marks on her hands indicated that the attacker had tied the victim before releasing her. The death was caused by 3 close-range gunshot wounds. Detectives discovered a blanket with bullet holes in the apartment and concluded that the attacker had wrapped the gun in it to muffle the sound of the shots. Detectives immediately concluded that the attacker and Sherry had engaged in a prolonged struggle. This was demonstrated by the number of scattered and broken items throughout the apartment, as well as a bloody near the alarm button. The lead investigator quickly stated that they were dealing with a failed robbery. In his opinion, at least 2 criminals broke into Sherry's apartment, but they didn't expect her to be there. A struggle ensued between them, and Sherry fought for her life until the end. Several facts supported the robbery version, the first of which was the disappearance of Sherry's car from the garage. Second, someone had placed the stereo equipment and player near the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. According to police, the robbers intended to take them and leave, but after the scuffle and murder, they fled the scene. However, there were some questionable scenes in this version. First, the police found no evidence of forced entry, implying that either Sherry let the criminals in herself or they had a key. Second, the perpetrators did not touch all of the valuable items, including the jewelry box that was in plain sight. Detectives interviewed all of Sherry's neighbors but found no new leads. Residents reported hearing a struggle but no gunshots, and no one entered the woman's apartment. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints, but DNA analysis was not possible in 1985. The lead investigator soaked a piece of cotton in the trace of the bite on Sherry's body, hoping that the attacker's saliva could be left behind as a clue to catch the killer. Furthermore, he informed the police about the disappearance of the document. Detectives were unable to find an explanation for this unusual occurrence. After a week and a half, they discovered Sherry's car in a parking lot 4 kilometers from her apartment. It was unlocked. with the keys in the ignition. Forensic experts attempted to locate fingerprints, but were unsuccessful. Either the criminals only touched it while wearing gloves, or they removed all fingerprints. A robbery occurred 2 months after the murder, which took place just a few hundred meters from Sherry's home. Detectives immediately discovered numerous parallels. 2 criminals broke into a stranger's apartment through the garage, threatened the owner with a gun, and took stereo equipment. The lead investigator suspected that these 2 were responsible for the woman's murder, so the police searched for them through witness accounts. They made approximate composite sketches of the suspects and discovered that both men were Latino, but they were never found. However, investigators showed little interest in finding out the truth, which irritated Sherry's parents. Her father visited the police station on a regular basis, inquired about the investigation's status, and requested that the detectives consider various versions. He even asked them to look closer at John's ex-girlfriend Stephanie Lazarus, who was also a police officer. Sharia repeatedly told her father that she was obsessed with John, but the investigators laughed it off and told him to watch fewer detective shows. Stephanie couldn't accept John's departure after learning he was going to marry another woman. Stephanie came to Sherry's workplace and told her that their marriage was doomed and that she and John would get back together sooner or later. In addition, she claimed that John had already slept with her after getting engaged to Sherry. Of course, Sherry was very upset after this visit. When she returned home, she told John what had happened, and he admitted that he had slept with Stephanie. After learning of his engagement, the young woman begged him to come over, spoke of her love, and urged him to return to her. But he refused, saying he loved Sherry and planned to marry her. Stephanie then offered to sleep with him one last time, and John accepted. He apologized to Sherry and admitted it was a huge mistake on his part. The woman eventually forgave him and the incident with Stephanie faded away. However, Stephanie continued to visit their home without warning under various pretexts. One time, she came with a set of skis and announced that John promised to wax them for her the next time she entered their apartment when the man was not present. Sherry was surprised to see Stephanie in her living room when asked what she was doing. Apparently, the woman used her police badge and the security letter to enter Stephanie's apartment otherwise. A duplicate key was required otherwise. She could not have entered without breaking the log. Sherry also noticed that someone was following her while she and John were sitting in a restaurant, and the woman saw someone staring at them intently. When she looked at this person, he immediately left. Sherry couldn't see his face because it was covered with a hood. Unknown calls also frequently arrived on their home phone, and Sherry suspected it could be Stephanie. The victim's father told detectives about all of these incidents, but they ignored his words because they were certain that the murder was committed by the 2 Mexicans who robbed an apartment near Sherry's house. 3 months after the murder, some documents from Sherry's case disappeared from the police station, including detectives' records of the investigation progress. The police were unable to locate the journals, but there were no significant leads. The case has remained unsolved for years. 7 years later, the lead investigator on the case retired, and the victim's father decided to meet with his replacement, hoping that he would take his job more seriously. Furthermore, it was 1993, and police were already actively using DNA analysis technology to solve crimes. Sherry's father requested a DNA analysis and offered to pay for it, but the detective declined due to the lack of a single suspect to compare the obtained profile to. Meanwhile, John started a new family and reunited with Stephanie. They planned to go to Hawaii together, but something unusual happened before that. The man called the detective and asked if they had any new evidence. Stephanie was a rising star in the police department, earning higher ranks, twice becoming Detective of the Year, and maintaining an impeccable reputation. Despite her marriage to another officer, she continued to sleep with John. In 2001, a separate unit was formed in Los Angeles to work on unsolved murders. They were assigned Sherry's case, along with thousands of similar cases, and the detectives began their investigation, left behind after a bite 2 years later. Detectives took up the case and sent all available evidence to the lab. Due to high demand, they had to wait nearly 2 years for the results, which came in January 2005. The evidence included nail fragments and blood samples from Sherry's apartment. Forensic scientists only needed to study the sample from the bite mark on her body. However, they couldn't find the vial for a day until they discovered it by the wall of a large refrigerator. After studying the sample, Experts discovered foreign DNA belonging to an unknown woman. This lasted until February 2009, when a new detective took over Sherry's case and began studying the materials left by previous investigators. He questioned the robbery theory after discovering DNA from another woman near the victim's bite mark. Detectives reasoned that the motives for this crime could be very different, so they compiled a list of all the women who could be linked to Sherry's murder. As a result, they were able to collect 5 names, including Stephanie, the victim's work colleague, and 3 other young women. The detectives initially questioned Stephanie's involvement, citing her reputation and successful police career. For this reason, he decided to investigate the other suspects first. Together with other investigators, they quickly concluded that 3 women on this list had no connection to Sherry's death, they lacked motives, and had alibi. Following that, they began investigating the nurse who worked with Sherry. File stated that their relationship was tense, and the police obtained a sample of her DNA from the trash she threw away. Experts extracted the profile and discovered that it did not match the saliva found at the bite mark location, leaving the detectives with only one suspect. Stephanie and several colleagues agreed to keep this information secret until they could obtain solid evidence or disprove this theory. None of them wanted to accuse a police officer with an impeccable reputation of murder, and Stephanie could easily ruin their careers using her connections. They began secretly gathering information on her, trying to find any connection to the murder. Interestingly, the woman worked in the same building on the same floor as them. Because of this, the investigators had to take many precautions and not even mention her name in their notes. Soon, the detectives discovered the first interesting fact during the years of the murder. Stephanie owned a .38 caliber revolver, the same type of gun that was used to shoot Sherry. They also learned that the victim had repeatedly complained about strange and even aggressive behavior from Stephanie. The fact that the police officer came to Sherry's workplace in her uniform and said rude things to her seemed suspicious. Even more suspicion was added by the fact that Stephanie had broken into Sherry's gated community and even into her apartment several times. After analyzing the reports and photos from the crime scene, the detectives concluded that the possible robbery seemed staged. Nothing was taken from the apartment, not even the valuable items that were prominently displayed, but instead only a player and stereo were taken away. Moreover, the shooter had to be well versed in how the gun worked in extreme conditions. They were able to wrap the gun barrel with a blanket in such a way that the neighbors did not hear a single shot. It is unlikely that a low-level thief of players could possess such skills, but a trained and experienced police officer could. Another fact indicating Stephanie's involvement was a stolen marriage registration certificate found in her apartment. Why would some random burglars look for this document and take it with them, leaving a whole box of jewelry behind? But for Stephanie, it could have had significant symbolic value. Perhaps killing Sherry was not enough for her, or she had planned to break into her apartment only for this document, but the woman caught her in the act. In the end, the detectives learned that 2 weeks after the murder, Stephanie came to the police station and filed a report of theft. According to this information, someone had broken into her car, which was left near the pier, and stolen several items, including a sports bag, clothes, videotapes, and a .38 caliber revolver. Given all the facts presented, the moment with the gun seemed very suspicious. Detectives suspected that she intentionally got rid of the weapon, disguising it as a theft. Furthermore, she filed a report at a different police station where nobody knew her, which seemed very strange since her colleagues would have taken the case with the utmost responsibility. As a result, the detectives decided to obtain a DNA sample from Stephanie. Several officers undercover followed her for a week until they finally had the opportunity to get it. On May 28, 2009, Stephanie and her stepdaughter stopped at a cafe for a snack. As soon as they left, the officers took the glass she drank from and sent it to the lab. The next day, the result was ready, a full match. Despite the many factors pointing to Stephanie's involvement, the detectives were still shocked. It was hard for them to believe that a high-ranking and respected police officer was connected to the murder, but the DNA results were indisputable. However, at that moment, they did not have time for these thoughts, and investigators began developing a plan to arrest her. None of them wanted to do this in the middle of the police station in front of hundreds of officers. Moreover, Stephanie had extensive connections, and the detectives decided to lure her away from prying eyes. The chief of the Los Angeles Police Department was unofficially informed that one of his subordinates was suspected of the murder. The chief ordered the detectives not to approach Stephanie while she had her service or personal weapon with her. The detectives considered arresting her in her home, which was risky because she lived with her husband and stepdaughter. They devised a plan to entice the person who outranked them to surrender their weapon. They found holding cells in the basement of the police department designed for temporary detention of criminals, where anyone entering had to surrender their weapon. This led to the creation of a legend saint. Stephanie went with them to the basement where the suspect was supposed to be held. After the woman surrendered her weapon, they went to the interrogation room, but there was no suspect there. The detectives gradually laid out the cards on the table and asked Stephanie questions about Sherry's murder. At first, they simply said that they needed to ask her a few questions about an old case related to her ex-boyfriend over the course. The detectives let her go, but at the end of the corridor, Stephanie was met by several police officers wearing handcuffs. 23 years after the murder, the woman was arrested. Given Stephanie's extensive police experience, all attempts to speak with her during interrogations yielded no results. She had a perfect understanding of the situation. There was DNA evidence against her found near the bite mark on the victim's body, which was extremely difficult to refute. Nevertheless, she denied any involvement and maintained her innocence. As a result, the detectives were forced to prepare documents for transfer to court over the next several years. Stephanie was housed in a women's prison until the first hearings began in 2012. It took the police 3 years to basically rebuild the case from the ground up because their predecessors believed in a failed robbery. It was necessary to redo all of the materials, focusing specifically on Stephanie. Throughout the trial, the woman insisted on her innocence. Stephanie's lawyer questioned the DNA test results and argued that there were no suspicions against her during the initial investigation. However, the prosecution believed that Stephanie entered Sherry's apartment and shot her once. Sherry resisted and a struggle ensued, eventually leading to Stephanie's death. The trial concluded on March 8, 2012, with Stephanie being found guilty of murder by the jury. She received a sentence of 27 years to life in prison, plus an additional 2 years for using a service weapon. The judge reduced her sentence by 1,000 days, citing her good behavior and time spent in custody awaiting trial. Sherry's parents attempted to sue the detectives who first worked on the case, despite the fact that the victim's father had instructed them to look into Stephanie from the start. They ignored his words. This begs the question, were they purposefully concealing their colleagues' involvement, or did they truly believe she was not involved? In the first case, it would have been a serious crime, whereas in the second case, it would have been simple negligence and disregard for significant facts. The statute of limitations expired in this case, so the court did not prosecute the police officers. Stephanie filed an appeal after the trial, but it was quickly rejected. She still denies her guilt and can only petition for early release in 2039. Sherry's ex-husband John lost interest in investigating her murder and began a new life. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. A 19-year-old woman was discovered dead in her own apartment. Investigators quickly discovered several disturbing facts, but they were unable to solve the case for several years before revealing the truth. Everyone was shocked and outraged by the unexpected outcome. Nona Dismayed was born December 26, 1985, in Russellville, Arkansas. She grew up in a large family with 4 brothers and 1 sister. When Nona was 10 years old, her father died. This event was a tragedy for the entire family, but they were about to receive an even more devastating shock. Later, the young woman told her mother that her father had repeatedly subjected her to violence. She was afraid to speak up while he was still alive, and her confession shocked her mother. Even after such a tragic experience, the woman had no idea what her husband was capable of. Nona found the strength to move on and eventually decided to assist other young women who had been victims of similar crimes. She joined a volunteer organization to help children in need during her school years. Nona started dating a guy named Kevin Jones. The young woman also competed in beauty contests and achieved significant success. Nona won several local contests, qualifying her to compete for the title of Miss Arkansas. In addition, the young woman was an active member of the local church and sang in the choir. When Nona was 19, she and her boyfriend enrolled in Arkansas, which launched an attack on a university in their hometown. The young woman decided to rent her own apartment because she wanted to start her own life. After her first year, her boyfriend changed his major and transferred to another university, which was an hour and a half away from their home. By then, the couple had been dating for about 5 years, and this was their first time living in different cities. Kevin returned home for the Christmas holiday. He stopped by Nona's apartment before driving to his parents' house, which was about 16 kilometers away from the city. The following day, they both had plans. Nona had to take her final 2 exams while also meeting with a young woman from the volunteer organization. Kevin planned to take his mother, a librarian, to a school event on December 15th, around 9 a.m. Nona messaged Kevin, wishing him a good day. He was expecting Nona to call him after her exams and tell him how they went, but she wasn't returning his calls or messages, so he became concerned around 6 p.m. While attending a school event with his mother, Kevin couldn't help but wonder why Nona hadn't answered her phone all day. Kevin eventually decided to call his friend, who worked as a pizza deliveryman in the neighborhood where Nona's apartment complex was located. Kevin asked him to come by and see if everything was fine. His friend arrived quickly and noticed that Nona's car was parked in the parking lot, and the lights in her apartment were turned on, but no one was answering the door. He told Kevin about it, and Kevin told his mother that he was worried about his girlfriend and wanted to go to her apartment to make sure everything was fine. The woman agreed, and they headed to the apartment complex together. Kevin's friend was waiting for them there, and the 3 of them began knocking on the door, but there was no response. Kevin had a key, but he left it at home that day because he had no intention of stopping by. A few minutes later, Kevin and his friend attempted to open the front door because they suspected something bad had happened to Nona, but they were unable to do so. Kevin then remembered that there were sliding glass doors in the back of the apartment. When he approached them, he immediately noticed something strange. Nona was concerned about her own safety, so she installed a special removable grill on the back glass door whenever she was alone at home. They are primarily used against burglars. They are simple to install and remove from within the home, but extremely difficult to do from the outside. But this time, there was no grill, and the doors were unlocked. When they entered the apartment, they noticed blood on the blinds and discovered a shocking sight in the bedroom. Nona was lying face down in a pool of blood, wearing only socks. Kevin rushed over to her and attempted to lift her, only to realize she was dead. Meanwhile, his mother contacted police investigators, who arrived at the apartment and began investigating the crime scene. They immediately suspected that the victim had been struck on the head several times with a table lamp found on the floor. Investigators discovered a bloody fingerprint on the table lamp, possibly left by the killer next to the victim's body. They also found an empty condom wrapper on the bedside table and no signs of forced entry. Medical examiners confirmed that the table lamp was used as a weapon, with the metal base matching. Experts suggest that the perpetrator may have used a condom found in the apartment, making it difficult to determine the presence of sexual violence. However, the crime scene was not thoroughly examined, with investigators failing to collect blood samples from the blinds on the back door or search for shoe prints in the apartment, which could have been used. When he entered the apartment and ran to her, he tried to lift her up, and upon realizing that she was dead, he hugged and held her. The police found this behavior strange and suspected that Kevin had done it deliberately by hugging the victim and getting covered in her blood he may have destroyed. Potential evidence and compromised the crime scene, why it would be difficult for investigators to prove his guilt. For example, if Kevin's clothes or nails were found with the victim's blood, it could easily be explained that he hugged the victim after discovering her body. Another suspicious moment was that Kevin went to check on his girlfriend not alone but with his mother, and he also invited his friend to the apartment. Investigators believed that this way he secured 2 witnesses who found the body with him and saw him covered in blood. The police talked to Kevin for a long time right outside Nona's apartment, and from their questions the young man realized that they considered him a suspect. Then he said something that strengthened the investigators' conviction that he was the murderer, recognizing that he was suspected. Kevin began arguing with the investigators, stating that he constantly watches Law and Order and is aware that they are attempting to convict him. These words also appear strange to the police. In addition, they discovered that the key to Nona's apartment was only with 3 people: the girlfriend, her mother, and Kevin. Given the lack of evidence of a break-in, they assumed the man used his copy of the key to enter the apartment. Kevin was interrogated at the police station for several hours. During the interrogation, he told investigators his version of events and insisted he had nothing to do with the murder. However, investigators directly accused him of the murder and urged him to confess. Around 4 p.m., after numerous attempts to call his girlfriend, Kevin sent a message asking if she was still alive, despite the fact that Nona had already died. When the police left the interrogation room and left Kevin alone, he stood up and began punching the back of the chair for the investigators. This became another indication that the young man was violent and capable of murder. However, the police found no evidence linking Kevin to the murder. Medical experts discovered that Nona attempted to defend herself, which would have resulted in bruises and scratches on the killer's body, but none were found on Kevin. Despite this, the detectives remained convinced he was guilty and attempted to gather evidence. After interviewing over 50 people, the police were unable to find any witnesses. However, after speaking with known friends, they discovered that shortly before her death, she had begun seeing another man secretly from Kevin. Investigators immediately checked this person, but he had a solid alibi for the time of the murder, which raised suspicions about Kevin. She was killed with extreme cruelty, which in most similar cases indicates the killer's strong personal animosity toward the victim. A few days later, Kevin agreed to take a polygraph test. The operator concluded that the young man provided numerous false answers, and one of the investigators claimed that this was the worst polygraph result he had ever seen in his 28 years of experience. However, there is one caveat: the person who read the device's readings was not a certified specialist. He was simply a police officer who had not received the necessary training to work with this device, which did not bother the detectives. Following the interrogation, they increased the pressure on Kevin, attempting to force a confession. They claimed that all his acquaintances and relatives already knew that he killed Nona. The police really told everyone that Kevin's guilt was practically proven, and that he would soon be arrested. They convinced the victim's parents that he was the one who killed their daughter, although they refused to believe it. Until the end, the day before the funeral, a farewell ceremony was supposed to take place in the church, and Kevin had been helping to organize it since early in the morning. Later on, detectives called him in for questioning again, promising to release him before the start of the ceremony. In the end, Kevin spent 7 hours at the police station and missed the ceremony. Nobody present knew he was being questioned, so many assumed that Kevin didn't show up due to guilt over what had happened. Nona's parents didn't even want him to come to the funeral, as investigators had already convinced them of his involvement in the murder. But Kevin still came and sat far away from her relatives. After examining evidence from the victim's apartment, experts discovered a fingerprint on the light bulb in the desk lamp. The fingerprint was left by blood, indicating that it could only have been made during or after the murder. Despite this, investigators continued to search for Kevin for months. This request was granted, and the trial began in a different city. The defense called a witness who provided Kevin with a solid alibi. A plumber had visited his parents' house that morning and saw him around 10:30 a.m. The prosecution insisted that Kevin had time to go to Nandas and commit the murder because, according to medical experts, she died between 10:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. They also shared an interesting fact: Kevin had turned off his phone between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m., which coincided with the victim's murder. Furthermore, data from Kevin's phone revealed that he only began calling his girlfriend at 4 p.m., despite claims during questioning that he had been trying to reach her all day. However, at the time, the young man may have meant both calls and messages. Lawyers presented 2 additional witnesses, both of whom testified that Kevin did not commit the murder. One of them was Kevin's grandmother, who stated that on that particular day, she saw her grandson near the gas station and gave him money to go have a snack at a cafe. Another witness saw the man between 12:30 and 1 p.m. at the restaurant, and the establishment's cameras captured him eating lunch. As a result, the young man could not have committed the murder while simultaneously returning in time. Lawyers also questioned the possibility that Kevin left a bloody fingerprint on the lamp during the murder. In that case, when the body was discovered, the blood should have dried up. Experts who came to the apartment that evening wrote in the report that the bloody fingerprint was slightly damp, confirming that Kevin could have left it accidentally when he found Nona's body with his mother and friend. However, fingerprints were also found on the table lamp that was used to hit the victim, but they did not belong to Kevin. He determined that after death, the victim's body lay on her back for some time before being turned face down. This could imply that the young woman is still subjected to violence. The expert confirmed that he found no direct evidence of this, but added that he could not rule out such a possibility. The prosecution claimed that no fingerprints or DNA were found on the empty contraceptive package found next to the victim's body. However, a retest revealed male DNA, which did not belong to Kevin and did not match any databases. The trial lasted over a year and was concluded by the jury in July 2007. And now that he had avoided punishment despite their client's acquittal, the legal team promised to keep working on the case and find the true killer. Given the police's obsession with Kevin, no one expected them to finally do their job correctly. The lawyers first extracted DNA from the contraceptive packaging. Compared to all the men who knew Nona, all of these people volunteered to provide samples, and none of them matched. This went on for 2 months until an unexpected event occurred in September 2007. When the police arrested Gary Dunn for robbery, things became more interesting. First, this man had previously been convicted of assaulting another woman. Second, he lived in the same housing complex as Nona. In the early stages of the investigation, the police considered Gary as a suspect but quickly switched their focus to Kevin as the killer. The boy's lawyers requested a DNA test, which revealed that a sample from the contraceptive packaging matched Gary's DNA. After the young woman's murder, investigators even questioned Gary using a polygraph. Gary did go shopping with his mother, just not at the time of the murder, but 2 days before, as evidenced by receipts with purchase dates, which Gary even showed to the police, but they simply ignored such important information. They noticed that the dates on the checks did not match the day of the murder. This was stated in the reports, but for unknown reasons, they either ignored it or failed to notice that the days did not match. Finally, experts compared his fingerprints to those of unknown table lamps, and they matched. However, a serious issue arose here. The fingerprints and DNA matched, but not completely. The judicial system follows certain guidelines. In Gary's case, the necessary coincidence indicators for determining guilt were insufficient, despite the fact that the DNA and fingerprints were unlikely to belong to someone else. The investigators were likely guilty because they did not thoroughly examine all available evidence immediately after the murder, as required by the rules. It is possible that the DNA samples deteriorated. He was on parole in 2002. He attacked a woman who was running in the park, knocked her down, and began beating her, threatening to kill her. The woman escaped and ran to her car. Meanwhile, Gary fled the scene but was quickly apprehended. The man served 19 months in prison and was released early. Interestingly, his DNA sample was not included in the database. Gary's trial began in April 2010, and there were plenty of surprises in store for everyone. His own wife testified against him, claiming he was an aggressive and dangerous man. Gary frequently raised his hand against her, and the woman was terrified for her life, so she was afraid to leave him. But the most intriguing detail was that, a few weeks before the victim's death, she noticed her husband spying on Nona through her apartment window. Based on this, the prosecution assumed that the man planned the attack because of his criminal history. Gary had a history of violence, and he may have been keeping a close eye on Nona because she lived only a few meters away. On December 15th, he decided to act. He allegedly knocked on her apartment door and entered under false pretenses, grabbing the table lamp and striking her several times before assaulting and killing her, because Gary used contraception. Medical experts were unable to definitively state whether the victim had been sexually assaulted, but all evidence pointed to it. Gary's lawyers denied his involvement, but he had no real alibi, so they concentrated on blaming Kevin, according to the lawyers. Kevin discovered that the young woman was cheating on him and killed her. Kevin had to testify in court and listen as they attempted to portray him as the true criminal. The prosecution was unable to use Gary's fingerprints or DNA as evidence, resulting in a mistrial. A new trial was soon held, with a key difference being testimony from a woman who Gary nearly killed in 2002. The woman described how the man attacked her and how she barely escaped. Despite this, the second trial was declared a mistrial. First, he tried to kidnap a woman from a church parking lot, but she fought him back. A few hours later, Gary stripped in front of another woman in a mall parking lot and was quickly arrested. Given his criminal record, and the fact that he is practically known as killer, the court decided to sentence him to the maximum term. Gary was sentenced to 15 years in prison for 2 incidents and is still serving his sentence. Despite his right to petition for early release, authorities are unlikely to grant him such an opportunity. They also have the right to charge him with murder for the third time, but they are not rushing to do so. The likelihood of the new trial ending in the same way as the previous two is high, so investigators are gathering more information. During the trial preparation, Kevin discovered that Gary's polygraph test results revealed lies, but investigators did not consider him a suspect. Unfortunately, his lawsuit was dismissed due to the statute of limitations. As a result, negligent police officers did not face any consequences for allowing the real killer to roam free for years and may not be punished in the future. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. A freshman at a prestigious university vanished without a trace after a sporting event, leaving her car and keys in the parking lot. The police did not investigate the case, believing that the young woman had simply fled, but her parents and friends were aware that something terrible had occurred. The mystery remained unsolved for 12 years, and it wasn't until the end that the truth was revealed. Shannon Melinda was born on October 20th, 1974, in Miami, USA, and her parents welcomed a second daughter, Monique, 5 years later. From a young age, the girls were taught that their first priority should be to obtain a good education. This approach had a significant impact on Shannon. She excelled academically from the start of her school career while also making time for various clubs and sections, where she outperformed her peers in every way. Shannon made it clear in high school that she wanted to pursue a career in politics or law. She led the school debate club and, in her final year, even gave speeches in the United States. Congress and the General Assembly of the United Nations are part of special training programs. Following these events, she decided she wanted to work for the Supreme Court. To achieve this goal, she required a solid legal education. Shannon submitted applications to several of the country's top universities. Given her perfect grades and extracurricular accomplishments, all universities and colleges were eager to accept her, but she chose Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. In addition to being one of the top 20 universities in the country, Emory offered her a $15,000 annual grant for the first 4 years of study, which covered the majority of her tuition. She moved to Atlanta after graduation to pursue a degree in political science. The university made a strong impression on her. She quickly adjusted and made many friends. Shannon was able to find a part-time job despite receiving the grant. A few kilometers from her dorm was a softball field that needed employees, and her responsibilities included keeping track of the game's score. Shannon was forced to quit her job on March 26, 1994, due to an error made by her supervisor. That morning, another employee was supposed to keep score, but Shannon was accidentally added to the roster and agreed to work the game. Shannon arrived at the stadium around 8:40, and her shift ended 4 hours later. Usually after work, the young woman would stop at a nearby gas station to get a soda. That day, she also left, but no one saw her again. The stadium management had expected her to return after halftime to turn in her scorecard, but she never did. Her friend and roommate, Athena, was the first to sound the alarm. Shannon's absence from her dorm in the evening initially alarmed her. She had no other place to sleep and was unlikely to stay with anyone after not waiting for her roommate. The next morning, Athena decided to call Shannon's parents and see if they had heard from her in the previous 24 hours. Shannon's parents were at work at the time, so Monique, her younger sister, answered the phone. Monique informed Athena that she hadn't spoken with Shannon in a few days and promised to ask their parents when they returned home. Athena became increasingly concerned and told 2 mutual friends about Shannon's disappearance. They decided to look for her on their own. They got into their car and drove around campus. They eventually made it to Shannon's stadium, where they were met with a disturbing discovery. As they approached the stadium, they noticed a gas station nearby and were surprised to see Shannon's car. Her parents gave her a black Nissan 280SX as a gift. When they arrived at the gas station, they found the car empty, with the keys in the ignition and the doors unlocked. Shannon would never leave her car in such a state, which added to their anxiety. Her friends called the police because they suspected something terrible had happened. Unfortunately, the officers who arrived did not take the situation seriously. They took a quick look at the car and determined there was no evidence of a possible crime. Because there was no blood or signs of a struggle, the officers told the friends not to worry. They did not even collect fingerprints from the steering wheel or doors. Furthermore, they asked Athena to drive the car to the university parking lot, which she did. The officers spoke with the gas station attendants, who confirmed seeing Shannon around noon the previous day, but saw nothing suspicious. Shannon had most likely fled at the age of 19, according to the official police version. The case was not treated seriously. Shannon's parents decided to travel to Atlanta right away to join the search for their daughter. When they discovered that the police were unwilling to investigate, they did everything they could to change the situation, and their efforts were successful. Shannon was accepted into a non-profit organization by former President Jimmy Carter as a result of her connections after speaking in Congress. Shannon's parents had brought her disappearance to his attention. Carter and Senator Bob Graham secured FBI involvement in the case. Shannon's parents flew to Atlanta and started looking for their daughter. With the assistance of other students, they printed and distributed thousands of flyers about Shannon's disappearance. Later, her father rented a billboard and announced a $10,000 reward for any information leading to Shannon's location. The young female detectives identified several suspects among Shannon's acquaintances, but were quickly convinced of their innocence. 3 days after Shannon vanished, something interesting occurred. An unidentified man called the police hotline number listed on the flyers to report Shannon's appearance. He stated that the reporters made a mistake when reporting on the young woman's disappearance. Shannon was said to be wearing green shorts on the day she went missing, but they were actually blue. Furthermore, the caller stated that he had Shannon and would keep her as long as he wanted. Despite this distressing call, law enforcement continued to believe Shannon had simply fled somewhere. This assumption persisted for several days until April 6th, when an unidentified man made a second call. This time, he called the university's counseling center to inform them that Shannon was at his residence and was fine. He promised to call later and demand her return. Finally, he stated that he would leave Shannon's ring for the police near where he was calling to confirm his statements. This time, the FBI quickly traced the call and discovered that it originated from a payphone near a Burger King restaurant in suburban Atlanta. When detectives arrived at the location, they discovered the ring in a cloth baggie wrapped in duct tape. Shannon's parents confirmed that the ring belonged to her. This news brought them relief because it gave them hope of seeing their daughter alive again. Since then, they had been waiting for the perpetrator to call back and make his demands. This event prompted law enforcement to reclassify the disappearance case as a kidnapping. The police department appointed a new lead detective, who immediately pointed out his predecessor's lack of professionalism. He said that almost all of their actions were flawed. They did not take Shannon's fingerprints and instead asked a stranger to drive her car to another location. They also did little or nothing to investigate the case, believing that the young woman had simply run away and would return shortly. With this in mind, the investigators decided to rework every possible lead from scratch. The first thing they looked for was the softball field where Shannon was last seen the day she vanished. The fact that the young woman had been missing for several weeks added to the confusion. In addition, a championship game was held on the field that day, bringing the total number of visitors and participants to over 100. The detectives attempted to question as many people as possible, urging them to recall any suspicious incidents during the game. To their surprise, many people shared the same story. The only oddity in that game was the referee's behavior. According to the players and stadium staff, he was extremely dismissive of his job and was constantly distracted, even during important events. Instead of doing his job, he kept trying to talk to Shannon and ask her out. The referee's name was Calvin Hinton, but he preferred the nickname Butch. The 33-year-old man worked as a mechanic for Delta Airlines and refereed matches as a hobby. He had a wife, taught Sunday school at the church, and appeared harmless. The detectives dug deeper and discovered that Butch had left the softball field around the same time as Shannon. After speaking with his co-workers, they discovered another strange detail the day before the game. He had asked the other umpires to fill in for him because he was supposed to have a date. They were all aware that Butch was married, but he explained that his wife was out of town for a few days. When all of his co-workers said no, he called his boss and requested to leave the game early, explaining that his brother's wife was in the hospital and they had no one to leave the children with. Butch returned to the stadium 2 hours after leaving, still wearing his officiating uniform. He went into the locker room, changed, and then left. 3 hours later, he returned to the stadium and was spotted by a colleague and asked what he was doing there. Butch explained that he had forgotten to deliver his paycheck to the accounting department, but he didn't have it with him. Furthermore, Butch asked his colleague if he had seen where his car was parked for a man who had just arrived at the stadium. That question seemed strange. Investigators questioned Butch, who denied any involvement in Shannon's disappearance. He said that after leaving the stadium, he went straight home. As proof, he showed detectives several outgoing phone calls made within 40 minutes of leaving the stadium. He agreed to a polygraph interview, but failed. Almost all of his answers were found to be false, but they were insufficient to warrant his arrest. It was, however, enough to obtain a search warrant for his home, which was conveniently located near the Burger King where the police discovered Shannon's ring. Detectives discovered 2 additional intriguing facts. His neighbors claimed he lit a fire in the early morning hours following Shannon's disappearance. Later, Butch called his father and requested a handsaw, claiming that a tree had fallen on his car. Detectives went to his house with their service dogs but found no evidence of Shannon's presence there. However, they noticed 3 areas with overgrown soil. When they dug them up, they discovered something extremely creepy. There were dozens of women's clothing and shoes beneath the ground, as well as a sleeping bag and softball field scorecards. Experts examined the excavated clothing, showed pictures to Shannon's parents, and determined that none of it belonged to the young woman. Butch admitted he had no idea where these items on his property came from. He assumed they were left by the previous owners of the house. In the end, the police were in a difficult situation. A number of facts pointed to Butch's involvement in Shannon's disappearance, but there was no direct evidence against him. They hoped that a more thorough examination of Shannon's vehicle would yield results, but they were out of luck. Because the police did not collect fingerprints or DNA samples on the first day of the investigation, the experts were unable to locate them. However, they came to an interesting conclusion: someone had thoroughly wiped down the car, erasing any potential traces. In an attempt to gather hard evidence against Butch, one of the detectives discovered an intriguing fact. He examined the bag containing Shannon's ring and discovered that such items are not made for retail sale. He contacted the manufacturer and discovered that Delta Airlines was the only buyer of such bags in Georgia. According to the company, mechanics use the bags to store small airplane parts. As we recall, Butch was a mechanic for that company. The detectives thoroughly examined everything and discovered another tiny clue. In Butch's car, they discovered a piece of the same duct tape used to wrap the pouch. On the tape itself, the experts discovered microscopic particles of the same metal. After analyzing its composition, they determined that this compound is only used in the aviation industry. Despite this, the case remained frozen for several months. The police and Shannon's parents were certain that Butch was responsible for the young woman's disappearance, but no one could prove it. All evidence was circumstantial. When the airline learned of the suspicions against him, they fired him immediately. Previously, he had managed to mockingly boast to his colleagues that he was a suspect in a kidnapping. After reviewing his background, investigators discovered Butch had a lengthy criminal history. They were unaware of this at the start of the investigation because advanced criminal databases did not exist in the 1990s. It turned out that he had committed his first crime while a minor. He worked part-time and one day went to his boss's house, where only his wife was present. Butch attempted to tie her up but failed. The woman persuaded him to leave by promising not to tell anyone, but she then called the police. Butch was arrested but, due to his age, was only ordered to receive involuntary psychiatric treatment, despite admitting to intending to abuse the woman. When he was in his 20s and married, he was arrested again for kidnapping a 14-year-old girl. He called his younger brother's ex-girlfriend and scheduled a meeting, assuring her that his brother would accompany him. However, he arrived alone and, claiming to have a gift from his brother, tied her hands and led her to his home, locking her in the basement. Butch's wife discovered the victim and contacted the police. The girl told investigators that Butch had molested her, but he only received a 4-year sentence. She also revealed disturbing information: Butch had threatened her with the same fate as 2 previous victims. Butch was released early, less than 2 years later, and remarried, his new wife unaware of his criminal history. The police suspected he had other victims whose remains were never discovered. Investigators were never able to charge Butch in Shannon's case, so they continued to search for evidence without success. Butch was released from prison in December 2003 after serving an 8.5-year sentence. During that time, police were unable to connect him to Shannon's kidnapping, but they struck lucky. Butch frequently hinted to his fellow inmates about his involvement in the case. Detectives interviewed about 10 inmates, and one, Adonis Cornwell, remembered Butch's late-night confession. Butch claimed that Shannon was killed by the demons inside him, not by him, and that her body would never be found because it had been scattered to the wind. This testimony, combined with previous circumstantial evidence, enabled investigators to take the case to trial. Butch was arrested in August 2004 and charged with kidnapping and murder. According to the investigation, Butch saw Shannon at a gas station and lured her into his car using false pretenses. He threatened her and drove to his home. He then returned to the stadium, parked Shannon's car at the gas station, left the keys in the ignition, wiped away the prints, and left. When he returned home, he most likely abused, killed, and disposed of Shannon's remains. Many questioned whether the court would convict Butch without a body. At the time, there had never been a case in Georgia where a person was convicted without a body. Investigators worked hard to get the most out of the circumstantial evidence. They even brought in inmates to testify on Butch's confessions. Despite this, Butch maintained his innocence. Following the trial, the jury was unable to decide. Butch was found guilty of murder after 3 days of deliberation. Consequently, the court sentenced him to life in prison. He was 43 years old at the time, and in theory he should have spent the rest of his life in prison. But there was one unsettling detail: the perpetrator was eligible for parole every 7 years under the statutes in effect at the time of the murder. Butch attempted to challenge the court's decision but was unsuccessful, and 2 years later, in 2006, something very unexpected happened. He decided to confess to the murder. His story was almost identical to the prosecution's. He saw Shannon in the parking lot and suggested she go to Burger King for a meal. Shannon agreed, so they drove there in his car. After lunch, they returned to the field, but Butch missed the right turn, came to a halt, and complained that his leg was cramping. He asked Shannon to drive and sat in the back seat. He pulled out a prepared knife and threatened to make the young woman drive to his house. He tied her up and told her he would not hurt her. Butch stated that all he wanted to do was sell her car and then let her go. She remained calm and did not attempt to scream or fight back. Butch returned to the stadium and drove Shannon's car to the gas station, leaving the keys inside. He did this in the hopes that someone would steal it, which would throw the cops off guard after thoroughly wiping the steering wheel and other areas where he might have left fingerprints. Butch returned home, abused the young woman, and then left for the movie theater with his nephews and their parents. Apparently, this family outing was planned as an alibi. When he returned home, he continued to abuse Shannon while repeatedly promising to let her go as soon as he sold her car. He then allegedly began to realize the gravity of his actions and attempted to figure out what to do next. He went to bed, awoke a few hours later, and began to panic. He then went down to Shannon's house, wrapped a tie around her neck, and strangled her. According to Butch, she was sleeping at the time, and everything happened quickly. Next, he spent hours debating what to do with the body. By morning, he had decided to burn it, so he started a large fire and added fuel before putting the body in. He changed his clothes and attended the church service. When he returned home, the fire had allegedly consumed all remains. The man claimed that the unbearable weight of guilt forced him to confess what he had done, but it was difficult to believe. First, he made 2 taunting phone calls to the police and the university, claiming Shannon was still alive after having already disposed of her body. Second, he intended to kidnap another woman, his wife's closest friend. That day, as soon as his wife left town, he called her and invited her over, claiming that he and his wife wanted to meet her, but the friend declined, saving her life. Knowing this, can we speak of Butch's remorse and guilt? In addition, he claimed that the fire reduced the body to ashes in a matter of hours, which appears impossible. The man stated that when he returned home from church, there was no trace of Shannon. He allegedly waited for the ashes to cool before gathering and dumping them on the railroad tracks. Most likely, he lied and needed to bury the remains, including the bones, somewhere. But why would he do this? Butch's only option was to realize he might never be released and play the remorse game. However, if he had pointed out where the body was buried, his sentence could have been altered, denying him the opportunity to petition for release. Despite the fact that experts discovered traces of fuel, he continued to insist that the fire in his house was caused by a broken vacuum. He is currently in prison, and his next petition for parole can be filed in 2025, when he will be 64 years old. Shannon's parents are still fighting to prevent his release. The only question that remains for investigators to this day is whose belongings were buried in Butch's backyard. Was he involved in the deaths of other young women? Possibly in the dozens? Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The frequency with which people are buried alive in movies makes you unconsciously believe that this never occurs in real life. Regretfully, incidents like this do happen, and the best evidence of this is a story that happened in Huddersfield, UK 10 years ago. Marcin and Michalina fell in love right away. When their feelings waned, however, Michalina insisted that it was time for her to move abroad and begin a new life. Marcin, though, would sooner kill her than let it happen. Not all people separate like well-mannered adults do. Some people think they can literally bury all of their problems in the ground. Here, 19-year-old Marcin Kaspak and 21-year-old Michalina Lewandowski first crossed paths in their home country of Poland in 2005. A year later, Marcin asked Michalina to marry him, and the two of them relocated to the UK to begin a new life together. But things soured between them in 2008 after Michalina found out she was expecting a child. They canceled their engagement, but they still lived together in Marcin's parents' home. Michalina wore her engagement ring even after the engagement ended, because she still loved Marcin and hoped they could resolve their differences. That was not meant to be, unfortunately. By 2011, Marcin's lack of interest in making amends with Michalina was clear. In an effort to stay away from her, he trained 5 times a week at the gym and spent nearly all of his free time there. Unexpectedly, however, Marcin asked Michalina to accompany him and his friend, 18-year-old Patrick Boris, on a shopping trip on Saturday, May 28, 2011. Michalina was taken aback because Marcin didn't often show an interest in hanging out with her. Still, she was relieved and hoped that things would get better now. The girl quickly went to the restroom to apply makeup. Jakub, their 3-year-old son, was fortunately with his grandmother, Marcin's mother, on that particular day, and was not present when the events transpired. Upon exiting the restroom, Michalina noticed Patrick and Marcin gazing at her with a horrifying smile on their lips. Taking Michalina's hand, Marcin said, "I want to show you something." Then he took a 300,000-volt stun gun out of his pocket, put it to her neck, and pressed the trigger. The agony swept through Michalina's body as she collapsed to the ground. Bodybuilder Marcin, who weighed 101 kg, saw her convulse from the electric shock while kneeling on her chest and holding her down on the ground. Momentarily regaining consciousness, Michalina asked Marcin if he meant to murder her, to which he replied that she should not be afraid, as he would simply take her somewhere. Patrick was then told to get some packing tape. The men taped Michalina's mouth shut, gagged her, and then tied her wrists and ankles. They shocked her with electricity once more before abandoning her, frightened and bound. Even though she initially believed it to be a mean joke, she was now certain of their true motivations. She was immobile and worried about fainting, not knowing if she would ever regain consciousness. Michalina was hauled into the kitchen and crammed into a cardboard box by Marcin and Patrick a few hours later. One day, they brought up a plastic bag. Marcin started to tape the box shut, but she thought they were going to put it over her head to suffocate her. The girl struggled to scream as she lost what little peace she still had. Then Marcin got on his knees, chuckled, and declared, "I've been hating you for 4 years. Your son will never be seen again." His uncanny composure on his face was more terrifying than the hateful words he spoke in this scene. The cardboard box was sealed. Then the men picked it up from both sides, carried it to Patrick's car, and put it in the trunk. The girl knew they had gone far before Patrick and Marcin took the box away. Michalina felt her back being scratched by the stones as the men pulled her along the ground. The fact that Marcin and Patrick had taken her to a wooded area close to Huddersfield was hidden from her inside the box. After digging a shallow grave beforehand, they buried the box containing Michalina inside. Michalina was lying in the box, still in excruciating pain and terrified, when she heard the men hurling dirt onto her grave. The box itself was dark and extremely small. In an attempt to keep from passing out, Michalina began breathing as shallowly as she could, because she was certain she would suffocate. In an effort to determine whether the car had moved on so she could start to flee, she strained her hearing. That Marcin would hit her with a shovel if they were still around when she tried to escape was no longer a possibility. Even though Michalina was unable to hear a car leaving, she eventually made the decision to take action, whether or not they were in the area. She made an effort to maintain her composure despite the thousands of ideas racing through her mind. She would later admit that she kept going because she was thinking about her little boy, Jakub. She would never see him again if she passed away, and he would be left motherless. She could not let that occur. Looking down at her restrained wrists, Michalina realized she had her diamond engagement ring, which she could use to break free. Michalina was able to sever the tape that bound her mouth, hands, and feet with the ring's sharp edges. She started scratching at the box's cardboard after that. After some time, she managed to make a tiny hole in the cardboard, which she discovered was a little damp, perhaps from the wet dirt that had been piled on top of it. Through the gap, Michalina stuck her fingers out and ripped the box apart. She only felt dirt, though. The same dirt that had been thrown on her grave by her boyfriend. She was still unaware at the time that, in addition to the meter-deep layer of dirt they had buried her beneath, they had also positioned a 40-kilogram log on top to make sure she couldn't get out. As more and more dirt soaked into the box, it covered her clothes, hair, and face. Michalina cried out for assistance, but no one was there to hear her. Her body shook with pain, and she grew weary, but she knew that continuing on was essential if she hoped to see her son again. "Don't give up," she said to herself again. Simply, don't give up. Michalina persisted in pushing, tearing, and pounding at the cardboard box until she managed to reach out her whole hand and raise her head above the floor. She breathed in the fresh air with anticipation. She could see the sky above her head, the trees, and the leaves, even though it was dark. Even though Michalina was completely covered in dirt and had lost all her strength, she no longer had any doubts about her ability to get away. Finally, she was able to pull herself up and claw her way out from under the ground with one last effort. After being in the box for an hour, Michalina miraculously emerged from her grave. In addition to surviving, she saved herself by using the diamond engagement ring that her would-be murderer had given her. Running toward the road from the woods, Michalina signaled a passing vehicle. That the driver didn't run away in fear when he saw a weak, dirt-covered woman come out onto the road was a great blessing for her. He listened to her and then stopped to call the police to find out what had happened. Michalina showed the police the cardboard box where she had been left to suffer her last moments in horrifying pain when they arrived at the crime scene 15 minutes later. Without a doubt, Marcin had never been more terrified in his life than he was when the police knocked on his door and told him he was being taken into custody on charges of attempted murder and kidnapping. He resisted for a long time, claiming that his intention was not to kill Michalina, but simply to frighten her. But no one took this defense seriously, so it didn't do him much good. After leaving Michalina to die, the men took PS500 from an ATM using her bank card, went home, and began playing video games, as the police quickly learned. In fact, Marcin was not planning to return for Michalina. His idea was completely different. Marcin, 25, was a dedicated bodybuilder who had become dependent on anabolic steroids, which led to his frequent outbursts. He concluded that it would be best for his son to grow up without a mother at all, after learning that Michalina had decided to leave the fight for their relationship and was going to return to Poland with Jakub. Michalina would not be able to raise his grandson as well as his own mother. With the intention of killing his ex-fiancée, he came up with one of the most horrific ways to end her life. Marcin was given a 20-year prison term after being found guilty of attempted murder and kidnapping in January 2012. Although Patrick was convicted of kidnapping, he was not found guilty of attempted murder. He received a 4.5-year sentence in a juvenile detention center. Both men were not eligible for parole until they had completed half of their sentences. Marcin won't, however, be available for purchase anytime soon. The police searched his parents' home, where he lived with Michalina and their son after he was arrested. The house contained a variety of chemicals and instructions for making explosives, according to the police. Consequently, Marcin received 8 more 4-year sentences for the explosives, while already serving his sentence for attempted murder. I prevented him from achieving his goal of killing me in the most horrific manner possible, even though he wished for my demise. I battled my way out of that grave with the last of my strength. Following the delivery of the guilty verdict, Michalina remarked, "Now it is he who is imprisoned." Even after learning that her ex-lover had received a 20-year sentence, Michalina is still terrified. Despite having moved to a different home far from Huddersfield with her son, whose address is kept secret for their safety, Michalina acknowledged following the trial that she still has nightmares about what she endured. "I was buried alive and trapped in that shallow grave, and I was afraid that my life was over and that I would pass away. In order to survive and care for my young son, I prayed to God. I had the courage to leave that box and flee when I thought of my son. I had a deep affection for Marcin Kasbach for many years, but after the terrible attack on me, my affections for him deteriorated into hatred. I still have nightmares about Marcin returning, finding me, and killing me. I'm hoping he understands how wrong what he did to me was. The difficulties I faced that day, at the hands of a man I trusted and loved, are something I hope no one else will ever have to go through." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A prosperous physician living 2 lives, a future mother in need, a watchful twin sister. Additionally, an overheard conversation made the innocent victim aware of what was going on. This story had everything it needed to be one of the most dramatic. The media, however, mostly ignored it. The story, however, followed the finest traditions of Greek tragedy and took place in Ohio in the 2000s. It took not 1, but 2 deftly placed traps to capture the offender, whose behavior and intentions will cause you to reevaluate your level of trust in the people you let into your home and your heart. Michelle Baker was prepared to become a wife and mother at the age of 33. When her friend introduced her to the amiable young physician Maynard Mincing, happiness appeared to be imminent. The 33-year-old Maynard had prior married life experience. They had similar interests in medicine and a desire to assist others, because Michelle was an EMT in the fire department. Because Maynard was the ideal woman, successful, attractive, and charming, Michelle thought she had won the lottery. The relationship between Michelle and Maynard was like a fairy tale from today. Her boyfriend moved into Michelle's home in Hoover Heights, Ohio within a month. Maynard's children from a previous marriage would visit on the weekends. Michelle saw how happy he was spending time with his children and knew he would be ecstatic when she informed him that he would once again be a father. She was right. There were no limits to his joy. Maynard started searching for a new house right away so that the young family could live together, and he paid $320,000 for a beautiful and comfortable nest. When Maynard proposed that they go to Key West, Florida, where they would get married at sunset while standing barefoot on the sandy beach, Michelle was ecstatic. The enamored couple left for Florida, but Maynard changed his mind on the first day of their romantic weekend. In order to have a traditional ceremony with his family present, he requested that Michelle postpone the impromptu wedding. Michelle ignored this obviously fabricated justification because she still fervently desired to start a family. The two went to a restaurant for dinner that night. The meal went smoothly, but Michelle felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw some faint bleeding after she left. She was terrified that she might lose the baby, of course. She was relieved that there was nothing to be concerned about because her fiancé was a doctor. He asked her to try to fall asleep after putting her in bed. The pain went away the following day, but when she got home, Michelle thought it wouldn't hurt to visit Dr. John Shea, her physician. When the doctor confirmed that the fetus was developing normally, she exhaled with relief. Since it was Michelle's first pregnancy, he was sure she was just concerned. She was concerned that the fetus might be affected because she had endometriosis in the past. However, Michelle had a challenging pregnancy. Unidentified spasms and inexplicable bleeding became frequent occurrences, perplexing the medical staff who were unable to come up with a clear explanation. Maynard, who would soon marry Michelle and be the father of their child, thought it would be the ideal opportunity to confess his lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Wynn, as if the physical suffering wasn't enough. To all of their friends, Maynard had painted Tammy as a horrible person, despite their complex past. As it happened, he was unable to forget her. After realizing that this was the true cause of her boyfriend's wedding postponement, Michelle valued his candor and chose to put even more effort into their relationship rather than break it off. But on July 1, 2000, Michelle's confidence in her future husband swiftly dwindled. Michelle stayed at home taking care of her own chores while Maynard went out of town to go fishing with a friend. Michelle switched on the radio and tuned into a local station, lost in her activities. She heard her beloved order a song for another girl, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Maynard's voice sounded exactly like the caller. Michelle stood frozen, listening to the discussion with great interest. Michelle's heart fell when the DJ asked the man his name and he said, "Maynard." She was suspicious of her fiancé's true location. She requested a ride from her neighbor to Maynard's ex-girlfriend Tammy's house. When she saw them together on the street, her suspicions were validated. Michelle went up to the man and told him she was ending their relationship. When Tammy entered the discussion, she disclosed that she was unaware that Maynard was living with Michelle. "I'm staying with a friend," he had been telling her. The unfaithful fiancé was immediately evicted from Michelle's house. However, the man wasted no time in attempting to regain Michelle's favor. He called her a few days later and asked her to join him for a picnic so they could chat. He asked Michelle if they could reconcile and expressed regret for his error. She pardoned him because he seemed so sincere, but when Michelle became really ill, the picnic had to be called off. She was in such terrible shape that she was unable to even leave the park restroom. Her bleeding and cramps came back, but this time she also experienced the inability to keep food down. The doctor, who Michelle rushed to see, found nothing alarming. The doctor determined that stress was the cause of her symptoms after the ultrasound revealed that the baby was healthy. Michelle's twin sister, however, saw a fascinating coincidence. She asked Michelle if she found it odd that she was in excruciating pain whenever they were with Maynard. Michelle's sister's suggestion appalled her. She recalled that Maynard had poured her drink at the picnic before the second severe pain episode, and that he had brought glasses from the bar during their dinner in Florida just before she became ill the first time. With her drinks, though, what could he have done? Even though they had discussed the wedding once more and their relationship appeared to be back to normal, Michelle couldn't deny her sister's sensible observation. She also couldn't get rid of the impression that Maynard and his ex-girlfriend weren't entirely over. Michelle once again followed her gut and drove to Tammy's house, where her fiancé's car was parked, when Maynard informed her that he would take the kids to Florida for the weekend. Through an open window, she could hear a conversation between two people she saw inside. She was stunned by what she heard. Maynard responded that he thought he had already dealt with the child when Tammy asked him what he intended to do about it. Michelle came to the conclusion that the only way to keep Maynard as far away from the child as possible was to call the police. Michelle went to report her suspicions to the police. The detectives, however, were dubious after hearing her story and found it hard to accept that someone would try something so unbelievable. They had never seen anything like it in all the years they had worked as police. Although department rules forbade testing pregnant women, the police wanted Michelle to take a lie detector test. As a result, they rejected the notion and told her up front that, given Dr. Minsing's professional status, they would require strong evidence before they could arrest him. Michelle had to handle things herself because there wasn't much they could do in the interim. Michelle demonstrated her abilities as a true detective. With the assistance of a friend, she concealed a tiny video camera inside a fake plant on the kitchen counter and arranged the flowers so that it recorded everything that took place behind the kitchen table. Then, like all famous spies, she asked her boyfriend to join her for dinner and asked him to pour her a soda as she grilled steaks outside. Michelle excused herself under a false pretense and proceeded to the bathroom to pour the soda into a bottle after Maynard handed her her glass. She was horrified to find residue of some substance, not a tiny bit but a noticeable amount of some sort of drug at the bottom of the glass. She calmly poured the soda from the hidden bottle into the glass and went back to the table, trying not to show that she was in shock. However, Maynard kept getting calls from Tammy, so Michelle was unable to continue dinner in a composed manner. "Do you know why Tammy is upset?" he asked Michelle over the phone after he finally left. Michelle wasn't too worried about Tammy's feelings after finding out that her fiancé had been giving her drugs in her drinks, but when she gently inquired as to why Tammy was upset, Maynard surprised her once more by revealing that they had secretly wed earlier that week. Michelle's determination to protect her unborn child outweighed her feelings of hurt and rage over her beloved's betrayal. She immediately took the soda bottle to the police. An expert concluded that Cytotec, a drug used to treat stomach ulcers and induce labor, had been added to the soda. When used carelessly, though, it can also have lethal effects on the fetus. Legally speaking, the detectives had a problem even though they believed Michelle. They didn't have any proof that Maynard put the substance in the glass. In court, a skilled attorney would contend that Michelle falsified it in order to frame her cheating fiancé. The police therefore set up a trap for themselves. When the detectives asked Michelle to inform him that her pregnancy was going well during one of Maynard's phone calls, he invited her to dinner and gave her another dose of the drug. On August 14, 2000, two police officers hid in the garage while hiding a small camera inside a firefighter figurine that was placed on Michelle's kitchen counter. The police stormed into the kitchen and arrested Maynard for attempted murder as soon as they saw him trying to serve Michelle one of his special cocktails. "I hope these are prenatal vitamins," one of the officers said to Maynard, gesturing to the enigmatic material he was holding. The police discovered even more of the same substance in Maynard's vehicle. The doctor was forced to confess after laboratory tests revealed that Cytotec was present in the beverage. Maynard provided an apologetic justification for his horrible act, effectively acknowledging that he had poisoned his ex-fiancée in order to solve the issue. Maynard responded in the affirmative when asked if he thought the child was a problem. Michelle kept going to the doctor once a week and getting ultrasounds once a month. The fetus appeared to be growing normally in spite of multiple doses of the drug, but Michelle went into labor just before Maynard's trial, at 28 weeks of pregnancy. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter, whom she named Michaela. Michelle was surrounded by family and friends in the hospital room, where they were able to bid Michaela farewell and give her one last hug. It was impossible to ascertain whether Michaela's death was caused by Cytotec's effects, because the coroner could not detect any traces of the drug in the placenta. Prosecutors reached agreements with Tammy and Maynard to spare Michelle and her family from a torturous legal process. Tammy was given a 5-year probationary period and 100 hours of community service after acknowledging her guilt about getting the medication with a prescription while working as a nurse. Maynard received a 5-year prison sentence. In the United States, the two spouses would never again be able to work in the medical industry. Maynard startled the people in the courtroom during the trial by declaring that the child's death was the result of a higher power's intervention. In addition to displaying no remorse during the sentencing, and without pleading with Michelle for forgiveness, Maynard asserted that their daughter's death was the will of a higher power, and that the experience would make him stronger. His statement shocked even Judge Barbara Gorman. Judge Gorman said to Maynard, "I must say it was one of the strangest statements I have ever heard. You are a disgrace to your profession, in my opinion. All of this is the consequence of what you did. You must accept responsibility for what transpired." Although the spouses' sentences may be viewed as being rather light, Michelle is aware that Maynard will eventually face consequences for his actions in the afterlife. She made the decision to strike him where it hurt the most, his wallet, in the interim. Michelle Baker sued Tammy Mincing and Maynard Mincing for $3,500,000 in August 2002 over what had happened to her daughter. Orally and in writing, Maynard made it clear time and again that his goal was to get rid of the child. His spouse did not want him to be involved with the child in any way. Michelle's attorneys were therefore certain that they would prevail in the case. The success of Michelle's lawsuit is unknown, but it was made public in 2007 that Maynard filed for bankruptcy. In 2013, the Mincing name reappeared in the obituary of Maynard's father, a prominent local youth organization founder. Tammy and Maynard Mincing were still married and resided in Ohio, according to the note. Whether or not Maynard meant to murder Michelle is unknown, but at least he chose to end her pregnancy against her will. However, Michelle made it clear to Maynard that she did not ask him to be involved in the child's life or to provide financial support, so he could have accomplished his goals without his heinous scheme. He must have been aware of Michelle's strong desire to have children and cruelly denied her the chance to begin a new family life with a fresh start. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carrie Swenson never would have thought that biathlon would become her life's work, but she most likely learned to ski before she could walk. This sport just didn't exist before for women. Women were finally permitted to compete in biathlons in 1983. The USA squad competed in the first Women's World Championship in Chamonix, France, but did not qualify for the first Women's European Cup, even though many of them had undergone years of intense training. Carrie Swenson, a 22-year-old American, began with the customary 10-kilometer race. She came in 5th place, directly behind the Soviet athletes, who were regarded as the sport's unbeatable leaders. She finished 13th in the 5-kilometer sprint, the best among her teammates. But the relay was where the team, and Carrie personally, truly triumphed. Carrie and her teammates became the first American medalists, while the Americans finished in 3rd place. Following the conclusion of the biathlon season, Carrie went back to Montana and organized the summer of her dreams. She worked at Lone Mountain Ranch, a well-known tourist ranch, and ran trails in the backcountry in her spare time. Carrie let the night air into her bedroom by opening the window. She had earned her microbiology degree from Montana State University that morning. Her parents celebrated her graduation and her brother Paul's 21st birthday with a party after the ceremony. Just the summer before, they had relocated to the Lone Mountain Ranch in the Big Sky region to practice and take in the mountains, just like they had as kids. She had dreamed since she was 5 years old that she would leave to pursue her dream of studying veterinary medicine after one more year of competitions. Unaware that her dreams would soon be dashed by the self-centered schemes of 2 recluses, Carrie turned off the light in her room and contentedly fell asleep. Carrie was unaware of the 2 men's conversation that was going on in the mountains a few kilometers away. The younger man was clearly irritated. Though he felt lonely in the mountains and yearned for female companionship, he generally enjoyed living away from people and their rules. "Do you recall the plans we talked about to find a woman for ourselves, Dad?" After giving his 18-year-old son a close examination, the father questioned, "Do you believe the time has come?" The son confidently nodded in response. Carrie ran around Old Ray's Lake on Sunday, July 15th. Bob Sharp, the proprietor of the snack bar where she worked, had informed her that he had spotted a grizzly bear nearby, and she was keen to see one for herself, so she decided to take this route. Carrie ran pretty fast as usual, paying attention to her breathing. She only realized there were 2 men in front of her at the last second. The strangers appeared disheveled. The younger one had a knife and a pistol in his hands, and neither of them was grinning. The hunting season was long over, but there were still rifles lying by a tree. The men made it clear to Carrie that they had no good intentions without taking their eyes off her. Regretfully, she saw them too late to turn around and flee. An adrenaline rush brought on by fear caused Carrie to run even faster, attempting to get past the strangers as fast as she could. But her plan didn't work. On the trail, the older man leapt directly in front of her and took hold of her wrist. He took hold of her other hand before she could respond. Unable to escape their hold, Carrie chose to keep her composure and use her cunning. She was scared by the wild expression in the older man's eyes. Remain composed. Avoid upsetting them, she thought. She pleaded, "Please, let me go." "No, we don't often see attractive girls like you. We would like to speak with you. What is your name?" He held Carrie even closer as he asked. He started questioning her about who she lived with, whether she was married, and other things. Carrie tried to scream, but the man quickly silenced her after realizing she wouldn't be easily freed. After letting go of her left hand, the stranger hit her in the face and tied her up with a rope. The men promised to hold her for 4 or 5 days before releasing her if she didn't enjoy living in the mountains, but she could tell by their smirks that they were more likely to exploit her weakness and end up killing her. She kept telling herself, "It's just a nightmare," hoping to wake up at any second. However, she knew it wasn't a dream because of the throbbing pain in her face and wrist. Carrie attempted to reason with them by stating that her friends and family would find her. The older man retaliated by threatening to shoot anyone who attempted to save her. In order to avoid being seen, the men rushed on, hoping to get deeper into the forest and away from the lake. All Carrie could do was let them pull her along on the rope. In order to make sure she wouldn't run in the wrong direction when she had the opportunity to flee, she covertly memorized the area while feigning submissiveness. As though kidnapping girls were a daily occurrence for the men, they strolled alongside each other, engaging in casual conversation. They talked about how they felt about the mountains, laws, and society. The elderly man voiced his displeasure with the way the area had developed, especially the fact that farmers were permitted to graze their animals on his property. He assured the younger man that he could acquire all life's necessities without going back to school or abiding by social norms. Carrie came to the conclusion that her captors were probably mentally ill as a result of these discussions. Carrie requested water and said she needed to rest in an effort to slow their pace. They decided to take a rest. As they got closer to a swamp, Carrie was horrified to see the older man start drinking from it. She attempted to alert him to the harmful bacteria found in the swamp, but he dismissed her worries, claiming to have never heard of it before. She also took a few sips, reluctantly. She observed that when she pretended not to be afraid of the kidnappers, they acted less violently. Carefully, Carrie began asking them how long they had been residing there without being aware of the risks associated with drinking water from the nearby swamp. They responded that although they had lived in the mountains for 12 years, they were still relatively new to the area. Carrie felt even more uneasy when the younger man smirked and added that they were in dire need of female companionship. Then they went on their journey. In an attempt to leave hints for her loved ones who would be looking for her, Carrie tried to step on soft ground and break twigs. Sadly, the older man saw her attempts and stopped them. Carrie, however, obstinately continued to make marks, and the older man continued to erase them because she had nothing to lose. They went on in this manner, and Carrie noticed that no one had yet begun searching for her when she looked at her watch. Only 4 o'clock in the afternoon had arrived. Alan Goldstein, Carrie's friend and co-worker who instructed visitors in shooting at the ranch, started to question why her run was taking so long. He was worried that she might not have been able to return home by herself because she might have run into a bear or twisted her ankle. Carrie was being led farther and farther from the ranch by the strangers in the meantime. They asked her whether she could walk 60 kilometers in a day. After talking about how far they needed to go, she declined to respond. It was impossible for her to tell her captors that she could run 50 kilometers in hilly terrain while training. They might go more slowly if they believed she was weaker than she actually was. Now she was certain they would not allow her to survive. Not today. Not in 4 or 5 days. They wouldn't give up their valuable independence for her. Carrie kept studying the men quietly. They were remarkably similar to one another in addition to having a similar philosophy. Her suspicion that they were father and son grew. Carrie was aware that people would soon begin searching for her, but nothing had scared her more than the idea of her parents or friends becoming the victims of her captors. Making an escape was one way to avoid this. She changed her strategy after pleading fail. "Change your tactics when you're losing," her tennis coach would often say. "When you have the chance to alter your approach, why keep playing a losing game?" Before deciding to take a night's rest at around 5 o'clock, the men chained her to a tree, drastically reducing her chances of escaping. Carrie was the centerpiece of the feast that the black flies and mosquitoes were enjoying. She was tired, thirsty, hungry, and afraid for her life. Now chained close to the tree, she saw a number of rocks, one of which might be used to break a chain link. It was time to try the new tactic. At night, Carrie made the decision to become intolerable. "Hey, standing by the tree is getting old to me," she insisted. "Leave the chain loose so I can sit down." Despite their confused expressions, the men let her sit. She tried to reach for the rock in private, her eyes closed as though she were sleeping. Sadly, the younger man saw her attempt and took away every rock within her reach. She kept acting rude and demanding feminine products at around 8 p.m. because she was freezing and the mosquitoes were driving her crazy. The older man began discussing how they had many of his ex-wife's belongings in the underground cave where they lived after the younger man, whom the older one called Dan, gave her a shirt and socks. He continued by saying that those caves were very comfortable and that they would never be discovered there. In the distance, Carrie heard a voice. Regretfully, her captors also heard it. A plane appeared in the sky at the same time. Carrie was unaware that the plane was looking for her, but the men were startled and put out the campfire right away. It is obvious that they were surprised that someone would look for the hostage so quickly. The plane circled the forest for about an hour before taking off. Carrie waited anxiously for the night to come and to see what they would do to her. But as they sat quietly by the smoldering fire, they left her alone. When night fell, they lay in one sleeping bag and gave her the other. Carrie's coworkers became increasingly concerned as the sun started to set. They began looking for her 2 hours after she was expected to arrive at work. Carrie's friends and family split up into 4 groups and were each given a specific area to search. In order to get assistance flying over the forest, Carrie's father, Rob Swenson, contacted a friend who was a pilot. He was filled with fear when Bob Sharp told him that Carrie might run into a grizzly bear on that trail. For several hours, the teams combed the areas where Carrie was likely to run while calling her name. However, they had to halt the search as night fell. When their father got back from the airstrip, Carrie's brother Paul discovered him at the ranch. His father appeared pale and anxiously restless. Paul went to his room and asked his father to notify him as soon as there was any update on Carrie because he needed some alone time. After a hasty shower, he collapsed on his bed. Then he caught sight of Carrie. Like a captive animal, she was chained to a log. Nearby, the men sat around the campfire. His sister was in tears. Paul hoped it was only a bad dream when he woke up from this terrible nightmare, not knowing what it might mean. They would resume their search as dawn broke, and they would undoubtedly locate her in the morning. To Carrie's surprise, the captors only moved the camp roughly 50 meters from the original campsite when they made the decision to move it. Dan didn't think twice about using his gun to go hunting and shoot a squirrel for breakfast, in spite of the continuous search for her. The older man insisted that Carrie turn over her shorts while Dan was making breakfast, claiming that their vivid red hue drew too much attention. After taking them, he returned to the former campsite. This gave Carrie a chance to speak with Dan alone. By claiming that he was too young for such crimes, she attempted to convince him to allow her to return to her family. Dan said, "No, you're cute, and you'll stay with me," after giving her a close look without showing any signs of regret, worry, or a smile. Carrie received her shorts, which were smeared with soot from the earlier campfire, from the second kidnapper when he returned. Carrie began putting on the shorts in her sleeping bag while fighting back tears. She was nearly finished when she noticed someone flat on the ground and heard rustling in the bushes to her right. Dan sprang to his feet and pulled his gun from its holster. Carrie yelled, "Remain back! Keep your distance! They will shoot because they are armed!" "Stop talking!" The older man grabbed his rifle and gave an order. "Get out! They will murder you!" Carrie yelled once more. Abruptly, a loud noise reverberated and she was flung back. She smelled the gunpowder and felt the searing pain pierce her chest. "I didn't mean to shoot her," Dan said again, startled. "I didn't mean to." Amazingly, Carrie believed she had been shot right before rescue arrived. No attempt was made by the kidnappers to assist her, but someone else appeared from the bushes to the left. It was Jim Schwalbe, another ranch worker. Evidently, he was unaware that the kidnappers were criminals and thought they were a rescue team attempting to assist Carrie, possibly hitting her by accident while frightening off a bear. Jim dropped his backpack on the floor and hurried over to Carrie. Only then did he realize the truth when he noticed the chain around her waist beneath the sleeping bag. While he was still being threatened with the rifle, he insisted that the older man take Carrie's chain off of him. Dan dropped his gun to the floor and removed the chain's key. Jim then told Alan Goldstein, one of the kidnappers, to flee for assistance. However, it seems that Alan had already discovered their true nature. The kidnappers were surrounded by 200 people, so he yelled that he was armed and told them to surrender. Carrie let out a painful scream as Dan yanked the chain violently. The older man pointed the rifle at Alan as Jim turned to face them. "No!" Carrie let out a gasp. Everyone heard something fall in the grass and heard a shot. The kidnapper had already vanished from view when Jim hurried to the fallen friend. Jim was already too far away when the older man reloaded the rifle and pointed it in his direction. With haste, the abductors stuffed their things into their backpacks, removed the chain, and even threw Carrie out of her sleeping bag, claiming she would no longer require it. Carrie and Alan lay on the cold ground, and they did nothing to help them. Carrie could hear Alan's radio crackling, but she dared not try to get to it because he was lying too far away. Her whole body felt cold, and she tried to crawl toward the extinguished fire with what was left of her strength. Hoping there were still warm logs to help the leaves catch fire, she tossed some leaves and twigs toward the fire while lying on her stomach. Carrie lost consciousness when she attempted to blow on them because she was too weak. An army of black ants raced toward her blood-soaked shirt as she awoke. No, she chased them off. She was reminded of her desire for life by these ravenous insects. Alan had fallen too far away for her to help him find the radio, but then she saw Jim's backpack close by. After struggling to unfasten the backpack with her icy fingers, she discovered a sleeping bag, a chocolate bar, and a water bottle inside. There was no radio. After successfully inserting her legs into the sleeping bag, Carrie opened the water bottle to find some warmth. She took a sip of what turned out to be warm lemonade and nibbled on the chocolate bar. Carrie attempted to approach Alan once more, but this time she had to pull the sleeping bag with her. She couldn't help but think of her brother Paul's reaction when he saw her crawling on the ground like a caterpillar. He would most likely chuckle and encourage her at every turn. She laughed at the absurd ideas that crossed her mind during these times. Unaware of the situation, other search teams carried on their work about 1.5 kilometers away from the shootout. Jim Schwalbe, breathing heavily, abruptly cut them off. To those around him, he yelled, "There were two guys. When Carrie yelled at us to keep away, they shot her and tied her to a log." "Is she alive?" Bob asked him. "She was when I fled, but she was shot by that scoundrel, and Alan was struck in the head by the elderly man." Carrie was losing life with each breath. The bleeding worsened as breathing became extremely challenging. She instinctively made a choice. She closed her eyes and found herself back on the biathlon track, where, like speed and accuracy, athletes systematically practiced their breathing technique. Carrie was able to slow down her bleeding and heart rate by focusing and breathing very slowly, almost like in yoga. Strangely, the annoying flies that buzzed around her kept her awake. Jim was on her mind. Unless he encountered the kidnappers once more, he ought to have brought assistance by now. A few hours later, that grating buzzing noise was back. Searching for the source, Carrie noticed a helicopter hovering over the treetops. People were looking out of it as it paused right over her. "Please, locate us as soon as possible," she begged in silence. She heard the sound of a radio and the crack of branches as the helicopter took off. "Aid!" With all the strength she had left, she let out a cry. "She's right here," someone yelled. "We located her. Carrie, are you all right? Do you hear me?" "Yes," she said in response to a man's question. All she could do was smile, wishing she could yell, scream, or thank them for finding her. It was difficult to see what was coming next because her eyelids felt heavy, like they were made of lead. The police worked tirelessly to track down Carrie's kidnappers while she was being transported to the hospital. They had no idea that it would mark the start of a months-long search. The two fugitives are the only ones who are familiar with the hundreds of kilometers of local mountains and forests. For 5.5 months, the kidnappers were able to successfully elude the police, and the media romanticized their image, portraying Dan as a handsome prince and the other man as a strict and affectionate father. A local businessman even expressed interest in selling T-shirts featuring their pictures. The victims of their crimes were ignored by the journalists in the interim. Then, roughly 2 weeks prior to Christmas, Sheriff Johnny Franz got a surprise tip. In the woods on his ranch, one of his family members spotted smoke. Franz knew every inch of that ranch, having grown up there. The radio had sporadic signals in the mountains. It was dark, and the criminals might vanish at any time. The sheriff, however, hurried to their camp. Years later, he joked, "Why did I go there alone? Because that's what I was paid for." He came as fast as he could on a snowmobile, found the father and son, and was aiming for them. Without hesitation, the father drew his rifle and vowed to shoot. The sheriff responded by threatening to shoot his son twice. To get the father to listen, he had to use the boy's influence. The sheriff persuaded them that they could at last take a shower, eat healthily, and warm up. The sheriff had complete control of the situation in a matter of minutes. Dan and his father, Don Nichols, were taken into custody and charged with kidnapping. Don was also accused of killing Alan Goldstein. It was disclosed during the trial that the men had plotted the abduction for a number of years. About 5 or 6 years ago, Don Nichols bought a chain for his future bride because Dan wouldn't live in the mountains without a woman, and not all girls would accept their lifestyle. Carrie was meant to be the mother of his son's future children, and he had aspirations of starting his own clan and living apart from society. Don was released in 2017 after receiving an 85-year prison sentence. Dan only spent 6 of the 20 years he was sentenced to in prison. With his marriage, education, and decision to assist those with disabilities, it appeared that the young man had changed his life. He was, however, arrested once more in 2012 in relation to illicit substances. After spending 8 days in the hospital, Carrie started pushing the limits of her physical capabilities and conquering pain to hasten her recuperation as soon as she was released. Carrie recovered sufficiently by 1,986 to compete in triathlons in Oslo, Norway. Despite her 4th-place finish, the 3rd-place finisher acknowledged her abilities by inviting her to join her on the podium. Although it might have appeared to others that she was completely recovered, Carrie was aware that the injury and kidnapping had left a permanent mark that would never go away. During intense physical exertion, she still felt pain from scar tissue and the bullet shrapnel that was still embedded in her body, affecting nearby nerves. She therefore made the decision to give up competitive sports and concentrate on becoming a veterinarian, moving to Colorado to pursue her studies. Carrie Swenson, who has loved the outdoors since she was a young child, is a veterinarian in Bozeman, Montana, and still enjoys it today. She has turned into a harsh critic of the media's coverage of the kidnapping and hardly ever discusses what happened. She felt that the romanticization of the murderers and kidnappers as rugged mountain men skilled in wilderness survival was particularly inappropriate. Additionally, she thought that the media greatly minimized the emotional trauma of the kidnapping by making it seem more romantic than it actually was in the hands of the mountain people. The Nicholses may have lived in the mountains at times, but they couldn't survive there. At least, not without theft and robbery. Often leaving the woods for months and buying modern equipment, in the end they were so easy to catch because they froze, starved, and grew tired of mountain life. They are no true mountain men, Carrie wrote in a 2012 article for the local newspaper after Dan was arrested once more. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. While investigating the crime scene on April 29, 1998, Delaware police noticed a car in the distance. However, the car suddenly stopped, turned around, and started back without even approaching within 100 meters. Although they were aware of the driver's actions, detectives paid little attention to them. Why would they do so after all? They had no idea, though, that this story might have turned out very differently if they had followed the enigmatic driver. When Debbie was 21 and Nino Pitts was 24, they first met. At a party, Nino asked their mutual friend Bill Sharp if he knew of any attractive girls he could introduce to his mother. This led to their introduction. Debbie was introduced to Nino by Bill, who said she was a wonderful girl. After dating for a while, Debbie and Nino were married in 1973. For 25 years, their lives were just like those of millions of other couples in the modern world. Both of their twins, Michael and Melissa, had grown up and were enrolled in college. The couple was getting ready to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary in a low-key way when all of a sudden, things changed. On a lovely sunny day in Delaware on April 29, 1998, Debbie made the decision to plant rose bushes in front of their home. She had never been a gardener, so Nino was shocked to see her doing this when he got home, but he was happy to see that she was obviously enjoying it. Debbie was expecting a call from work, so she asked him to give her a call at about 4 p.m. With a nod, Nino entered. When Debbie had a gut feeling that it had been over 4 hours, she kept caring for the flowers. She assumed Nino had just forgotten her request, so she didn't give it much thought. The woman rose and entered the house, but she was struck in the head and fell to the ground before she could reach the kitchen. Debbie was in shock and couldn't comprehend what was going on, She could hardly see because her glasses had fallen, but she could make out a stranger's silhouette standing over her. "Where did you keep your money?" he demanded. Debbie became aware that the house had been broken into. As the man searched through her possessions, she lay on the ground. She still felt that Nino ought to have saved her already, but she was worried that he might suffer harm if he did. In the meantime, the intruder threw her face down on the concrete floor, tied her wrists and ankles, and dragged her downstairs to the basement. She was violated by the man. Debbie was shocked by what was happening and writhed in agony. She had been caring for her roses in her cherished garden only 20 minutes prior, and now she was facing this humiliation on her own house's floor. The attacker pulled up his sweatpants and walked away when it was all over. The brute reappeared and pulled Debbie back up the stairs, this time from the basement, just when Debbie thought the horror was over. He kept a knife to her throat, covered her with a blanket, and carried her to a car parked near the front door, placing her in the trunk. Debbie didn't even realize she had just been abducted, because she was in such a state of shock. However, the man started the car, so she didn't have time for that. Debbie was trying to break free already. She wanted to break the bonds so she could begin kicking, biting, screaming, or doing anything else to get away or draw attention when the criminal opened the trunk again. But when he opened the trunk, her plan fell through. Debbie was horrified to see that no one was willing to assist her and that she was already in the garage. She was brought back inside the house by the kidnapper. It took him only one look to realize that Debbie had attempted to loosen the ropes after she was flung onto the room's bed. Furious, he violated her once more and punished her harshly. She sobbed and pleaded for forgiveness, but the more she pleaded, the more vicious he became. He chuckled and obviously enjoyed her suffering. Debbie saw that he probably had some illegal substances in his system. He bound her hands and feet to satiate his desire, then tied the ropes around her ankles and wrists to render her immobile. The attacker left her, closing her eyes and mouth. She thought she was saved when she heard 2 loud shots shortly after, assuming it was the police rescuing her. Debbie's absence was immediately noticed at work. As a hospice nurse, her dependability and timeliness were always undeniable. Therefore, a co-worker went to her home at 6:30 p.m. when she was unreachable. When Debbie's co-worker noticed the Pitts family's neighbor, she introduced herself and inquired as to whether he had seen her. She had been planting roses in the garden, he retorted, adding that the house's side door was always open if she wasn't answering. The woman came inside. There was silence. She summoned Debbie. Her glasses were on the floor, and her possessions, including her wedding ring, were on the kitchen table. The woman kept phoning Nino and Debbie. She discovered Nino in the bedroom, but Debbie was nowhere to be seen. He had been shot in the head, and it was clear that he was no longer able to be helped. Only the following day did Debbie see the kidnapper. He described how he saw the headlights pointed at his windows and assumed the police had found him. Concerned that the neighbors might have heard or seen something, he fired 2 shots from the window. Then he loudly turned up the TV or the radio. Debbie was horrified to learn that Anthony Pitts, Nino, had been shot in his own house when the news program began. The police suspected her of killing her husband and made her a fugitive. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Nino had suffered any harm until that point. She felt that everything had happened so fast. She had gone inside, she had been attacked by a stranger, and her husband had no idea where she was. Debbie found it hard to believe that Nino had been hurt by her kidnapper. The woman was shaken when the man abruptly apologized for having to kill her husband and just walked out of the room. She had just learned something that was really hard for her to understand. She understood that she would be her attacker's next victim, because he was not only a thief and a violator but also a murderer. She also realized that she couldn't grieve for her husband because doing so would only make him angry. All Debbie could think about was her kids. They were adults, of course, but they had to cope with 2 horrific shocks: the death of their father and the disappearance of their mother, who was suspected of killing him. Detectives spoke with friends and family in the interim, but they were unable to determine Nino's killer. The 2 had a great relationship according to everyone's testimony. The neighbors never heard any screams and they never got into a fight. Furthermore, Debbie couldn't see anything without her glasses, so she would never leave the house without them. The fact that their primary suspect was fighting for her life only 5 miles away was unthinkable to the police. In a follow-up interview, the neighbor recalled seeing a car parked directly in front of the family's home. despite the fact that he had not heard any screams. A man had driven off after placing a blanket in the trunk. In fact, tire marks were discovered by detectives on the lawn directly outside the house, which was extremely unusual for such a wealthy neighborhood. The police determined they were dealing with a kidnapping after finding Debbie's glasses on the kitchen floor, which prevented her from seeing anything. 52 hours later, the kidnapper showed a new side of himself. He untied his victim and addressed her normally. He had hardly spoken to her more than a few words at a time before, so this was very unusual. The man acknowledged that he was thinking of letting her go, but was worried that she would tell the police about his house. Debbie took these words to heart. She had to persuade him to actually let her go if he was thinking about it. Since she could hardly see without her glasses, she assured him that she would not tell anyone about him. She addressed him respectfully as Sir. He'd brought her in the trunk, so she didn't know where the house was either. But as soon as the hope for Debbie began to grow, it was dashed when he said he couldn't let her go. Then, as though he were thinking out loud, he said that he would only be sentenced to 10 years in prison if he removed all illegal substances from the house. Debbie became aware that the person she was interacting with was not very smart. Could he have been so gullible as to believe that assault, kidnapping, and murder only resulted in 10 years? She made the decision to use her cunning to help him see her as a person rather than a victim. She spoke to him calmly, and this strategy worked. He let her sleep in his bed that night after taking the shackles off her eyes and mouth. The kidnapper informed Debbie that she needed to shower on the morning of the third day. She was denied access to the restroom by the man, even though it was necessary, but Debbie didn't feel strong enough to stand under the water after being confined for so long. He gave in to her request for a bath. The least of her concerns was that taking a bath and undressing in front of a stranger made her uncomfortable. The man asked if she planned to wash her hair after noticing that she was done. She responded that she couldn't do it right now because her wrists and hands were so painful and swollen that she couldn't even lift them. He therefore gave her hair a wash himself. Debbie felt uncomfortable allowing her husband's killer to touch her hair because it felt like another act of violence. However, she controlled her emotions. The man raped her once more after forcing her to put on his clothes after the bath. The kidnapper didn't realize that Debbie needed to eat until the fourth day. She asked him to buy a newspaper when he went out to eat. Ironically, he did as he was told. They read the newspaper and ate together. Although she didn't express it, it stated that the police had no suspects and that Debbie had previously been brought up by her family, which deeply distressed her. The kidnapper, however, seemed extremely happy and even proud of himself. Since no one suspected him and no one knew where she was, he thought he had committed the ideal crime. The kidnapper told Debbie he was going to work on April 24, the fifth day she was held captive. Even though he came back within 20 minutes, presumably to see how she was doing, he had stated this several times previously. Still, Debbie made the decision that today was the day. She had to do something if she was going to get away. She complained of the terrible pain in her wrists and told him that he had to think of something else if he wanted to keep her alive. The man complained that Debbie was becoming too costly for him and consented to replace the ropes around her wrists and ankles with handcuffs. They cost $5 each, he said when asked what he meant. Stated differently, he only gave her one meal, spent $10 on handcuffs, and most likely wouldn't spend much more. She had to leave immediately. He fastened the handcuffs to her wrists and ankles with a rope, said aloud that he was going to work, and shut the door. She was unable to move her hands because of the rope, but she was able to move her wrists thanks to the handcuffs. Debbie, on the other hand, took her time and was correct. An hour or so later, she heard the front door softly open and close. Debbie became aware that the test was successful. She began to move her hands, releasing the rope that held the two handcuffs together. Then she walked warily to the door and froze in terror. What if he remained behind the door and became furious upon realizing that his victim had set herself free? When Debbie heard her husband say, "Hold on, dear," she tried to calm herself. Gathering her courage, she opened the door, ready to either die in that house or escape. Nobody was in the back of it. Debbie felt her way to the living room in the dark and saw the telephone. She managed to reach for it with her restrained hands and dialed 911. Sadly, the operator didn't recognize Debbie's name when she gave it to him. She went on to say that she had been abducted and that her husband had been killed. When the operator inquired about the perpetrator's current location, She said that he was at work, but could come back before the police showed up. Thankfully, the police arrived in less than 6 minutes after tracking down the call. She was reassured and told that the police were on their way by the operator, who stayed on the line the entire time. All of the feelings Debbie had been suppressing for nearly a week erupted when the police finally broke in. Her husband's death, the kidnapping, the violence, and the surprise rescue all blended into one. After being transported to the hospital, Debbie finally got to see her kids and other family members who had traveled from across the nation to show their support for Michael and Melissa. It was an odd mixture of emotions. Although Nino's murder consumed everyone's attention, they were also relieved to see Debbie still alive. The owner of the home where Debbie was being held was easily identified by the police. Donald Flagg was a factory worker who spent his free time robbing and attacking women. Donald gave in without protest and admitted to everything. Additionally, he provided clarification on a few points that the police were unaware of. He was just strolling past the Pitts family's home that day when he noticed Debbie caring for the roses. He went inside and waited in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on her. Because of the nearby construction and the lawnmowers in operation, Debbie was unable to hear the shot. He became acutely aware that he had not taken anything from the house after the attacker abducted Debbie. He went back to the victim's home, missing a great chance to make money. But the police officers at the crime scene had already surrounded it. Investigators had no reason to pursue the driver when they noticed a car stop suddenly and turn around. They didn't know it was their suspect until much later. The man's attorney persuaded him to enter an insanity plea in spite of his confession. Debbie was forced to testify in court as a result. Luckily, she was well prepared by her psychologist. In order to get used to the attacker's face and avoid displaying too many emotions, he asked Debbie to call him by name and look at his picture more frequently. This performed flawlessly in court. Not only did she maintain her composure, but she even turned to face her tormentor, making him turn away. Donald Flagg was convicted in spite of the lawyer's best efforts. He was given 8 consecutive life sentences, plus an extra 166 years in prison by the judge. Additionally, he will spend 10 years in solitary confinement from April 20 to April 24, the same period that Debbie was held captive. Even Debbie is relieved that he won't hurt anyone else. She later expressed regret for not going to violence victim groups. She had to speak up, but her family didn't want to talk to her about what had happened because they found it too painful. Helping other assault victims helped Debbie find healing. She gave lectures, wrote a book about her experience that was required reading at some American universities, and even assisted the Delaware Rescue Service in changing its operations to find the caller much more quickly. Debbie even mustered the courage to confront Donald in prison and ask him the question that had been bothering her for so long. Was he going to murder her? Yes, he replied. He didn't intend to let her die. Bill Sharp, the same Bill who had first introduced her to Nino, got in touch with her after learning of Debbie's fate. During Debbie's challenging trial process, they had a face-to-face meeting and spoke. More specifically, Bill listened to Debbie and let her speak. He started going to therapy sessions with her, and the psychologist saw them together and realized right away that his help was actually helping her get better. Bill, who became Debbie's husband in September 2000, was a true comfort and support system. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The discovery of the victim's body is usually the first piece of information we receive after a murder. From that point forward, the police begin their investigation to determine what happened and who committed the crime. But not this time. In this case, the typical scenario was disrupted when the victim identified their assailant before he committed the crime. This story occurred recently, in early May 2022, in the city of Peleon Norte de Santander Department, one of Colombia's 32 departments. In this city, there lived a 16-year-old girl named Ana Karina Blanco Duran. She was the oldest of 3 children in a modest family, similar to many others in the region. However, this had no impact on Karina's personality or dreams. She was in the 11th grade and eagerly awaiting graduation. Karina's relatives and friends described her as disciplined and determined, but also cheerful, sociable, and optimistic. However, like most teenagers, she had doubts. She expressed her thoughts in a letter she wrote for a school assignment 2 weeks ago. In the letter, the girl stated that, like everyone else, she had goals that she wanted to achieve. However, at the time, she was preoccupied with being happy, studying, and assisting her mother, whom she described as a beautiful, strong, and resilient woman who had a huge influence over her. The following year, the girl intended to attend university and study psychology or philosophy. This would allow her to pursue her dreams, the most important of which was to buy a house for her mother. At the same time, Karina acknowledged her overwhelming fears and doubts. She wrote that she was afraid of growing up and facing the big world alone. She sometimes wished she could go back in time and play with dolls again, something she didn't get to do as a child because she had to grow up quickly and help her parents. Karina, almost prophetically, explained what would happen to her in 2 weeks in her final sentence. She wrote that she feared human evil, and she was not mistaken. What she was afraid of eventually shattered her dreams. Karina awoke early on May 3, 2022, as she usually does. She lived in La Vega, a village in the Cashra municipality. Karina had to walk for at least an hour every day along several country roads to the bus stop that would take her to school because her village was relatively remote. The morning progressed as usual. The student awoke, ate breakfast, said her goodbyes to her family, and left the house at 5:30 a.m. However, shortly after Karina left, her father began receiving messages from her. It was unusual. Karina wrote to her father that while walking down the country road, she noticed someone following her. A man was approaching her very closely. When the girl quickened her pace, the stranger did the same. If she attempted to take a different path, he would follow her. Karina was understandably uneasy and suspicious. She mustered the courage to take a discreet photo of the stranger and send it to her father so he would know who was after her. Cesar Blanco, Karina's father, became extremely concerned for his daughter's safety. He dashed out of the house, taking the same route to the bus stop that she had taken, but he couldn't find her anywhere. The man assumed the danger was over and Karina had safely boarded the bus. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Karina's parents were later informed by the school that she did not attend class that day. Karina's parents reported her disappearance to the police. Because it was a small village where everyone knew each other, word of the incident spread quickly among the locals. The girl's family distributed a photograph of the stranger who had been following her since the morning. A few hours later, a man who worked at a local farm mentioned another farm worker who looked very similar to the man in the photograph. Despite the blurry image, he believed he recognized him. Additionally, that worker was late for work on the same day. Armed with this information, several villagers and Karina's relatives went to the farm where these men worked and demanded answers from the person Karina had most likely photographed. The man in question was Alexander Quillo, a 55-year-old Venezuelan native. He had arrived in town 4 months ago and was staying with a relative. Alexander had found work on the farm where he was located. The people were outraged by the schoolgirl's disappearance and acted aggressively. He eventually admitted to assaulting Karina, killing her, and disposing of her body in the Cashra River. It's understandable that the villagers, particularly Karina's relatives, wanted to take matters into their own hands following such a confession. However, the police arrived just on time. The officers apprehended the suspect, rescuing him from the angry mob. The police took Alexander Carrillo to the station and began interrogation. He repeated what he had previously told the villagers. He admitted to killing the schoolgirl and revealed where her body was disposed of. Following the crime, he cleaned himself up, changed his blood-stained clothes for clean ones, and returned to work. The man truly believed he would never be found, unaware that the victim had taken a photograph of him. During the interrogation, villagers gathered near the station. They were furious and wanted to take matters into their own hands. Concerned for the man's safety and believing his life was in danger, the police decided to transport him to another location. They escorted the suspect out of the station and attempted to get him into the car. However, when the crowd began to act, they dragged Carrillo from the vehicle and attacked him. The police couldn't intervene because there were so many of them. The mob beat the perpetrator with sticks and stones before someone attacked him with a knife, killing him. Even after that, the crowd refused to disperse and blocked the police from approaching until they were certain that the man had died. Karina's body was discovered on the riverbank, exactly where her assailant had indicated. Her bag was nearby. The girl was partially undressed, and the autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted. She died of 2 penetrating wounds to her chest and neck. According to the police, Alexander Carrillo had been watching Karina for several days, meeting her every morning as she walked to school while he went to work. This version is supported by the fact that, a few days before the attack, Karina informed her school friends that she was being followed by a stranger, which made her extremely uncomfortable. The police have stated that the investigation will not be terminated at this time. They will investigate the actions of the local police officers who allowed the man's lynching, as well as who initiated the attack and delivered the fatal blow. According to local media reports, it was a relative of Karina, but the individual's identity has not been revealed. Pain and outrage swept through the city. An event was organized at Karina's school to honor her memory, while also protesting the killing of women. Students and teachers wrote an open letter to express their outrage at the current state of affairs. She wasn't drinking, she was not dressed provocatively, she wasn't in a bar. She walked to school every weekday wearing rubber boots because she lived on a farm, and she, like many other boys and girls in the country, had to overcome obstacles in order to receive an education. She feared that someone was following her. She was just 16, terrified. Her dreams, desires, and life were stolen from her. After Karina's voice was silenced, all that remained were the voices of those of us who demanded a safer environment and normal families in which children were taught not to hit, violate, or murder one another. Karina's killer did not see her as a person with her own life, dreams, and loving family, so the villagers decided to repay him in kind. Lynching is considered unacceptable by many, and it has no place in a civilized society. However, for many others, it simply reflects a lack of faith in the justice system. They are dissatisfied with the prevalence of impunity and the fact that the criminal will never face the harshest penalties. They believe the police are not doing their jobs, so they have decided to take action to remedy the situation. It is heartbreaking to see girls who leave for school and never return, becoming victims of murder. But in this case, Karina was the one who exposed the criminal. Karina did not behave recklessly. She immediately sensed the danger emanating from the persistent stranger, secretly photographing him and sending it to her father. She let him be caught before he could harm another innocent girl. Unfortunately, it was too late for her. However, without that photograph, the police could have gone days, months, or even years without finding the killer. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Many people can get to the point where they suspect a loved one of betraying them. Others may give in to the influence of fantasies of retaliation against the betrayer, while others may decide to end the relationship due to such suspicions. However, what if a katana were to make these fantasies come true? The setting for this story was Camas, Washington, in 2018. The topic of discussion was a woman who lived in a nice home in a quiet neighborhood. Alex Lovell was the man's name. For 29-year-old Alex, playing video games was his main passion. He was in front of the computer for about 12 or 13 hours every day. Alex took his pastimes so seriously that he routinely performed shoulder, wrist, and hand exercises. He even worked on a unique mouse control method to improve his efficiency as a gamer or player. At the age of 30, Alex's girlfriend Emily Javier was not pleased with his obsession. After 2 years of dating, the young couple noticed that Alex was spending more and more time playing games and having less time for her. Emily, of course, did not like this situation. When Alex made the decision to pursue a career in professional gaming, her patience reached a breaking point. Emily struggled to accept a gaming rival, even though she was somewhat comfortable sharing her boyfriend's gaming habits. When she found the Tinder dating app on Alex's phone, her resentment reached new heights. She became very suspicious of this. She therefore realized that Alex had found another girl when she saw red hairs in the shower and scratches on his back, even though her hair was then dyed green. Convinced that he would simply deny everything, Emily started to plot a retaliation that would enable her to permanently get rid of him, rather than confronting him head-on. She considered purchasing poison, getting a gun, or hiring a killer. No, she purchased a katana at a shopping center. That was the only thing she could think of right now, driven by anger. She therefore made the decision to give herself an additional week to polish her strategy. She entered the question, how to kill someone with a sword, into a search engine while she was at home with the katana. Not surprisingly, her question was answered in a rather direct manner. In order to start their last journey to the Hawaiian Islands with Alex, the girl bought plane tickets at the same time. She confessed that she was tired of life in 2 notes, one to her mother and the other to a close friend. She also wrote Alex a note, though it's unclear what it said and when he was meant to read it. At first, it seemed as though she wanted to do something to herself while on vacation. However, how did she intend to exact revenge on Alex? Kill him too? It's feasible, particularly considering that she could have brought the sword with her if she had checked it in with her bags, rather than bringing it on her person. One evening, though, Alex came home at about 9. He wanted to go to bed and hardly gave his girlfriend any attention. Emily became emotionally unstable as a result of this. She taped 2 additional knives to her side of the bed in case her sword plan didn't work, and she concealed the katana there because she felt she could no longer stand such treatment. She went back to her boyfriend after completing her preparations and offered him a drink to help him fall asleep more quickly while intoxicated. Emily hid the man's phone, which he would need to call for assistance after he fell asleep quickly. She illuminated his neck with the light from her own phone so she could see better and aim more precisely. Her hand went to the katana, but just as she was about to attack, she unintentionally struck Alex in the head with the katana's back, waking him up. An adrenaline rush helped Alex quickly regain his sense of direction and start using his hands and feet to block Emily's next blows. At last, he was able to hold her tightly. He exclaimed in his final moments that he loved her and was shocked that she was attempting to murder him. Alex was on the verge of fainting and begged her to call for assistance or he would perish. Emily, oddly enough, listened. A dispatcher received a call from a girl who was hysterical at 1:54 a.m. on March 3rd. She was yelling that her boyfriend had been hurt. When she inquired as to where the girl had hurt her boyfriend, Emily exclaimed, "Everywhere! Everywhere!" The dispatcher wanted to know where the knife was. The girl responded, shocked, that she had used a samurai sword to attack her boyfriend. The dispatcher advised her to bandage her boyfriend's wounds and asked her to go back to the bedroom where he was to see if he was still breathing. Emily, however, insisted that she couldn't go there because there was too much blood. She snapped back to reality and saw that her boyfriend was actually dying. She even considered the possibility that he was already dead. Officers soon showed up on the scene. Alex was curled up, covered in blood when they entered the bedroom. He had deep gashes on the left side of his head, neck, and torso, among other potentially fatal injuries. Emily had nearly severed 3 fingers on his hand, cut his legs, and broken his wrist. Emily was taken into custody without protest and with tears in her eyes. While Alex was taken to the hospital, she let the legal system take care of her. A $350,000 bail was set for her. Alex's body had 26 wounds, according to the doctors. 6 major surgeries were required for him. 45 of the 150 staples they applied to him were on his head alone. However, the medical staff miraculously succeeded in reattaching his fingers. He would undoubtedly need to see a physical therapist for a while, but the fact that he lived was more significant. Because of Emily's weapon choice, the ferocity with which she executed the attack, and Alex's incredible fortitude, this attack garnered a lot of attention in the US and made headlines in numerous media outlets. Even though he had a long recovery ahead of him, he maintained an exceptionally optimistic outlook. He amusingly posted a question on the internet a day after the attack, asking if anyone could split a picture of him and Emily together. Some of his remarks were repeated by the media, though it's unclear how he was able to take the attack so lightly. One example would be, "I'm really proud that I was beaten with a sword and by a girl, man. I must sacrifice it for her. I certainly took a lesson from this. There's no comparing the feeling of when I overpowered her," he continues. "I've participated in sports, taken first place in major competitions, and more. I've performed snowboard tricks. This is superior. I believed it was right to defeat someone who was determined to do me harm. I had spent my entire life anticipating this." Alex credits his love of kung fu movies and his habit of competing against other gamers with helping him win. He says he never cheated on Emily, but acknowledges that he likely spent too much time in front of the monitor. He remarked, "I hardly had time for one girl, much less another." He simply was too worn out to give her the affection she so richly deserved. Tinder was on his phone, he clarified, but he hadn't used it since it became apparent that he and Emily were seriously dating. Alex even acknowledged that the exhaustion from playing video games all day was the reason for his low libido. This might have persuaded Emily that he no longer wanted her, but he says that numerous times before, even when another girl merely liked his picture on social media, she had falsely accused him of cheating. All of this is denied by Emily. Regarding the red hairs, they might have come from his dog's fur or his own beard. Emily found it challenging to defend herself in court. Everyone could see that this was a carefully considered and planned crime. Emily told police that she wanted to kill him for cheating. "That was my objective." She was convicted of attempting first-degree murder. Her sentence was lowered from a potential 20-year term to 19 years because of Alex's survival, her lack of prior convictions, and her own decision to call 911 for assistance. This result did not sit well with Alex's family. They felt that because she tried to kill their son, she should be punished more severely. Emily countered that because of her history of childhood trauma, which hindered her ability to form relationships, her sentence should be shortened. Although her psychologist acknowledged that she had PTSD, he said it had no bearing on the case. The judge ultimately decided that she should receive almost the maximum sentence because of the severity of the attack. She must also receive treatment for her aggression and mental health issues. She must pay $30,000 in reparations and is forbidden from getting in touch with Alex or his family. To help Alex recover, his gaming friends set up a crowdfunding page and raised thousands of dollars. He is presently recuperating and has largely resumed his regular activities. He says he hasn't spoken to Emily since the attack. When asked how he feels about her, he admits that she saved his life by calling 911, which is significant. But it's difficult to sum up his feelings for his ex-girlfriend in just 2 words. In any case, he thinks she needs significant assistance. "I didn't expect this, but something like this had to happen," he continues in his characteristically lighthearted tone. "She reached for the samurai sword because she obviously didn't want me to end up in the wrong hands." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. As they did almost every day of that year, Serena Tolson and her friend Israel spent the evening of January 23, 2012. The young couple was unaware of the descent of the dark night. They heard a scream while they were seated at a picnic table in the neighborhood park. Since it was 2:30 in the morning, it couldn't have been children playing. Israel and Serena ran toward the source of the shrill scream when it recurred. The scene that played out in front of them looked like the bloodiest horror film ever. A man was hovering over a girl in the middle of the road, repeatedly stabbing her with a knife. Serena yelled for the man to stop as she ran toward him. Israel shoved the assailant away from the girl, but the man got up and fled back to his car as Serena was calling the emergency hotline. With a bigger knife in his hands, he moved away from it. The two were pursued by the man. Israel and Serena dispersed in different directions, but when Serena turned around, she saw that he was going back to his victim to complete the task he had begun, not chasing after her. Serena was unable to speak because of the noise the big knife made as it entered the victim's body, and the girl saw him thrust it into her. The girl was dead, she told the operator. In the meantime, the man went to his vehicle, climbed in, and drove off. Melissa Dahm was born in the well-known resort city of Clearwater, Florida, which is renowned for its immaculate white beaches. Being the youngest in her family, Melissa was surrounded by her parents' and older siblings' love as she grew up. She never had any issues. She wanted to make her parents proud, so she did well in school. In an effort to become independent and self-sufficient, she secured a job at Dairy Curl to cover her own gas, insurance, and other costs. Before going to the beach to purchase ice cream, everyone would stop at Dairy Curl due to the cafe's proximity to her home and the frequent visits from her friends. Melissa loved her job there. Melissa first became aware of Robert Burton at Dairy Curl. Although he was a few years older than Melissa, they went to the same school. Robert's amiable and charming demeanor enthralled the girl. He was tender and kind. The young couple wanted to spend more and more time together, even though they seemed to be very different from one another. Robert didn't particularly enjoy getting together with friends, but Melissa was gregarious and energetic and loved spending time with them. In addition, Robert felt uneasy around his own family, whereas Melissa grew up in a close-knit household. He felt alienated in his own home because his mother had remarried and he had stepbrothers. He consequently began spending more time with Melissa's relatives. When Melissa discovered that Robert had not given up smoking as he had promised, it was the first red flag in their relationship. Although he expressed regret and pledged to stop lying to her, Melissa felt uneasy about being duped for such a long time. Their tension only grew after Robert persuaded her to abandon her aspirations of enrolling in a prominent university where she had been accepted. Melissa told everyone that she didn't want to leave the town, but in actuality, Robert was the main reason. Robert spent all of his time with her, which interfered with her work when she was able to secure a part-time job at the hospital. While still holding on to her dream of becoming a nurse like her mother, he would set up scenes, making her the guilty party and persuading her that she was the reason behind their frequent arguments, even if she attempted to tactfully explain that her shift had only just started. Melissa, who was practically a teenager, didn't realize that Robert's actions were out of the ordinary and thought that was the case in all relationships. Melissa received an invitation from her sister to hang out on the beach with friends in the spring of 2011. Melissa's ex-boyfriend was brought up by one of the guys, which obviously upset Robert. He began acting like a child and stepping on her shoes from behind as they were making their way back to the parking lot. Despite knowing she wasn't at fault, the young man obviously wanted to get even with her. Melissa tried to escape him by running ahead of him, knowing he wouldn't stop. She turned around when she came to a small hill and yelled at him to stop acting like such a child, but he pushed her off the elevation without a word. The girl suffered severe scratches after falling down the hill. Her friends hurried to her aid when she cried out, but Robert went to the others and said Melissa had fallen, rather than running to her. Robert called Melissa a liar after she claimed he had shoved her. If Melissa's older sister hadn't stepped in and taken her home, it's unclear how the argument would have ended. The young couple shouldn't be left alone, in her opinion. Melissa's mother insisted that her daughter end the relationship with him after hearing about the incident, and the girl appeared to comply. But 2 weeks later, to her astonishment, Robert returned to her home. Their relationship completely changed as a result of this incident. He threatened to harm himself, which prevented Melissa from ending their relationship. Melissa and Robert were once more hanging out with friends on October 25, 2011. Melissa apparently felt more courageous than normal because she refused to go get cigarettes when Robert insisted on it. Clearly upset, the young man grabbed her car keys and demanded that they go to the gas station store together. Melissa subtly requested that the guys follow them in their cars since she could sense a storm coming. After noticing this tactic, Robert began to wonder if Melissa had spoken to them. Naturally, she denied it, but he was unable to relax. He began flinging Melissa's phone, keys, and bag across the street after they got home and she braked in the driveway. He hit the girl in the face after she screamed for him to stop. Melissa was clearly trying to beat Robert when he lunged at her, but she was able to hit him in the groin, get up, and flee. The girl recalled where her phone had been thrown by him. Reaching for it, she dialed 911, but she hesitated when it came time to hit the call button. Robert always threatened to kill her if she ever complained about him to anyone, after all. However, he was only 2 steps behind her when she turned around. She gained courage from that. She called the number and informed the emergency operator about the attack. She realized he wasn't pursuing her as she ran toward the intersection where the gas station was. She had the sudden thought that he was aware of the location of the keys he had thrown. As he always threatened, he would visit her home and murder her mother. It was Robert's primary means of controlling Melissa, because he was aware of how important her mother was to her. Melissa hurried back, terrified for her mother. Robert grabbed her as he leaped out from behind the bushes. He most likely would have given her a serious beating, but just then a patrol car arrived. Melissa couldn't believe he was holding her responsible for what had happened, so he yelled at her angrily, "So you really want to do this to me? You want me to get arrested?" The girl, still under Robert's influence, started pleading that instead of being arrested, he be sent to anger management classes or something. Regardless of what she said, the officers informed her that everyone had seen the incident and that he would be arrested. After escorting her home, the police officers spoke with her and her mother about domestic violence, explaining that victims frequently went back to their abusers and that they didn't want her to experience the same thing. After being taken into custody, Robert was accused of assault. But only 6 hours into his incarceration, he called Melissa the very next morning and insisted that she take him home. Luckily, she declined. January 23, 2012 was the date set for Robert's trial. Melissa had a good weekend with her friends because she didn't have to be at the trial. She was getting ready for her impending tests and gradually getting back to her regular life. However, the phone rang in the middle of the night while she was soundly asleep. Robert was the one. He called again, but Melissa didn't answer. Reluctantly, she replied. Robert informed her that he was close to her residence. He begged for a final farewell meeting while in tears, saying that he just wanted to give her one last hug and that they shouldn't part on such a sour note. The girl reluctantly consented and, believing she could manage the situation, retrieved her phone, keys, and pepper spray, but she knew it was a big mistake the moment she stepped outside. Unfortunately, the girl was too ashamed to turn around because Robert had already noticed her. She hoped to bid him farewell as soon as possible and then go back to bed to rest before her test. The young man came up to her and gave her a tight hug, and then she heard a click. He pulled out his pocket knife. With great force, he hit her, striking her throat, face, and shoulders. Melissa let out a cry and struggled for her life. Suddenly, a girl came out of the shadows and told him to stop. Melissa reached for the girl's hand even though she didn't know her and wasn't sure how she could help. She hoped to call for assistance when she noticed a phone in her hands. Israel complied with Serena's instruction to push the assailant away from the girl at the same moment because that was her name. Robert got up and walked calmly to his car. Robert abruptly started chasing after them as Serena went up to Melissa and was ready to take her hand. Fearing she would be his second victim, the girl was frightened. She reported the attack to 911 while she was running. However, she turned around to see that the man had gone back to finish what he had begun with the bloodied girl on the ground. The girl was dead, Serena was sure. In actuality, Melissa was still conscious, but she was certain that everything would end when Robert ran her over with his car. That evening, Clearwater police officer Melissa Harris was working on paperwork in her patrol car when a radio call regarding a crime was received. She was told that the man who had attacked the girl had driven off in a red pickup truck and that a dead girl was lying on the side of the road on the north side of the park, but there was nobody there when she got there. Unable to comprehend what was going on, she slowly looked around the park. Melissa was certain Robert was aware that assistance was on the way and that everything needed to be completed as soon as possible. In order to prevent him from running her over with his car, she crawled and did everything she could to get off the road. Her neighbor's mailbox was close to 2 sizable cement piles. She knew that the cement and the mailbox would keep her safe if she could crawl there. She even succeeded in getting to her feet at one point. The weary girl reached the mailbox, collapsed in the dirt, and heard his car just pull away. It grew very quiet, slowly. Melissa thought she was going to die. When she was illuminated by a police car's spotlight, she prayed for sin forgiveness. Officer Melissa Harris acknowledges that she had never witnessed anything like it in her years of police work. The victim had numerous wounds, many of which were still heavily bleeding, and her teeth had been knocked out. However, she was able to provide Melissa with Robert's name, address, birth date, and car make in addition to Melissa's own name. To dispel any uncertainty regarding the identity of the offender, she even spelled out his last name. The girl whispered that she could now go after giving all the information. But the oncoming medics stopped her from closing her eyes because they knew she might not wake up again if she did. Melissa's mother woke up as they struggled to treat her most serious injuries. The woman was asked to accompany the police officer, who had already arrived at their house after the girl had been attacked, because her daughter had also been attacked. She was positive that Melissa was sleeping upstairs because the police had misidentified the door. She realized, however, that the officer was pressing her along in order to get her to see Melissa before it was too late. Every second that went by made Melissa's condition worse. She was clearly in need of helicopter transportation. Cameron, a firefighter who also showed up on the scene, recommended landing on the football field. He marked the landing area with signal cones after jumping over the fence. Melissa was placed on a stretcher in a matter of minutes. Nobody thought she would live, and her condition was critical. Cameron, however, felt somehow certain that he would see her again as he watched the helicopter take off. Melissa came dangerously close to death multiple times on the operating table. Her body just didn't have enough blood, and her heart had a hard time pumping it. As a result, while transfusing blood on one hand, the doctors attempted to halt the bleeding on the other. 3 hours later, she was still breathing and squeezing the surgeon's hand feebly. It was only at that point that the weary medical staff decided to take a break and let the patient and themselves rest. The police radio announced that Robert had been spotted in the city in the morning. Presumably to wash away Melissa's blood, he made a stop at a store and purchased a large amount of water. He then went to Walmart to buy sleeping pills and had a meal at McDonald's. His vehicle was then discovered wrecked in a store. The young man was discovered unconscious behind the wheel. The vehicle caught fire after the wheel carved a hole in the ground from the prolonged operation. After being brought to the hospital, the man was shocked to learn that his victim had lived. At first, Robert maintained his innocence by saying he wasn't himself. He suddenly admitted his guilt, though, after the psychiatric evaluation determined that he was not insane and the court date was set. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Melissa was hospitalized for 3 weeks. She had to retrain herself to walk, talk, eat, and even close her eyes. Melissa was asked to speak at a violence victim center after she recovered completely. Even though she was extremely anxious, she couldn't help but notice that 2 young firefighters were sitting in the front row, paying close attention to her every move. As it happened, Chief Cameron had called to let them know Melissa would be speaking close by and suggested they surprise her. The fact that Melissa was the same girl he had assisted in rescuing in the helicopter astounded Cameron. After introducing himself, Cameron invited Melissa and her mother to their fire station for a celebratory lunch. The youths were essentially inseparable after that day. Cameron restored Melissa's love for life, even though she was certain she would never date again. Later, when she was asked to ceremoniously open a baseball game, Cameron ran up to her and asked, "Will you marry me?" Melissa naturally said yes, and the two fell in love and were married in 2017. Never date an ex-partner after a relationship breakup is Melissa's main piece of advice as a lawyer who advocates for the rights of victims of violence. Even she was unaware of the potential danger. She believes she lived to fulfill the vital duty of assisting young women who feel they are undeserving of respect and true love, despite having nearly died. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman who was determined to return home safely to her children risked her life to get out of a predator's grasp. She had no idea that her courage in assisting in the kidnapper's capture would reveal a much more sinister force and save the lives of innumerable others. By working with the police, she was able to expose the rapist's true identity as well as that of a serial killer. Her testimony's credibility was called into question, though, given the process used to retrieve her memories of the assault. Shackled in chains, the prisoner paced the field, moving across the ground with deliberate steps. He lost himself in recollections, his gaze never leaving the tall yellow grass. The simple clothes he used to wear, jeans, a shirt, and a cap, had become luxurious, and his once dark auburn beard had gone completely gray since his last visit. He was now with police officers, the very people he had avoided for almost 20 years. The prisoner had recently broken his lengthy silence by confessing to the disappearances of multiple young women in the 1990s and agreeing to help the police locate their bodies, which were buried in a field outside of Houston, Texas. Families in Texas and Oklahoma had been tormented for years by the loss of their daughters, who had disappeared in the middle of routine situations, like going for a morning run, getting washed, or coming home from a theater group party. There were no answers for a long time. Finally, the man who had caused their pain, a 56-year-old Texas prisoner who was charged with violence and kidnapping but not murder, spoke. At least 7 victims, including 4 girls who did not survive their interactions with him, were connected to him by the police. When taken as a whole, these cases depicted a serial killer posing as a good Samaritan, who preyed on a particular kind of young brunette who was discovered on the streets. Although his surprising admission helped reveal the truth about what had happened to some of the victims, the family's most important question was still, why? Sandra Soppel, then 19 years old, completed her high school education and began working as an exotic dancer in May 1997. She was bringing up 2 kids and getting ready to have a third. Sandra's intelligence and determination, which would ultimately save her life and open a Pandora's box of horrific crimes, were characterized by those who knew her. And frightened young woman called the police on May 17, 1997. Sandra was the one. She described the nightmare she had just gone through. She had been abducted and had thrown herself out of a moving car in a last-ditch attempt to get away. She was taken to a nearby hospital after reporting the crime, and despite her severe injuries, she insisted on talking to detectives. Keeping the kidnapper from hurting anyone else was her top priority. But the fall from the car had messed with her memory, and she had forgotten important details of the crime in her subconscious. Later on, Sandra's recollection would prove to be crucial in cracking the case. After failing to find any early leads, the police changed their strategy and had Sandra put under hypnosis. She remembered specifics of the attack after the session. She remembered the kidnapper's face in addition to the make, model, and color of his vehicle. The police's suspicions about a possible suspect were confirmed by this discovery. Sandra was asked to choose her assailant from a lineup a few weeks following the hypnosis. A man named William Lewis Rice was indicated by her gesture. The police had seen Rice before. He had long been of interest due to his criminal past and actions. Although Rice had a challenging upbringing, he had a strong bond with his mother, who would stop at nothing to help him. Rice was born and raised on a farm in Yukon, Oklahoma. He left school to work as a horseshoer in the 9th grade. He married Judy Fleming, a shy girl he met in Anadarko, Oklahoma, when he was 19 years old. Judy remembered that if she didn't date Rice, he would shoot himself. She initially thought he had good intentions, but she quickly discovered he was capable of extreme cruelty. Their turbulent marriage was characterized by violence and adultery. After Rice broke into her new house, beat her, and put a knife to her throat, Judy finally filed for divorce. Even after getting married and getting divorced once more, Rice's violence spiraled out of control due to his growing hatred of women. Rice's first attack is known to have occurred in the spring of 1986, when her Mustang broke down on Interstate 35. The 19-year-old aerobics instructor, daughter of a sheriff's deputy, found herself stranded. Rice offered to help, but instead he kidnapped her, taped her hands together, and pushed her into his truck's sleeper cabin. After saying he loved her and that they would live together in Houston, he later attacked her. By calling her family from a payphone and feigning the need to use the restroom, the girl was able to get away. For the kidnapping and assault, Rice was taken into custody and given a 25-year prison term. However, because of prosecutorial misconduct, an appellate court lowered his sentence to 10 years in October 1996. Following his release, Rice went back to Anadarko to live with his mother, where he assimilated. His background was unknown to many locals, and he came across as modest and courteous. But by the spring of 1997, local young women were starting to go missing. Now in his late 30s, Rice had relocated to Houston, where he continued shoeing horses and working on construction sites. Although his actions raised suspicions, there was no hard proof that he was responsible for the crimes. When Sandra Soppel identified Rice, it was the last straw for the police. By connecting him to Sandra's attack and other unresolved crimes, they compiled evidence against him. Rice's trial took place in April 1998. In her testimony regarding her kidnapping, Sandra described how Rice had threatened her with a knife, cut her tire, and enticed her to his vehicle. She talked about how she thought her risky escape had saved her life. The defense, however, contested her testimony, claiming that Rice's name and photo might have distorted her memory and that hypnosis was unreliable. In spite of these defenses, the jury convicted Rice of aggravated kidnapping and gave him a 60-year prison term. The community experienced brief respite after Rice was imprisoned, but it wasn't until years later that he came forward with his most sinister secrets. Detectives were able to re-examine cold cases in the mid-2000s thanks to developments in DNA testing. In one instance, Tiffany Johnston, a 19-year-old recently married woman, was kidnapped in July 1997 from a car wash in Bethany, Oklahoma. Although her body was discovered the following day, the case wasn't resolved until 2015, when Rice was connected to the crime by DNA evidence. In order to avoid being executed, Rice consented to assist law enforcement, which helped them locate the remains of 2 additional victims, Kelly Cox and Jessica Kane, who were interred in the Texas killing fields. Although Rice's motivations were still unknown, his confessions gave his victims' families closure. Some saw his cooperation as a perverted form of pride, while others thought it was motivated by a wish to avoid the death penalty. In any case, his crimes left a path of destruction, and those he had harmed received some justice when he was ultimately sentenced to death. In addition to saving her own life, Sandra Sapal's courage and tenacity helped expose a serial killer who had been terrorizing communities for years. Her story serves as a testament to the tenacity of people who are not intimidated into silence, and her bravery made sure that Rice could no longer prey on innocent lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 9-year-old Charlotte Senna abruptly vanished in the middle of the crowded park in Greenfield, New York, a fun and laid-back day in the park turned into every parent's worst nightmare. Charlotte appeared to disappear into thin air, but dozens of people immediately began looking for her. In a matter of seconds, the nation's attention was drawn to the Charlotte disappearance case, a terrifying story of a kidnapping, endless searches, and an amazing turn of events that left everyone in shock when the kidnapper gave a crucial clue to solving the case. Possibly more than one, this thriller is full of unexpected twists and events that unfold before our eyes. Charlotte Senna, a 9-year-old 4th grader, lives in Greenfield, Saratoga County with her 2 sisters ages 4 and 10 and her parents, David and Trish. Her mother is a food inspector for the Stewart Shops chain, and her father, David, is a pipeline mechanic. Charlotte's parents are a typical working family, and they never would have thought that their daughter would be the object of a repeat criminal who wants to use her to help him out financially. Evidently, though, nobody is immune to the nightmare that has become reality. Charlotte was having a picnic with her family and friends on Saturday, September 30th, 2023, at Morrow Lake State Park, which is only a 15-minute drive from their house. The 6,250-acre park is named for Morrow Lake and is located 70 kilometers north of Albany, New York. It is a well-liked recreational destination with boating and fishing opportunities, a sandy beach, 158 picnic areas, walking trails, and amazing dense forested areas. Its easy access to other resort towns draws tourists from all over the state. David and Tricia Senna, Charlotte's parents, made the decision to unwind with a sizable gathering here. Charlotte and her friends went cycling around lunchtime. She was about to head back to the camping area after a few rounds when she promised her friends that she would complete one more lap alone before joining the others. The time was around 6:15 p.m. back then. Her parents, however, became aware of her absence 10 minutes later. Other park visitors quickly joined them as they started looking for her and addressing her by name. To assist in finding the child, people got up from their tables and left their food. The area where she vanished became chaotic. They eventually located her daughter's bicycle at 6:45 p.m. That was the beginning of every parent's worst nightmare. The parents had already called the police at 6:47 p.m. They were appalled that they had already lost 30 minutes and were positive that Charlotte had been kidnapped. How were the girl's parents made aware of her abduction? They got a clue from her bicycle. Charlotte wasn't the type to just up and start walking instead of riding her bike. She could ride with the breeze, so why would she get off? If the bike had malfunctioned, things would have been different, but it was in perfect operating order. Besides, it was standing on its kickstand, not lying on the path. In other words, something, or probably someone, managed to attract the girl's attention, stop her, and then kidnap her. Police officers reached the park by 7 p.m. There were definitely severe worries about Charlotte's safety, because the bicycle was located, but she was nowhere to be found. But the police could not rule out the possibility that the child had just lost their way. As a result, both directions were pursued. Information regarding the missing child was quickly disseminated by the media. Numerous individuals looked for her, but as night fell, the situation deteriorated. Over 100 people had already begun searching the park by Sunday, and another 300 joined them the next day. They looked through a number of phones near the park. Luckily, visitors had to register and pay an entrance fee, which allowed the police to interview everyone who had come to the park for recreation. But this took time, and when the officers searched diligently and failed to locate the girl nearby, they began to suspect that she had been kidnapped. Furthermore, Charlotte's scent trail was lost nearly at the same location as her bicycle. If it was a kidnapping, the kidnapper probably had a car, took the girl inside, and drove off. As a result, the stakes were much higher. The likelihood of finding the kid alive drastically decreased just 3 hours after the kidnapping. This is due to the fact that most of the time a criminal views the victim as an object to satiate their personal desires rather than as a child. The victim becomes a witness, evidence of their crime that must be removed. Once they have accomplished their objective, of course, this discussion is about a situation in which the abductor is an unrelated individual who targets the victim, not about a parent kidnapping a child because of a custody dispute. The police put an officer at Charlotte's family's home immediately after she vanished. As David and Tricia Senna, Charlotte's parents, were still looking for their daughter in the park on October 1st, very early in the morning, even before dawn, a car pulled up close to their home. At 4:20 a.m., the policeman observed an unidentified man placing something in the family's mailbox. The man hurriedly got into the car and drove away as the officer started to approach him. Despite noting the car's model, the officer was unable to apprehend him. The police were shocked to discover a ransom note in the mailbox. For Charlotte, the man demanded $50,000. He allegedly made her write the note by force. For failing to stop the stranger, the officer was criticized. It was a chance to save the child and apprehend the kidnapper. Although he witnessed the man leaving the letter, the officer was unable to determine what the man had left in the mailbox. Many people send the parents cards, flowers, and letters of support after learning about a child's disappearance. But this note proved to be very important in saving Charlotte's life. The kidnapper must have arrived so early because he thought no one would be home and no one would notice him. However, he left a crucial hint. The case made an unexpected breakthrough at 2:30 p.m. on Monday, October 2. A fingerprint was discovered on the note by forensic specialists. They found a match after running the fingerprint through the database. Craig Ross, who was previously charged with driving under the influence in Saratoga Springs in 1999, owned it. Craig was among the people in the park when Charlotte was kidnapped, and his phone ping matched theirs. Additionally, a car registered to Craig was tracked by the police back to his mother's house in Bolton Spa, New York. Craig lived behind his mother's house in a tiny motorhome. DNA frequently plays a big part in cases like this, but in this instance, the letter contained an old fingerprint that was found to match a prior drunk driving case. Given the fingerprint, DNA would undoubtedly be present on the note, but fingerprint comparison is 1,000 times quicker. 2:30 p.m. was when the match was found. The FBI and police had already encircled Craig's home by 6:30 p.m. When a child's life was on the line, they didn't need a warrant. Craig's neighbors said they never expected to see something like that, and that the suspect's capture was more akin to a crime thriller. Approximately 6 p.m., about 200 meters from their home on Monday, Charlene and her 11-year-old daughter Bella spotted a number of police officers. Around 6 p.m., a neighbor of Craig's reported that she saw 2 cars stop on her lawn and went outside to eject the rude drivers. Then, out of the cars came police officers fully armed and wearing bulletproof vests. At least 15 police and apprehension team vehicles gathered close to Craig's residence. Armed with weapons and flash grenades, at least 30 officers in full uniform poured out of them and went into action right away. The neighbors at the time found it incomprehensible that their neighbor was detaining the missing girl against her will. But when they saw a convoy of police and FBI cars close to their homes, an ambulance and a helicopter hovering overhead, all of their doubts were dispelled. When the suspect was apprehended, the neighbors were afraid he would rush them and kidnap them and their kids. However, the officers took prompt action and prevented the situation from getting out of hand. Craig was taken into custody after 20 members of the apprehension team barged into the house. During the arrest, he resisted and was slightly hurt. The man was only wearing his underwear when they caught him. It was difficult to find the girl. She was also covered and concealed in the man's bedroom in a tiny closet. Charlotte realized right away that the officers were there to save her. When she realized that everything would be all right and that she would soon be seeing her parents and sisters, it was an extremely emotional moment. The girl was wearing a sweatshirt that was too big on her, which is interesting. One can only be thankful that Craig's motivation was financial, given that he was wearing his underwear and the girl was wearing a sweatshirt. Even though he had complete control over her, he could have done anything he wanted with the girl, and the rescue effort would not have ended as happily. The authorities notified Charlotte's parents that their daughter had been saved, was alive and unharmed at 6:32 p.m. According to Craig's neighbor, she saw Charlotte's face and exclaimed, "It's her! She's there!" as she watched Charlotte being loaded into the ambulance. The woman acknowledged that until her mother showed up and reassured her daughter that Charlotte was safe, she longed to embrace and hold her. Over the course of these few days, the girl became like family to everyone who had been worried about her. Everyone, including the police officers, prayed for her and hoped she would return home safely. As everyone saw the successful operation to free kidnapped Charlotte, they all exhaled, celebrated, gave each other pats on the back, and congratulated one another. The police officers' discovery of the potential kidnapper was a startling moment. Their two objectives when they stormed the house were to capture the kidnapper and save Charlotte's life. In this instance, things turned out better than anyone could have imagined. The criminal has been apprehended and the girl is safe and unharmed. But what if money hadn't been his motivation? It would have been too late by the time they recognized him. The mere thought of it is terrifying. Charlotte was taken to the hospital right away, and following a medical examination, her family was allowed to return home. Charlotte is in excellent health, aside from the evident shock following the kidnapping. She will still have to respond to inquiries regarding the kidnapping and her experiences during her captivity, so it's not quite over for her. To prevent Charlotte from experiencing more trauma, investigators will enlist experts who are trained in communicating with young victims. A significant development in the 3-day search for the girl was revealed to the media at a press conference on October 2. Craig, 47, faced first-degree kidnapping charges on October 3, the very next day. He had previously dealt with the police. First of all, he was arrested for driving while intoxicated in 1,999. His fingerprints were taken at that time and added to the police database, allowing the authorities to connect him to Charlotte's kidnapping. After he was arrested for second-degree stalking in 2016, his girlfriend sought a restraining order against him a year later, after he tried to strangle her by grabbing her by the neck. The police were looking into his involvement in violence against his 12-year-old relative just 1 month prior to Charlotte's abduction, but the case was closed. According to reports, the man, who has multiple sclerosis, moved into a trailer on his mother's property. Due to missed payments, his condition became so bad that he was unable to stay in his previous home in Porter's Corners, New York. Craig has an 11-year-old daughter and 2 grown children. He is characterized by his neighbors as a reclusive individual. They did, however, occasionally catch him working in his home's yard and interacting with his daughter, who is 11 years old and lives with him most days of the week. In reference to the man's older children, Craig's son said he doesn't want to get involved with his father, doesn't want to hear anything about him, and finds his behavior disgusting. Craig is currently detained without the possibility of bail on a first-degree kidnapping charge. He will be represented in court by a free attorney who has been given to him. Although the motive for the kidnapping is not officially stated, based on the ransom note, it is reasonable to assume that money was a major factor, even though the police are not very forthcoming with information. Craig's former girlfriend, Amanda Priest, had a lot to say. According to her, Craig hated his job and was constantly looking for people he could trust to help him. Amanda is certain that money was the driving force, but it's interesting to note that Craig appeared to have targeted Charlotte in particular, rather than just any child. The problem stems from an incident in which Patrick Senna, Charlotte's grandfather, sued Greenfield after a sledding accident in 1998. The $2 million settlement he received was well known among Saratoga's citizens. Given this knowledge, Craig may have been monitoring the family to learn more about their residence, regular locations, and other details. This is exactly why Craig kidnapped the man's granddaughter and demanded a ransom, Amanda claims, in an attempt to obtain funds to help him out financially. Amanda also mentioned that Craig had covered his trailer's windows with tarps not long ago. She is certain that everything was carefully planned as a result. He kept an eye on the family, observed them, was aware of Charlotte's routine, probably followed them from their house to the park, and waited for a chance to see the girl by herself. Investigators are looking into whether the suspect in Charlotte Senna's case is connected to any other crimes, such as the kidnapping and killing of 18-year-old Jennifer Hammond and 19-year-old Christina White. As is customary, investigators are looking into his involvement in any significant incidents in the area, even though there is currently no evidence connecting him to these cases, since their disappearances in 2003 and 2005 respectively, from Milton, the same town where Craig spent decades. The cases of Jennifer and Christina, whom investigators believe to be connected, have remained unsolved. On November 2, 2003, Jennifer went missing according to her boss. No one saw her after co-workers dropped her off at the Creek and Pines trailer park, where she was supposed to sell magazines. Later, all of the girl's possessions were discovered in an Albany hotel room where she was lodging with co-workers. After Christina's family last saw her in the evening on June 30, 2005, 2 years later her disappearance came to light. 5 kilometers from her home, witnesses reported to investigators that they saw her strolling down a road. In March 2006, hunters discovered Christina's remains, which were essentially just a skeleton, 16 kilometers from her last known location in the D-Town forest in Greenfield. According to the autopsy, Christina's chest and abdomen were fatally struck by the murderer. In October 2009, Jennifer's remains were discovered a few kilometers away. Although the cause of her death is unknown, investigators concluded that considering the location of their kidnapping and the location of their bodies, the girls were most likely murdered by the same individual. According to criminal profiler John Kelly, who was familiar with the area and probably liked red-hamed girls, Craig Ross presumably abducted Charlotte, but we know that the best predictor of present or future behavior is past behavior. Therefore, it's always important to find out if a person has committed abductions in the past. There may be a connection because Craig's path from the park to his house apparently goes through wooded areas connected to these 2 unsolved murders. He was keeping an eye on the family and may have believed he could kidnap them again because he had done it successfully in the past. However, he could demand ransom and simultaneously improve his financial situation rather than committing murder. In any event, the inquiry is still ongoing to determine whether he is connected to any other crimes. He has been questioned by the police in the interim to determine whether he was keeping an eye on Charlotte and whether his motivations extended beyond his need for money. The Senna family thanked everyone who put in so much effort to bring their daughter home. Naturally, they expressed their relief at Charlotte's return home and recognize how lucky they are that things turned out this way. They are aware that not all kidnapped children make it back home safely. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A girl went missing after spending the night at her friend's house. In the morning, the bedroom window was wide open, and all of her belongings remained in the room. Police began looking for her, but no one anticipated the dark secrets they would soon discover in the small town. Amanda Linke was born on June 7, 1991 in Tennessee. She grew up in a large, friendly family with many brothers and sisters. Later, they relocated with their parents to Spring Hill, Florida, where Amanda attended the local middle school. She enjoyed dancing, writing poetry, and playing multiple musical instruments, and she was a very happy child during school breaks. Amanda would always visit her grandparents in the small town of White Cloud. She enjoys spending time there because she has many friends in the town. White Cloud was a quiet and peaceful community of only 1,400 people. The majority of its residents knew each other. Amanda finished 7th grade of middle school in 2004 at the age of 13 and went to White Cloud for the entire summer without supervision or concern for their safety. Amanda spent time with her friends, went for walks, and enjoyed her vacation. On June 20th, she stayed overnight at her best friend's house. They talked, had fun, and went to bed late at night. In the morning, her friend woke up and found Amanda was not in the room. The bedroom windows were wide open. She went to the kitchen and walked around the house, but Amanda was nowhere to be found. Investigators spoke with Amanda's friend, who stated that she did not hear anything that night and that Amanda never told her she was planning to leave. The friend's parents, brother and sister, were present at the time of the disappearance and did not witness anything. Police attempted to locate witnesses who lived near the house but were unsuccessful. No residents noticed anything unusual on the first day of the investigation. Amanda's relatives were outraged by the police's version, claiming she had no problems at home and was happy to spend the summer in White Cloud. They also pointed out that Amanda had left all her belongings, including clothes, in her friend's room. The investigators decided to check the girl's computer for information that could aid in the search. They discovered correspondence with a specific young man, and based on this, the police assumed Amanda fled to meet him, but there were inconsistencies. There was no mention of a possible meeting among these correspondents, and the conversation was about ordinary and everyday issues. Nonetheless, the investigators considered this sufficient to reassure themselves of their correctness. At the time, they did not reveal all of the investigation's details, but information about correspondence with a specific guy spread throughout the city, leading many locals to believe that the girl simply ran away from home. Despite Amanda's relatives' efforts, the police did not fully utilize their resources to locate her. If the case had been classified as a kidnapping, the FBI and other agencies could have been involved in the investigation. On July 5th, mushroom pickers discovered a human body in a forest near White Cloud and reported it to police. Investigators identified the body as Amanda Lanke, who was wearing the same pajamas she had worn at her friend's house. Medical experts confirmed her identity and determined she had received multiple blows from a heave. They also decided to look into the young man with whom Amanda had communicated online. The problem was that his nickname included the word killer. Police considered the possibility that the victim went to meet him and he murdered her, but this version contained numerous inconsistencies. There was no reason to believe the girl would have gone to meet someone in her pajamas in the middle of the night, and their correspondence contained no hints of a personal meeting. The investigator was unable to identify this individual, and the version of his involvement was quickly abandoned in order to generate new leads. Detectives decided to investigate all of Amanda's belongings, which resulted in a breakthrough. They discovered her personal diary, which contained extremely disturbing information. Amanda wrote shortly before her death that a certain man was harassing her, and the following pages were torn out. Investigators suspected his name had been written on them. This diary quickly became the focal point of police investigations into the man's identity. They spoke with all of Amanda's friends and inquired whether the girl had mentioned anything about this. Several of her friends admitted that she had indeed told them about it, and even named the man Cecil Wallace, who was the stepfather of Amanda's friend, and she had stayed the night for detectives, so this was a huge surprise. They had been looking for the killer all over town and beyond, and in the end, the possible suspect was in the same house as the victim. But the friend's testimony was insufficient to arrest him. Investigators had no substantial evidence against the man. No DNA samples were found on the victim's body, and court documents did not state whether she had been abused. Detectives questioned Wallace, who denied any involvement in the crimes. The police were perplexed as to how the man could have done all of this without being noticed in a small house where his wife and 3 children were sleeping. The detectives were unable to detain Wallace due to a lack of evidence or confession. However, they discovered that Wallace's sister, Candace, worked in the police department handling Amanda's case. She actively assisted her brother and his family during interrogations, literally telling him what to say and how to behave. Other detectives were already handling Amanda's case and questioned the objectivity of the investigation by the local police. However, they could not confirm that anyone other than Candace could be helping Wallace. Investigators questioned the man and his family several times but did not yield any results. They continued to look for leads, but the case stretched on for several years. 4 years after the murder in 2008, detectives turned to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for medical help. They dispatched their investigators to White Cloud, where they reviewed all of the case materials, conducted new interrogations, and looked for new leads. Ultimately, they reached the same conclusion as the local detectives: there was insufficient evidence to make an arrest. 3 more years passed, and in 2011, the police received a new lead that changed everything. A 27-year-old Texas girl who grew up in White Cloud visited a news website from her hometown. There, she discovered information about Amanda's murder and began investigating it. After learning that the victim had spent the night at the Wallace house, the woman decided to contact the police and report something disturbing. In 1998, when she was 13 years old, she stayed overnight at Wallace's house because she was friends with his second foster daughter. In the middle of the night, a man entered their room and assaulted both of them, threatening them to keep quiet. The victims were too scared to report the incident, so they never told anyone. However, when the adult victim learned about Amanda's case, she decided to contact the police. The victims were then aged between 13 and 16 years old. In October 2011, police arrested Wallace, 43. After compiling all of the evidence, he was charged with molesting both of these victims and the man who was named as a suspect in Amanda's case for the first time. Detectives had no doubts about his involvement in the murder after hearing everything the other women had to say. At the preliminary hearing, he was granted bail of $150,000, which he was able to pay. Apparently, his sister and other relatives assisted him in gathering the funds. The trial was scheduled to begin in a month. While waiting for Wallace to return to work, the locals were upset that he had been released on bail. They repeatedly protested outside the company's office, demanding that the man be fired. On November 10th, the day of the first court hearing, an unexpected development occurred. Wallace did not appear at the scheduled time, and the police immediately declared him wanted. A few hours later, they discovered his car in the woods near the city. The man was also there. All he had done was commit suicide. Detectives who had not expected such a turn of events were forced to continue their investigation. After the suspect died, they could only rely on strong evidence linking him to Amanda's death. They obtained a search warrant for his home, hoping to find any evidence of her murder. The police searched every corner, tore down some walls and removed floorboards, but could not find any significant evidence. They turned their attention to the suspect's sister, Candace. Detectives were convinced she was covering up for her brother and wanted to know if she knew he had killed Amanda. Candace was arrested in August 2012, following the collection of necessary evidence. She was charged with intentionally misleading the investigation, but this was just the beginning. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Candace had been covering up for her brother when he was dealing illegal substances. She also taught him how to not leave any evidence at crime scenes, and she demonstrated how to properly wipe his fingerprints off surfaces so that experts could not lift them. Candace also advised him to always carry a cigarette containing someone else's DNA in case he needed to plant it at the crime scene. Detectives also concluded that at least 9 people were aware of Wallace's crimes but chose to remain silent. All were family members. The police were unable to establish guilt. Candace's involvement was investigated for 2 years before she agreed to a deal with the police in 2014. She admitted to lying to the investigators, and in exchange, 2 other charges were dropped. Wallace's sister was unable to provide consulting services on a case in which she was working as a police officer. Given that she was assisting her brother during interrogations, she violated this rule and was eventually punished. Candace, however, insisted that her brother was innocent, and the court sentenced her to 30 weekends in jail. This is a dubious practice in which the convict is only required to be in the jail building 2 days per week and is free to roam the rest of the time. Such sentences are a kind of half measure, and if a person has committed a minor offense, they can face several weekends in jail. As a result, they receive a punishment that has little impact on their lives. The convicted individual can continue to work and spend time with their family. Of course, Amanda's relatives were extremely dissatisfied with the decision. They were certain that Candace had assisted her brother in avoiding punishment. However, they were unable to fully approve it, so she received such a minor punishment. Amanda's family was forced to face yet another trial in 2004. Medical experts only handed over a portion of her remains so that they could hold a funeral. The remainder was to be kept by detectives during the investigation. However, following Wallace's death, it was decided to hand over the remains to his relatives. In 2013, the girl's family had to exhume her remains in order to bury him. Her mother is still hoping that investigators will find evidence to prove Wallace's guilt. She also seeks legislative changes to alter the police approach to searching for missing children. The woman insists that investigators should not conduct an investigation based on their subjective assessments, and that the disappearance was a voluntary escape from home. There is almost no doubt that Wallace murdered Amanda, but what was his motivation? given that there is no evidence in the court documents that the victim was subjected to violence. Two assumptions can be made: he likely assaulted her, but did not leave any biological material, so the investigation decided not to reveal this information because it was unnecessary. Detectives could also keep this information secret for the sake of the investigation, hoping that the criminal would reveal previously unknown facts. His past crimes also speak in favor of Wallace being the killer. He assaulted at least 3 victims using the same scheme. All of them stayed at his house overnight. The question remains, why did he kill Amanda? Perhaps he planned to intimidate her, like the others, but the girl threatened to tell the truth to everyone, or she tried to run away from him, and then he panicked. Something else in this case is very alarming. Detectives suggested that all of Wallace's relatives who were in the house on the night of the murder knew about this crime, and even helped the man hide it. In addition to Amanda, his wife, son, and daughter were there. This could explain how he managed to attack the victim without waking any of his relatives. In any case, even without a final verdict from the court, Wallace will no longer be able to harm anyone. The fact that he settled the score with his life before the trial once again speaks in favor of his guilt, even though he took the details of this crime to the grave. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On May 13, 2015, around 5 p.m., firefighters extinguished a raging fire in a garage by the road in the village of Sand Lake, Michigan. At that moment, a terrified woman dashed up to their car, screaming that her neighbors had died. Several firefighters accompanied the woman to her neighbor's house. 2 lifeless bodies lay on the bedroom floor in a pool of blood. It appeared that they'd been shot. To preserve the evidence at the crime scene, the firefighters avoided touching anything and immediately informed the police that they had discovered 2 bodies and needed investigators and forensic experts. Forensic experts had been at the crime scene for about an hour, collecting evidence and photographing the bodies of 46-year-old Martin Durham and 47-year-old Glenna Durham, when one officer noticed a small movement in Glenna's chest. He rushed to her body and attempted to feel for a pulse, but Glenna's eyes opened wide and she sat up abruptly, screaming, "What are you doing, Marty?" The officer immediately summoned paramedics, who transported the injured woman to the local hospital. Marty and Glenna met as teenagers in the early 1980 SS. Marty invited the girl on a date to a local open-air theater, where they both lost their virginity in the same evening, with little interest in the film itself. Their relationship progressed quickly and passionately, but it ended after a few months, in part because Glenna, 17, married soon after. Marty started a family on his own. Christina Keller was 14 years old when she met Marty, then 19, at a party at his house. The young man appeared charming and amusing to the girl, but also a little strange because he immediately declared that he would marry her someday. Marty arrived on her doorstep the following day. He must have made a good impression on Christina's parents, because he has never left her life since. Their friendship turned into a romantic relationship, and Christina, then 16, discovered she was expecting their first child. Within 2 years, she was carrying their second son, prompting the young couple to marry. Christina and her husband had a daughter 11 months later. Christina was 19 and Marty was 24 at the time. Initially, the young family lived with relatives, but in early 1995, Marty secured a higher-paid job at a factory in Michigan, and the family of 5 relocated. However, Marty was involved in a car accident on the evening of February 16, 1995, on his way home from work. Another vehicle speeding through a red light collided with his vehicle. The larger vehicle nearly crushed Marty's car, trapping him inside. Marty was transported to the hospital, where he had been clinically dead for approximately 5 minutes. He suffered severe injuries to his left side and was in a coma for more than 3 weeks. When he regained consciousness, he had no memory of his wife, children, or much of his previous life. He spent 1.5 years learning to walk, speak, eat, and care for himself again. Christina provided physical support for him during this time. Marty began to resemble his former self, but psychologically he had changed. He became enraged as a result of the brain trauma. He never fought with his wife or children, but he became a domineering figure. Even his sense of humor grew darker. Christina filed for divorce in 2000, nearly 5 years after the accident. She still cared deeply for her husband, but her feelings had shifted to a more maternal nature, as she had taken on the role of his caregiver and could no longer relate to him in any other way. Marty purchased his first home in May 2001 using funds from the insurance company and a bank loan. The house was located in Sand Lake, Michigan, a small village with a population of 500 people. Marty was overjoyed with his new home, which he had moved into with his 2 sons and an African gray parrot named Bud. 2 months after moving in, Marty received a knock on his door from a 16-year-old girl claiming to be his daughter. Marty inquired as to her mother's identity, and Glenna, his first love, revealed herself. The girl knew her mother had an affair early in their marriage, and she was born a few months after. She wished to establish her paternity for certain. A DNA test confirmed that the girl was Marty's biological daughter, born outside of marriage. Clearly, Glenna had never forgotten Marty, as she had a tattoo of his name on her arm throughout their marriage. Glenna divorced her husband and moved in with Marty. They were very happy together, and they quickly had a new wedding ceremony. Glenna's new husband was everything to her. The couple spent their entire time together, visiting family and going to the local casino once or twice a week. Glenna would sit in the car and read a novel while Marty went hunting. Glenna was paid $3,200 per month to care for her husband, after officially taking on the responsibility. Marty received more than $1,000 in disability benefits each month. Glenna also sold Marty's excess medication, bringing their total monthly income to around $5,000. When Marty's sons moved out, this income was enough to support them in the small village. However, by 2010, Marty's mental and physical health had deteriorated significantly. The couple continued to spend their entire time together and with their friends, including Connie and Keith Ream, another neighboring couple. On Monday, May 11, 2015, Marty offered to mow Connie and Keith's backyard. He enjoyed the work and did it for free. Later that evening, Connie, Keith, Marty, and Glenna sat on the neighbor's terrace, and the Durhams returned home around 9 p.m. Keith sent Marty a message the next day, Tuesday at 8:26 a.m., asking how he was feeling, but he did not receive a response. This was strange because Marty was always quick to return calls and messages. Throughout the day, Keith sent several more messages to his friend, all with the same result. Later that day, Connie approached her neighbor's door and knocked. She heard the Durham's dog bark, but no one opened the door. Keith even sent a joking message to Glenna, asking, "What did you do to Marty?" But she didn't respond either. On Wednesday at 7:30 a.m., Connie approached the neighbor's house again and rang the doorbell. The only response she got was the dog barking. She walked around the house, checking for any open doors or windows. Everything remained locked as usual. Throughout the day, Connie and Keith attempted to contact their neighbors, growing increasingly concerned. After work, around 4:30 p.m., Connie approached the neighbor's house for the 3rd time and knocked. She assumed she'd have to break the door, but when she touched the handle, she discovered it wasn't locked. This time, Connie cautiously opened the door and called out for the neighbors, but she was only greeted by the Durham family pet, who led her into the living room, which was a gruesome mess. Documents and photographs were all over the place, along with a broken lamp and other miscellaneous items. Connie followed Shelby into the bedroom and discovered the homeowners lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Marty was only wearing underwear, whereas Glenna was fully dressed, her legs covered by a blanket. Connie dashed out of the neighbor's house and ran toward a fire truck she saw further down the road. Marty did not have the same luck as his wife. He was shot 5 times in the back, forearm, and chest, leaving him with no chance of survival. He'd been dead for a few days. Glenna was shot twice, both times hitting the area behind her right ear. Blood was discovered not only in the bedroom, but also on a chair in the living room and a pillow with 2 bullet holes. Under the chair, a gun and 2 empty shells were discovered. In the bedroom, there were 5 more shell casings, 1 near the door and 4 near Marty's body, for a total of 7. However, the gun found near the chair was designed to fire 6 bullets. This indicates that the perpetrator had time to reload the gun before continuing to shoot. Aside from the living room and bedroom, the rest of the house appeared to be in perfect order. There were no signs of forced entry, and the kitchen table was set with a bowl of spaghetti and a piece of garlic bread. Later that evening, when Glenna was taken to the hospital, Marty's children were allowed to bring the family pets, a dog and a parrot, to their mother's home, Christina. Despite the fact that the children were only allowed to take the pets, the trio took advantage of the opportunity to search the house and discovered a sealed envelope labeled "Personal." Inside, they discovered letters from Glenna addressed to her children and ex-husband. In the letters, she expressed her love for the children and apologized for not being the best mother. She also asked her ex-husband to care for the children. In Glenna's drawer, they also discovered a packet of unpaid bills. They handed over all of their findings to the police. The investigators began questioning the family's relatives and friends about their personal and financial situations. They enjoyed spending time together and became completely absorbed in each other's company. However, it quickly became clear that they were having serious financial difficulties. Glenna was in charge of the family's finances, and relatives suspected Marty was unaware of the gravity of the situation because he was so frugal. On the other hand, Glenna had developed a serious gambling addiction. She would buy hundreds of lottery tickets and lose thousands of dollars at the casino. But whenever her husband approached her, she pretended to be playing with $1 bills. Glenna played every week, and in 2010, she spent $75,000 on her addiction. The family had fallen behind on tax payments, had credit card debt, and Marty's car was about to be repossessed. However, their most pressing concern was their home. Glenna hadn't made mortgage payments in over a year, and they owed $48,000. Marty's mother saw a list of homes that would be seized due to debts in early April 2015, a few weeks before the family was attacked. Marty's address was on the list. She called Glenna, who assured her that the newspaper had printed the incorrect address and that she would resolve the issue. Of course, it turned out that their home was being repossessed. Despite the fact that Marty had taken out a mortgage, Glenna received notice on April 28 that their home would be auctioned if they did not pay $5,000. Interestingly, the auction was scheduled for May 12th, just one day before Marty and Glenna were discovered by their neighbor. The investigators concluded that Marty was unaware of the impending loss of their home because he had been renovating it for the previous 2 months. He painted the bathroom just 2 days before they died. Glenna was able to regain consciousness after 3 days in intensive care. She had no recollection of the day of the murders or the days before. She couldn't remember writing the letters to her children or ex-husband. Because the eyewitness couldn't provide any useful information, the police had few leads or clues to work with. Marty, an avid hunter, frequently showed his firearms to friends, so the weapon contained multiple DNA samples. Glenna and Marty did, however, sell drugs for cash, and large sums of money were kept in envelopes in a safe. Could it have been an unplanned robbery? The living room was in disarray, as if someone had been looking for something and the money from the safe was missing. This version of events appeared to be the most plausible, but finding the killer among their illegal clients was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It took a full year before an unexpected witness helped solve the case. Bud, a 19-year-old parrot, had been living with Christina for the previous 12 months. Bud was an African gray parrot with the unique ability to mimic not only sounds and words in his environment, but also human voices. Originally, he was Christina's beloved pet, but Marty took him, presumably to retaliate against his ex-wife for leaving. When Bud returned to his beloved owner, he began repeating various conversations he had overheard while living with Marty, such as how Marty interacted with the dog. However, at some point, he started repeating an argument between a man and a woman. They were clearly arguing with one another, raising their voices and occasionally mixing profanity with everyday words. At the end of the conversation, a male voice said loudly, "No, don't shoot." Christina recorded this scene performed by the parrot on video, but did not report it to the police because she assumed it would be laughed off. However, a year after Marty's murder, a local journalist interviewed his mother, and she mentioned the video. The journalist became very interested and broadcast it on the news. The video quickly went viral, prompting the police to reopen the investigation and narrow their focus on one suspect, Glenna Durham. They examined Marty and Glenna's phones and discovered that Marty's last action on his phone was to search for information about lawnmowers on the evening of the 11th after returning home from the neighbors. The examination of Glenna's phone proved to be far more intriguing. It had been used until the 13th, when the bodies were discovered. Since 3:32 a.m., someone used the phone 5 times between 4 and 4:48 a.m. to learn more about the gun used in the shootings, including how to reload it. The final message was sent to Glenna's mother at 4:48 a.m. and said, "I love you, please forgive me." Glenna was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. She maintained her innocence, and her lawyer attempted to show that another family member or a stranger had broken into the house to steal medication, cash, or Marty's weapons. However, the forensic experts found no evidence of forced entry into the house. What about the money from the safe? Marty's children had taken it while they were searching the house for Glenna, who had been taken to the hospital, and their father to the mortuary. When investigators discovered this, they claimed that no one had asked them about the money at the police station, so they did not say anything. In any case, the version of a robber was abandoned because nothing was stolen. The prosecution's version of events seemed much more plausible. They believed Marty was killed on the morning of the 12th because he was wearing underwear. When the man realized he was going to lose the house, he became very upset, and a heated argument ensued. Marty attempted to flee into the bedroom after Glenna grabbed the weapon. She shot him in the back. Marty was still on his feet, reaching for another weapon from the bedside table. Glenna fired again, striking his forearm. Only then did he turn to face her, and she fired 3 more shots into his chest. Marty lay lifeless on the bedroom floor. Glenna spent the entire day completing paperwork. She wrote letters to her ex-husband and children and made spaghetti for lunch. Glenna was still engaged in these activities when the neighbor first arrived at her house on the evening of the 12th. Glenna planned her next steps, knowing that her and Marty's neighbors would become concerned regardless. She needed to act fast. She sat in a chair in the living room, placed a pillow against her head, and fired. However, nothing occurred. The pillow absorbed the impact of the shot, and the bullet only grazed her. She had to look up how to reload the pistol because it was down to its last bullet. This means she didn't try again until the early morning of the 13th, when she sent a message to her mother. Perhaps she still had doubts when Connie knocked on the door again at 7:30 a.m. and found it still locked. But after Connie left, Glenna must have unlocked the door, sat in the chair, grabbed the pillow, and tried again. This time, the injury was more severe, but her doctor later explained that she did not strike any important veins or arteries or penetrate the skull. It's difficult to imagine what condition she was in, but because head wounds always bleed profusely, she may have decided to simply bleed out. She made her way to the bedroom, where her husband's body had been lying all along, and collapsed on the floor, a blanket covering her legs. It's unclear whether she staged a scene when the police officer touched her or simply regained consciousness at that point, and we may never find out, because Glenna continues to claim memory loss. The jury believed the prosecution's version. On Wednesday, July 19, 2017, after 9 hours of deliberation, they found her guilty of murder. Glenna Durham was sentenced to life imprisonment. Of course, the parrot named Bud was not called as a witness in court, and it's not because he swears a lot. It is simply impossible to prove that he did not hear that particular dialogue on television or radio, let alone take an oath on the witness stand. In other words, if Bud had been involved in the process and it had been less than 24 hours since Glenna's guilty verdict, her lawyer would have filed an appeal. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gazella Diode heard her phone ring at 2 in the morning on March 1, 2011. The screen displayed an unidentified number. A Valence police officer approached her and inquired as to whether she was Samira Bernard's mother. Gazella said yes, but she didn't understand why the police were searching for Samira, her 20-year-old daughter. It had been 3 days since she last saw her. The police response did nothing to calm the woman, who demanded an explanation of what was going on. According to the call, Samira's boyfriend, Mile Columbia, 22, had vanished, so they were looking for her. The young couple had been dating for 8 months, the police had found out, but Gazella had no knowledge of the man. Mile had met Samira at a party. Samira Ben Sard was a stunning woman who knew she was beautiful. She enjoyed posing for pictures and aspired to be a model. In turn, Mile was a very pleasant and kind young man. Their attraction to one another was instantaneous, and they began dating. But at 9:45 p.m. on February 28, 2011, Mile's supervisor at the construction company called the police. Since he hadn't heard from his employee in 3 days, he was concerned. When the man arrived at work on Saturday morning, his phone rang. Without giving a reason, he hurried to his feet and disappeared, never to be seen again. His boss was taken aback when he still hadn't arrived on Monday morning. It was his first absence from work, and they regarded him as a responsible and punctual worker. After learning that Mile was not returning calls from friends and co-workers, his boss made the decision to call the police. The police first visited the man's residence in Valence's downtown, but their efforts were unsuccessful, as no one answered the doorbell, nor was his car at the house. The police spoke with Miles' mother that same evening. She mentioned that she hadn't heard from her son in 3 days and that he had acted strangely during their most recent meeting, acting tense and very emotional. The woman reported that her son, who had never done so before, gave her a hug, kissed her, and declared his love for her. The investigators found some very suspicious details. Samira and Mile vanished the same day without telling anyone why, and they hadn't spoken to their families in 3 days. It couldn't have happened by accident. Analyzing their phones yielded one hint. The investigators discovered that Samira and Mile did not simply depart simultaneously, rather they drove off together. According to the phone pings, they left for Nice in the middle of the day on Saturday and checked into a 5-star hotel on the promenade in the evening. After getting in touch with the hotel, the investigators discovered that 2 men and a woman were being recorded by security cameras. Samira and Mile fit the description exactly. By Sunday evening, they had traveled from Nice to Livorno, 400 kilometers east of the French-Italian border. It was evident that the young couple was moving deeper into Italy, so the French police asked their Italian counterparts for help. Mile had made reservations at a high-end Livorno hotel. A man and a woman who fit the description of the missing couple had stayed with the hotel, according to the staff. Thus, they spent Saturday night in Nice before traveling to Livorno the following day. Everything suggested that Samira and Mile had taken a haphazard romantic trip, which was not surprising given how popular the Riviera was for such excursions. Since Samira's mother had received a message from her daughter, saying that she had left, but that there was no need to worry because she would return soon, the detectives had no reason to doubt their belief that the young couple would soon return home together. Although it appeared to be another affirmation that the young couple was doing well, Gazella was positive her daughter would never vanish simply by taking an impulsive vacation. Samira never skipped work and was a responsible woman. Additionally, Gazella was troubled by a detail. She couldn't comprehend how her daughter, who loved being photographed and never left the house without wearing carefully chosen clothes, applying makeup and styling her hair, could leave for several days with a young man without taking anything with her. The fact that Samira sent an SMS also baffled her. The problem is that she would typically just give her mom a call. Since they were close and could talk for hours, getting a text message didn't make her feel any better. On the contrary, it made her anxiety even worse. The city of Imperia, which is about 80 kilometers from Nice in northern Italy, provided the next update on the case. Massimo Bessin was traveling to work on Monday, March 3, 2011, when he decided to take a shortcut and turned onto a small street. Something odd caught his attention along the road. When he opened the door, he saw that it was a woman, but initially he thought he saw a mannequin. Massimo yelled something but got no answer, but the woman was obviously on the move. He summoned an ambulance in a hurry. She was identified by Italian police as the French woman who had gone missing. Her skull was pierced by a bullet that had been shot in the back of her head. At this point, the romantic trip theory could be disregarded. The French police couldn't understand. They first believed it to be a romantic escape, then it was a suspicious disappearance, and now they were dealing with a girl who had been injured in an attempted murder. Despite being critically ill, Samira was still alive. Her mother was notified and she was taken to the hospital right away. At first, Gazella didn't even recognize her own daughter when she got to the hospital. The sight is hard to describe. Samira looked like a 9-year-old girl with her head shaved bald. The woman found it hard to accept that her daughter had been shot in the head and ended up in Italy. Since the bullet was embedded in her daughter's skull, the doctors informed the mother that there was little chance of recovery. Gazella refused to accept this and made arrangements for Samira to be taken to a hospital in Marseille. She was told directly by a surgeon there that although he would do the surgery, he would not give her false hope. The patient would never fully recover, even if she lived. Samira had surgery for 10 hours. Despite surviving the surgery, she was unable to speak and did not recognize anyone when she opened her eyes. Like a child, she had to relearn everything. Samira was unable to provide any information regarding the events in Italy, but without her testimony, the police had to look for the perpetrator. There were numerous signs that the crime was being planned. The Italian police were unable to locate any of her possessions when they discovered her lying on the side of the road close to a landfill. No passport, no phone, and no purse were present. This suggested that the criminal did not want her name to be revealed, but the investigators had a lead. Samira's boyfriend, Mile Cambia, was the last person they saw her with. According to the police, Mile fled after committing the crime by crossing the border into Italy, but after Samira was discovered, he erred by using his bank card in France. Only 35 kilometers from his Valence apartment, he used it at a first-rate hotel in Les Turrets. Mile had returned to France the day before according to surveillance footage. But why didn't he return home to his family if he was innocent? He chose to stay in a hotel a few kilometers away instead. Investigators soon learned that he had used Samira's credit card, which was another error on his part. In other words, Miles stayed in a hotel and used the woman's card while the young couple went on an impromptu trip to another country where the woman almost died. The worst suspicions of the police were validated by everything. The detective talked to the young man's friends and family in an attempt to find a motive. Samira and Miles' relationship was evidently far from ideal. Mile was bothered by the fact that Samira was a very attractive woman and that many men were interested in her. Their disagreements frequently turned violent. In front of their friends, Mile had the authority to slap Samira, and once he even put out a cigarette on her. He was obviously not a particularly stable individual. However, the motive remained a mystery. Was everything prearranged, or did Mile act out of rage? Despite Miles' actions, all of their friends were aware that Samira was smitten with him. She'd just learned, though, that her boyfriend was married. He had cheated on his girlfriend on a regular basis after getting married to her when she was 18. He had many mistresses besides Samira. Despite being upset by the information, she didn't end their relationship because she trusted Miles' statement that they were divorcing and living apart. The investigator went to Miles' house after learning of this, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw that Samira was wrong. The husband and wife were obviously living together. In addition, Mile would soon become a father. The name Combi was written on 17 ultrasound pictures of the apartment. A love triangle involving Mile, his wife, and Samira was clearly in place, and one of them was bound to vanish. Finding Mile was essential, and it was far simpler than the police had expected. 5 days after the disappearance, Mile Cambia turned himself in on March 4 at the Valence police station. The investigation was extremely fortunate to have this. Mile not only willingly arrived at the station, but he also came clean and admitted to shooting Samira. He went on to describe what had transpired. According to the young man, Samira was merely a friend with whom he could have fun. She knew there was no future in their relationship. Samira was unable to accept Miles' explanation that their romance was over. She never left him alone, calling him non-stop and occasionally dialing his number 150 times in a single day. He showed the investigator his phone, which showed evidence of about 1,000 calls from Samira in a month. Although Mile acknowledged that Samira's actions might be categorized as stalking, would this be sufficient grounds to shoot her? The young man soon began to fear for his life as the situation worsened. He described the events of the Friday night before they left for Italy. He was kissing another woman in a nightclub when Samira confronted him. After leaving the club in a hurry and using her key to scratch his car, she got into a fight with Samira's cousins. Mile was frightened by this incident, since they threatened to kill him and claimed to have weapons. Mile was terrified. After deciding that he needed to find a way to protect himself going forward, he hurriedly got into his car and drove out of the nightclub. He considered purchasing a weapon for his personal protection. When he received a call the following day, he left without thinking and went to buy a revolver. Still, none of this clarified why he had shot Samira. Mile clarified that his intention in traveling to Italy was not to murder her or carry out any other heinous deed. All he wanted was for their tumultuous relationship to end. In an attempt to defuse their tense situation and give Samira an explanation, he took her to Italy, but things didn't work out. Mile got out of the car after they argued once more. Samira trailed after him. Mile claims that he did not intend to shoot when he grabbed the weapon. only to frighten her, but the revolver accidentally went off. Then he dropped her to the ground, climbed back into the car, and drove off. He claimed to be afraid when asked why he didn't call for an ambulance. He didn't know what to do, so he went into hiding for a few days after she fell. The police already knew the rest of the story. In general, the man asserted that what transpired in Italy was an accident, and that he was the victim of his compulsive lover's pursuit. The police weren't entirely convinced by his explanation, so he was arrested for attempted murder. A few things didn't add up. Why would someone go abroad and stay in a 5-star hotel only to break up with someone? Why did he use her credit card after stealing all of her personal items, and who used her daughter's phone to send Samira's mother the message? Although it was hard to prove without Samira's testimony, the investigator was certain that the young man was lying. Thankfully, Samira was able to testify after some time and therapy. First, though, Samira spoke very slowly and in a weak voice. She gave her account of what happened 8 months after the attack on October 11, 2011. Samira's statements ran counter to what her ex-lover had said. He said they needed to talk when he arrived at her house. He persisted, so she gave in, even though she didn't want to. She accepted Miles' invitation to a weekend retreat. When she asked him where he wanted to go, he said, Spain. The fact that this upset her made him take her to Nice, and then to Italy. Miles abruptly swerved off the road on the 3rd day of the journey, following 2 days of relaxation. He told her not to worry, saying he just needed to get rid of something, when she questioned why he had turned onto a road that led to a landfill. Miles halted the vehicle and exited. After letting her out through the passenger side door, he took out a revolver and aimed it at her. She was going to die, he said. She yelled, "Shoot if you're a man," and he pulled the trigger. The revolver was discovered by forensic experts on February 7, 2012, 1 year after the attack on Samira, and this finding totally disproved Miles' allegations. He claimed that the gun in his hand suddenly detonated. Ballistic analysis, however, demonstrated that such an occurrence was impossible. The shooter must carefully prepare before firing, pull the trigger back, and then fire. 2 separate actions, the expert explained. The revolver won't just fire when you wave your hand. In addition, the revolver must be held in one hand while a considerable amount of force is applied with the other hand to pull the trigger backward. There was no way such a gun could be accidentally fired. Miles Cambia lied because he intended to murder Samira. Detectives were finally able to piece together the murderer's plan after months of investigation. Miles left work on February 26, 2011 at 9 in the morning. He bought a weapon because he was determined to prevent a recurrence of the scene from the night before. He loaded it, tested it, pulled the trigger, and fired it as he made his way into the woods. Everything had been planned by him. Samira was to vanish across the border after spending a romantic weekend in Italy. Since he had no connections in Italy, it was the ideal place to carry out the crime. Miles pulled the woman out of the car, drove off the road, shot her, and threatened to kill her. In order to avoid identifying her, he then took her possessions. Miles tried to deceive the police by sending Samira's mother an SMS after returning to France. It was assumed that the woman had taken a vacation and was still alive. The man was sure he would never be caught and thought he had committed the ideal crime. You can only imagine how shocked he was to learn that his victim had lived. He hid for 5 days close to his hometown while the police searched for him, thinking about what he should do next. He came up with a new self-defense tactic since he lacked the resources and beneficial contacts to flee. Miles Cambia made the decision to tell his version of events to the police. The trial of Miles started in the city of Valence on February 10, 2014. For the victim and her family, the trial was a true ordeal. Miles stuck to his version of events, much to their astonishment. He maintained that everything that transpired in Italy was a regrettable accident, and that he was the victim in this instance, having been harassed by Samira. According to his friends, he had never been violent and bought the revolver out of fear after Samira's cousins threatened to kill Miles and destroy his car and apartment. He took his phone with him when he drove to Italy, keeping nothing hidden. He was emotionally worn out from Samira's incessant calls and just wanted to take the woman on a trip to help her relax. It is also important to note that Miles charmed the jury with his exaggerated displays of civility and respect throughout the trial. His plan worked, and he received a 13-year prison sentence. The lenient sentence raised questions about whether Miles' actions in court and the jury's decision to impose a relatively short sentence were related. After all, it is hard for people to convict a charming young man with impeccable manners, and they frequently associate criminals with unpleasant personalities. Samira feels that this penalty is excessively light. She will always be confined to a wheelchair because she loved a man who chose to kill her, but by the time he turns 40, he will be free and able to lead a normal life. According to the surgeon, Samira recovered 80% of her abilities in a year of therapy, but the effectiveness of rehabilitation drastically decreased after that, leaving her reliant on assistance for the remainder of her life. She acknowledges that he paid her back in this way because she was prepared to do anything for love. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Susan Walters, formerly known as Susan Kuhnhausen, was employed at Portland Hospital in Oregon's Critical Care and Resuscitation Unit on September 1, 2006. Before going home after her 6th-floor shift, she made the decision to visit a beauty parlor to get a new hairstyle and unwind after a demanding day. She felt revitalized and renewed when she left the salon. Maybe she thought of the proverb that says, "A woman is about to change her life when she changes her hairstyle." Susan had no idea how accurate this statement would prove to be. She came upon a 1-story blue Cape Cod-style home with a gray fence around it. She went through the back door and discovered a note from her husband, Mike, in the hallway by the microwave. He said he had gone to the beach and had to leave. They would meet up on Friday or Saturday, he added. Susan heard the security system and unlocked the kitchen door. After deactivating it by entering the code, she proceeded to the front door and emerged into the front yard. Susan gave herself a minute or two to check the mail outside on this warm, clear September evening. When she finally removed her shoes and went back inside, she saw that the bedroom was unusually dark. She always drew back the curtains in the morning, so this was out of the ordinary. But she brushed it off, assuming she had been rushing and had forgotten, and moved on into the room. Out of nowhere, a man emerged from behind the bedroom door. He was a huge giant that suddenly materialized, standing 180 centimeters tall and weighing about 90 kilograms. He had on a baseball cap pulled down over his eyes and a striped shirt. His long gray hair was pulled back into a ponytail that was concealed beneath the cap, and the rest of his face was entirely covered by a gray beard and mustache that made him appear even more menacing. Susan was most horrified to see that he was wearing yellow rubber gloves and that he had a hammer in one of them. Most people would instinctively run away if they saw a stranger in their bedroom wielding a hammer, but Susan could not be considered a normal individual. She was 51 years old and had spent 30 years working as a nurse in the critical care and intensive care units. So she understood how difficult it was. She had subdued patients who had taken illegal substances, dealt with wounded men who were writhing in agony, and learned how to deal with any of those situations while maintaining composure. She routinely received self-defense training, just like other hospital nurses. They knew how to escape a grip or sidestep a blow. Susan had gained self-confidence through years of training. So she didn't flee when the stranger tried to hit her with the hammer. Rather, she sprang at him. She was aware that if she got close, the hammer's swing would be much weaker. One blow to her temple, however, proved to be very painful. "Who are you? What do you want?" she yelled as loudly as she could, overcoming the pain. But he didn't stop or respond. Susan's knees ached from multiple surgeries, and she was significantly shorter than the man at 164 centimeters, but she weighed more than the stranger. Susan threw her body at him, hoping to take advantage of this. He pushed her back against the wall, but he didn't fall. Then he said the one and only thing he would say that night, "You are strong." Susan felt her body tingle with adrenaline. She suddenly understood that the stranger had come to her house to murder her rather than rob her. His intentions were obvious, and she wasn't going to wait for it to happen, even though she didn't know why or who he was. For the second time, Susan shoved him. She yelled, "Who sent you?" once more. The only answer was silence. Luckily, the woman was able to knock the hammer out of his hand and then hit him 3 or 4 times in the head. Susan caught him by the throat as he recovered control of the instrument. She interrupted his breathing with her hands and repeated, "Who sent you here?" The stranger's face first turned red, then purplish, and then nearly blue. In a panic, Susan released his throat. She just wanted to get out of there because she was tired and in pain. However, the man caught up to her before she could escape the bedroom and enter the small hallway. Her lip was smashed when he pushed and struck her. Even now, she is plagued by the memory of what transpired next. Susan looked down at the floor and thought she was going to die as he stood over her with the hammer. However, people needed to know that she battled for her life if death was her destiny. She was unable to describe how she did it, but she was able to knock the man down on the floor beside her and began biting him so that, should she die, her killer would be identified by her tooth marks. She rolled with the man on the floor, biting his hand, his thigh, and even ripping his pants zipper to get to his groin. For her, though, even that was insufficient. She felt the man's clothes with her hand in an attempt to find any identification or proof that she could conceal in a closet or beneath the bed for the police to find. For a full 14 minutes, the struggle went on. "Tell me who sent you here and I'll call an ambulance for you," she yelled as she threw her left leg over the intruder, climbed on top and put her left arm around his neck. He remained silent. Rather than letting her off his back, the intruder just growled. Susan pressed her hand more firmly against his throat as she leaned in. The man eventually ceased to move. Susan ran to the neighbor's house, grabbed his hammer, and dialed 911. When Susan's neighbor told the emergency dispatcher that the injured woman may have strangled an unidentified intruder who had broken into her home with the intention of killing her, the dispatcher was shocked. The neighbor clarified that Susan had put the man in a chokehold and repeatedly hit him with a hammer after the operator explained what the injured woman had done. The neighbor, who works as a nurse herself, responded that the man needed the ambulance when asked if the injured woman needed one. The dispatcher reassured the women that the ambulance was already en route and asked them to stop handling the hammer. Susan was taken to the hospital where she worked by the paramedics who arrived. Her worst fears were validated at that point. The man who had attacked her was dead, she found out. The identity of the man was quickly established by investigators. In his back pocket, they discovered an identification card. The police had been keeping an eye on Ed Haffey, a 59-year-old Viet. While Susan was being treated, she began to reflect on her life and try to figure out who could have wanted her dead. Susan had a difficult upbringing. Despite their love for her, her parents were unable to provide personal examples of what a successful marriage looked like. Their lives were very hectic because her father was an Air Force chef and her mother was a stay-at-home mom. The family had to constantly adjust to new homes and schools after moving from Colorado to Arizona, California, and Nevada. When Susan was in the second grade, her parents got divorced. Susan's romantic life took a turn in the early 1980 when she moved to Oregon and began working as a nurse. Susan's mother and friend sponsored a newspaper ad in 1988 announcing that she was prepared for a committed relationship. The ad was written in Susan's usual light-hearted and upbeat style. Mike Kuhnhausen, 39, wrote that he loved nothing more than strolling along the beach at sunset in one of the many responses she received. Mike spent a lot of time talking on the phone. He spoke in a pleasant tone and didn't hesitate to bring up weighty subjects. They threw unsalted peanuts to squirrels and fed ducks on their first date in February 1988 at the Crystal Springs Rhododendron Garden. They were married within a year. However, things weren't always easy in their marriage. The days of taking long walks in the park were over. Although Susan was the primary provider for the family, her husband disapproved of her spending time with friends and insisted on an accounting for every dollar spent. Susan soon discovered that her husband had never been content and didn't think he could make her happy, and they didn't have any kids. Mike eventually got a job at a business that sold adult videos at one of its locations. However, Susan decided she had had enough after 17 years of marriage. Although she no longer wanted to live with her husband, she still cared for him. She desired to experience joy once more. She asked him to leave the house in September 2005. Mike went to live with his father. That being said, they remained friendly, and he frequently came over to visit Susan's cats. As a result, Susan made the grave error of failing to update the locks or the alarm code, which was 1210, the day of their wedding. Susan went home to collect her belongings the very next day following the attack, accompanied by her friend Helen Balone. A backpack that shouldn't have been in the basement was discovered by Helen. Like any other basement, Susan's was filled with a wide range of items, so the police were unaware of the backpack. Dessert syrup, diabetes medicine, $200 in cash, a journal, and a receipt for a payment made to Ed Haffey were all found inside the backpack. The diary entry, from September 4, 2006, states that Mike was supposed to get a call from the man. Mike's new mobile number was also included. According to the autopsy, Haffey had taken a nearly fatal amount of illegal drugs prior to breaking into Susan's home. Although his family told the police that he was a successful tennis player and came from a wealthy family, the man had recently been living in a trailer. But 15 years ago, Haffey did something horrible. He planned the murder of Georgia Lee Dutton, 39, his ex-girlfriend, in 1991. Near Roseburg, in the Umpqua River, her body was discovered. After acknowledging his guilt, Haffey was imprisoned for the next 9 years. He relocated to Portland after being released in November 2003, where he naturally began looking for work. When Mike Kuhnhausen hired him to clean the floors of an adult video store in July 2004, he discovered it. The police learned that Mike had traveled to the coast and stayed at the Lincoln City Inn on the day of Susan's attack. He went back to Portland during the night and bought a Taurus .357 Magnum revolver from a pawn shop the next day. Mike ran away after leaving a parting note at his father's home on September 8 that read, "All I wanted was to be loved, and every time I achieved that, I ruined everything." His arrest warrant was issued by the police. He was arrested on September 13 in the Kaiser Sunnyside Medical Center parking lot, where Mike said he planned to go to the psychiatric clinic for assistance. He expressed to the officers his sense of meaninglessness in life. His claims of innocence were not taken seriously by the police. Mike Kuhnhausen had lost his job a few weeks earlier and was living on the streets. Mike knew that Susan had named her brother as the beneficiary of her insurance policy in case she passed away. But Mike and Susan had paid off the $300,000 mortgage on their home, and if Susan passed away, it would still belong to him. Mike first claimed he didn't even know Haffey, but the detectives had already gotten company records to support their claim. Mike acknowledged that he was acquainted with Ed Haffey, but that did not imply that he had done anything wrong. Other evidence, however, surfaced that suggested the two men were conspiring. Records from the security system indicated that someone had turned off the alarm while Susan was at work, but there were no indications of forced entry into the house. Mike denied allowing Haffey to enter the house, but he did say he had turned it off when he left the note. However, Haffey's former accomplice called the police on September 18 to report that Haffey had asked him to participate in an insurance fraud scheme. He described how he and Haffey met with the town's contractor, Mike Kuhnhausen, who offered the man $5,000 in exchange for helping Haffey murder his wife. Naturally, the man declined. Another witness reported to the police on November 17 that he had escorted Haffey to a parking lot where he met a bald man. After the assault on Susan, he saw the man's picture on the news a few days later. Mike Kuhnhausen was the one. Despite Mike's best efforts to deny it, the evidence against him was growing, and on August 30, 2007, he admitted to ordering the murder of his wife. "You wanted me to share a life with you until death do us part. Turns out, you were hoping the sooner it happened the better. If I believed you deserved to die, I would have had the courage to do it myself," Susan said on the stand during the trial. Mike was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Susan filed a lawsuit for $1 million right after the sentencing to make sure he wouldn't have enough money left for another contract. The scheduled date of Mike's release was September 14, 2014. His former spouse was prepared for it. The new Susan, who had once been lively and daring, became very wary. She sat with her back to the door in restaurants. She started taking a different route to work, and she would circle the block for a while if she thought someone might be pursuing her in an attempt to ward them off. In Portland, she relocated to a new home on a gravel-lined dead-end street where she could hear footsteps if someone came to the window or door. She also practiced shooting in the garage next door. "I'm serving a life sentence for choosing the wrong husband," she quipped. Susan did everything she could to make sure Mike would never be able to harm her, but her ex-husband was never given the opportunity. 92 days prior to his release, He passed away from cancer on Friday, June 13, 2014. The prisoner's letters reveal that he only confessed to the crime in order to avoid a longer sentence and never really admitted his guilt. Mike thought he was the true victim of the incident. Susan acknowledges that she mourns his life, which he could have had if he had only let those who loved him into his heart, rather than his departure. She also laments that he passed away in prison, far from all of his loved ones. Since it is difficult for a victim of crime to get the information they need, Susan looked for information about Mike's release and her rights following his release while he was incarcerated. As a result, in 2017, she and the district attorney's office developed Case Companion, a free website devoted to helping local crime victims. It provides answers to all of the victims' inquiries concerning the legal system. Victims can also follow the defendant's court dates, sentencing information, and the date of the convicted person's release after the district attorney's office files charges. Susan kept up her nursing career until December 2014. Since saving lives was the focus of her work, she was long perplexed as to why her coworkers referred to her as a hero. They called her a hero not because she killed someone, but because they want to believe that if they were in a similar situation, they would also be able to survive, her supervisor explained to her. Susan can't recall what happened without crying, even after all these years. She acknowledges that she thought of Hafey's family right away after learning of his passing. Everyone has someone who loves them. Children, a wife, a mother, a father. The worst part of what happened is not that someone tried to kill me, but that I had to kill someone to survive. But I'm not ashamed because I didn't choose his death. I chose my life. I chose to live. Although what happened was terrible, no one in this family thinks poorly of you. You did what you had to do, and by doing so you protected many from a similar fate. Susan finds comfort in helping others, knowing that they can also survive after an attack. Aunt Ada Duffy wrote her a letter in 2010 after learning about her suffering. If you can't run and can't hide, you have to fight, she states. You can't know that you won't survive. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. This story is about a pair of lovesick maniacs from England who have dedicated their lives to murdering children. Working together, the lovers would lure them into a deserted location and subject them to hellish torments. Even after their arrest, the criminals found ways to torture the teenagers, while prominent British politicians lobbied for their release. Ian Brady and Myra Henley were born on January 2, 1938, in Glasgow, Scotland. His mother, Margaret Stewart, worked as a waitress, and his father's identity is unknown, according to her. He was a local journalist who died 3 months before her son's birth. Margaret gave 3-month-old Ian to the Sloane family, who had 4 children of their own. Ian took their last name but continued to see his mother regularly. At the age of 9, he and his family moved to the town of Pollock, where he enrolled in the local school. From an early age, Ian's acquaintances noticed his cruelty to animals and later described him as the Terrible. He dropped out of school and started working at a shipyard, but after less than a year, he changed jobs and became a messenger butcher. He was put on trial again at the age of 16. His girlfriend, Grant, went to a dance with another boy, and Ian threatened her with a knife. The judge sentenced him to probation with the condition that he live with his birth mother and her new husband, so he relocated to Manchester. Patrick Brady, as you might expect, adopted his stepfather's surname and hired him as a fruit porter at the market. But the hard work did not appeal to Ian a year later. The young man was caught stealing a bag of lead seals with the intention of selling them on the black market for extra money. Due to his age, he was sentenced to 2 years in a juvenile facility. While serving his sentence, he obtained alcohol and became inebriated. As a result, he was transferred to a stricter institution. Myra Henley was born in Manchester on July 23, 1942, 4 years after Ian. Her family was not ideal. Her alcoholic father frequently beat his daughter and instilled violence in her. After her parents had another daughter, the family moved into a dilapidated house with only one room that was mostly safe. Myra was sent to live with her grandmother. her father taught the girl self-defense in a brutal manner. He demanded that his daughter fight back against any abuser and would not tolerate weakness. He once made her beat up a neighbor's boy for scratching her cheek. Later, the maniac described this incident as her first victory. Another shock during the girl's childhood was the death of her close friend, 13-year-old Michael Higgins. He invited her to swim in the nearby abandoned reservoir, but she declined. As a result, the boy drowned, and Myra felt bad. Following that incident, the girl gradually began to explore religion. She joined the parish of the local church and became godmother to Higgins' nephew. When she was 16, the girl started working as a clerk in a small firm. Her responsibilities were straightforward: brew coffee, fetch something, and print documents. Despite this, she quickly gained the team's trust after receiving her first paycheck. Myra Spence will be out of work for a week. Then her co-workers chipped in, giving her the same amount from their pockets around the same time. The girl intended to get engaged to her boyfriend, Ronnie Sinclair, but later changed her mind. She changed jobs when she was 17, but she didn't seem to enjoy the new job as much. 6 months later, she was fired for chronic absenteeism. At the same time, Myra went to the judo section, where even the guys refused to fight her. Once she got a taste for it, she couldn't stop in time, causing serious injury to her opponents. At the same time, Myra colored her hair pink. The future maniacs met at Millward, where they both found jobs. Myra was 19 years old when Ian turned 23. According to the young woman's diary, their first conversation occurred on July 27, 1961. Myra initially sympathized with the young man despite his criminal record, but eventually lost interest. However, 6 months after they met, Ian asked her out to a movie, and the young woman agreed that the choice of a movie for a first date was as strange as possible, a documentary about the Nuremberg trials, and that the couple continued to go to the movies for the most violent films. And soon Brady instilled in Myra an enduring interest in Nazis. They frequently sat down together to read materials and books about the atrocities of the Third Reich while drinking German wine, which piqued her interest. Myra began to imitate the Aryan young woman model, dyeing her hair white and wearing dark red lipstick. Later, she dramatically changed her wardrobe to more candid short skirts, leather jackets, and high-heeled shoes. The couple continued to work together, but their attention to the team dwindled with each passing day. Calling the relationship perfect at the time was impossible. In a letter to an old friend, Myra revealed that Ian had slipped her sleeping pills. After a few months, Ian and Myra decided to rob a bank. The young woman rented a van and attempted to learn how to shoot, but failed to master the skill. Despite this, she eventually acquired a rifle and 2 revolvers. The couple eventually abandoned the idea, and they were likely safe. They were eventually given new housing through a government program because their previous one was deemed unsafe. Brady was also the first to express Myra's deepest desire to commit the perfect murder. He was inspired by Meyer Levin's book Coercion, in which 2 teenagers plotted to kill a 12-year-old boy in order to avoid the death penalty. The young woman was undeterred by this revelation and agreed to assist her lover. The plan was extremely simple. Myra and Ian planned to find the victim along the road, then take her to a remote location and kill her. Brady told Myra to drive the van down the street alone while he followed on a motorcycle. After spotting a suitable victim, the maniac was about to signal his accomplice with his headlamp, after which she was to persuade the victim to get into the car on the evening of July 12th, only 1 month after moving in. They went out to hunt. Brady chose the first victim and signaled to Myra, but she drove past him, catching up with her. He demanded explanations. The young woman revealed that the maniac's target was 7-year-old Marie Rock, who lived next door to her mother. According to Myra, they would have a very difficult time getting away with it because the police would immediately begin searching for such a young child. The couple then continued down the street, looking for another victim. At 8 p.m., Brady made his decision on Fraxmer Street, and Myra recognized the girl once more. She turned out to be Pauline Reed, her younger sister's 16-year-old friend who was on her way to the disco. Determined to act, Myra stopped and offered her a ride, and the girl got into the car, which took her to a deserted location. Myra made up a story about losing an expensive glove on the Saddleworth. Heath was popular among locals due to its abundant supply of peat, which was used as fertilizer. Pauline agreed to assist her acquaintance shortly after arriving at the location, Brady approached them. Myra informed them that the girl was her boyfriend, and he would assist them in their search. The final outcome of the situation remains unknown. The problem is that Brady and Myra tell two different stories, but they all end up with the same outcome. In Ian's version, Pauline is murdered. The girl was abused and killed by him and his lover, Myra. On the other hand, she claimed that she was left in the car while Pauline and Brady allegedly went to look for the glove. After a while, the maniac returned alone and reported the girl's death. He led Myra to her body, and she noticed that the girl's clothes were severely wrinkled. Myra's version does not make sense to me. What excuse would a 16-year-old girl have for going on a search with a stranger while Myra was sitting in the car? Most likely, with this story, the maniac was attempting to absolve herself of direct involvement in the murder after burying the body. Myra and Brady packed the motorcycle into the van and drove home. On the way, they saw Pauline's mother and brother looking for the girl. After nearly 6 months apart, the couple decided to act again, but this time with a 12-year-old boy. When the boy saw the victim in a store, they struck up a conversation and offered the child a ride home as an added incentive. Brady offered the boy a drink once inside the car. He specified that the alcohol be picked up at their house, but first a pair of maniacs asked the child to assist in the discovery of a fictional glove in Saddleworth, much to his dismay. The boy agreed. The situation then proceeded in the same manner as before. Henley claimed Brady had taken the child from the car, abused and killed him. The maniac reiterated that she was not present during the entire ordeal. 7 months later, on June 16, 1964, the couple abducted 12-year-old Keith Bennett while he was on his way to his grandmother's home. He met the same fate, violence, and murder. The police, who were unaware of serial killers at the time, initially arrested the boy's stepfather but discovered no evidence against him. The next murder occurred 6 months later, on December 26, 1964. It is unclear whether they were able to maintain this cycle unintentionally, or if the pause was necessary to lull the police into a state of alertness. You'd think that if children began disappearing one after another in a small town, law enforcement would devote all of their efforts to apprehending the maniac, but on December 26th of that year, with only a few days until the New Year and Christmas, Ian and Myra decided to give their town another unpleasant gift. This time, the situation has changed dramatically. They searched for their new victim on the playground. Leslie Ann Downey, 10, was scattering shopping bags near the car. The maniacs asked the girl to assist with the collection after asking her to help them transport the bags home. The girl consented and was assaulted. As soon as she crossed the threshold, the couple began abusing the unfortunate child in her home for an extended period of time. After playing with her, the sadist killed her and returned the corpse to Saddleworth. Myra insisted that she was not present during the murder. The attentive viewer recalls that the couple lived with Myra's grandmother. Where was she at the time of all these atrocities? On the morning of the murder, the caring granddaughter sent her to a relative's house and forbade her from returning home. Despite this, the old woman attempted to return in the evening, but Myra refused to let her in. The next day, after cleaning up the girl's corpse in the house, she returned with the grandmother. The couple committed the next murder. 10 months later, breaking a strange cycle, but that wasn't the only thing that made this case unique at the time. Maureen, Myra's younger sister, David Smith, 17, was already married. The couple frequently spent time together, and the young man quickly won Brady's heart. First and foremost, he was eager to hear everything the maniac had to say, including speculations about Nazi philosophical speeches, dreams of robbing a bank, and so forth. Second, he had already been to the police station several times, just like Ian had, despite the fact that their crimes were very similar. Smith was caught breaking into someone else's home and inflicting serious battery. Perhaps Brady regarded him as a protege, a new member of the improvised gang. As time passed, the young man paid more and more visits to their home, and during lengthy conversations with Ian, talk of murder began to emerge. Myra became concerned that their relative would run to the police, but Brady insisted that he thought Smith was his own and trusted him. He even told her that he and Smith would be committing a crime together soon. Myra and Brady went to Manchester Central Station to look for a new victim, and Ian quickly made his decision. He met 17-year-old Edward Evans, who agreed to come to his house after a brief conversation. When the company arrived at the house, they drank wine, and Brady eventually sent Myra to get Smith. The action picked up quickly after he arrived. Myra's words allowed us to reconstruct the following picture. She had gone into the kitchen to feed the dogs. Smith stayed in the living room. Several minutes later, she heard screams and fighting. The girl entered the room and saw Evans and Brady struggling. After a brief fight, Ian grabbed an axe and struck the victim several times with its blade. He strangled the unconscious Evans by wrapping an electrical wire around his neck. Brady wanted to take the body to the wasteland right away, but it was too heavy. Additionally, the maniac twisted his leg during the fight. Finally, he decided to leave it at home and travel with Smith to Saddleworth. The next day, he asked him to stay so he could understand the gravity of his actions. Smith initially agreed to help Brady dispose of the body. Perhaps he was too scared to refuse. The young man may not have shared the homicidal couple's sadistic tendencies, given his history of minor law breaking. After listening, she requested that he report the horror to the police. Smith listened to her and called the cops from a nearby phone booth at 6 a.m. His story differed slightly from what Myra would later say. The police archives include an exact transcript of that call. Brady led me into the kitchen and offered me 3 small buns with a drink. I nodded and asked for the rest. Ian went into the living room while I waited in the kitchen. After a few minutes, I heard a wild scream like a woman screaming in a high-pitched voice. After hearing Myra's screams, I ran into the living room and saw a young man lying face up on the couch with his feet on the floor. Ian was standing over him, holding an axe over his head and hitting him on the left side of his head. The officer knocked down the maniac's door, and Myra opened it. He took out his identification card and quickly made his way into the house, where he caught Brady, who was writing an explanatory letter to work and asking for time off due to an injury. The officer told a made-up story about investigating gun cases and asked to see the house. Myra agreed, and he inspected all but one room. The young man described how Ian bragged about killing 3 or 4 children and even gave the approximate location. Brady allegedly met Evans in a bar, and a fight ensued, and somehow the boy came to his house. Smith had also testified against Brady at the time, and the police believed his testimony much more. There, the police found many interesting finds. Notebooks, lists of names, photographs of Brady and Myra Simpson, and explicit pictures of them. The notebooks contain lists of coded words, which the police were quickly able to decipher. It turned out that Brady kept records of burial sites, weapons, and methods of killing. As it was impossible to assert the exact location of all the victims on the basis of this information, it was rather superficial. Another book contained a list of names including all the victims of the couple, but here's the strange thing: in addition to the victims we know, the list contained the names of other children. With all this information, the investigators questioned Brady again, and his story was once again very weak. Allegedly, the list contained the names of his friends, and he had joked about killing children in his conversation with Smith. At the same time, the police managed to find the very suitcases, the contents of which shocked everyone. There were photographs of a naked girl. Also found in them were audio tapes, one of which would soon become perhaps the most damning evidence in history. It contained cries and pleas for help. The tapes contained recordings of Nazi plays, and one of the mothers recognized her daughter Leslie Ann Downey's voice. The suitcases also contained photographs of the marshland backdrop, various batons, lashes, and erotic magazines. A recording of the girl screaming and a photograph of her would have been enough to PR. On October 10th, police discovered a child whose hands were sticking out of the ground due to the body's composition. The child's identity will not be confirmed until after 150 officers were involved in the search for bodies in the swamps. Initially, they focused on the area near Route 628, but later, based on witness statements, they moved to Route 635, where they made their first discovery. On April 19, 1966, Myra and Brady were charged with the murder of Edward Evans Lessell in one of the most high-profile trials in British history. He did not deny taking them, but claimed that the girl was brought to their home by 2 men and then taken away to an unknown destination. The police temporarily halted their search of the swamps due to the onset of winter. During the trial, David Smith, the main witness, signed a contract with a local newspaper to give an exclusive interview if Myra and Brady were convicted. The newspaper paid him a significant sum of money for this. Shortly after his transfer to Wormwood Scrubs, Brady, who had been placed in solitary confinement, went on a hunger strike. He was unhappy with the ban on socializing with other inmates. Prison officials have decided that a child killer is going to afterlife rather quickly as a result of his dramatic weight loss. The maniac was transferred to the hospital wing, where his life took on new colors. He was allowed to watch television and do house cleaning work. At the same time, juvenile delinquents with mental disabilities were admitted to the hospital wing of the prison. In 1981, one of these teenagers said that Brady had forced him into intimate contact. Later, similar statements by the victims surfaced, repeatedly taking advantage of access to secluded corners of the prison. As a janitor, Ian led his victims there. When prison officials learned of this, he was banned from cleaning, but no further charges were filed. More interestingly, he was left in the hospital wing next to the same teenagers. It would seem like such a thing was possible, but there was nothing the chief medical officer of the prison could do about it. British law mandates the prisoners be assisted, and Brady used this skillfully. He threatened to resume his hunger strike every time he talked about being transferred back to a cell. In 1982, a harsh decision was made to transfer the maniac to another prison with stricter conditions. However, 3 years later, in 1985, Brady was declared insane. Thanks to this, another transfer awaited him at Ashworth Psychiatric Hospital. Many of you may have wondered how such a violent sadist managed not only to establish a comfortable life in prison, but also to do his dirty work with teenagers. The answer might surprise you. He was helped by the Earl of Langford. Frank Pakenham, one of the leading politicians of the time, gave favors and privileges. Brady approached him while in prison, and soon the Earl actually sided with him. Of course, there was no talk of helping to get the charges dropped, but Ian didn't count on that. Pakenham helped him stay in the hospital by appealing to Britain's Home Security himself. After that, the politician repeatedly bailed out his newly minted friend by pulling the right strings in the British upper echelons. But the main request to Brady was that he could not fulfill the maniac dream of a date with Myra. On that note, let's move back a bit to Hindley's story. Her life behind bars was much less intense, but not without interesting moments. While in prison, she managed to have a mistress, but more interestingly, she was able to get out of there for a while, not long after beginning her sentence. Henley began a torrid affair with the warden, Patricia Cairns. Together, they planned an escape but were caught by the police in the preparation stage. As a result, Cairns went from a prison employee to a prisoner for 6 years in November 1986. Keith Bennett's mother wrote her a letter begging her to tell her about her son's fate. It was filled with pain and despair, and the last lines were clear. "I am a simple woman working in the kitchens of Chrissy's hospital. It took me 5 weeks to write this letter because it is very important to me that it be accepted by you, as it is a plea for help." Myra was taken to Saddleworth Heath, which was cordoned off by 200 police officers along its perimeter, and her task was to locate the bodies of children whose fate was still unknown. The detective couldn't tell if Henley was moved by this or if there were other motives, but she agreed to participate in the investigation under tight security. Since then, Myra has been out on the heath several more times, and in 1987, the caps were successful, and that's what you call the discovery of Leslie Ann Downey's body. And later, Pauline reads, once Brady learned of his former lover's cooperation with the investigation, he also decided to partially confess to what he had done. True, the maniac asked to be given the means and opportunity to leave his life, which no one could legally do, having been refused. Ian still talked and also expressed his desire to help the police in their search for the remaining bodies. On July 3rd of that year, he was taken to Saddleworth, where he was never able to pinpoint Keith Bennett's burial site. Later, frustrated detectives refused to make another trip to the heath with the maniac, and he turned to reporters. In a letter, he indirectly admitted that he killed 5 other children, but police could not confirm this information. 6 months later, Brady still secured a second visit to Saddleworth, but again proved useless. Keith's body has yet to be discovered. In 2003, the police resumed their search using the most advanced technology, but it yielded no results. They only had 40-year-old photos, making finding the right place next to impossible. Myra made a long attempt to obtain an early release. She wrote appeals that secured Lord Longford's support, and by the early Nazis, almost everyone was convinced that her release was inevitable, unfortunately for her life. Otherwise, Hennel. Yes. The cause was complications from a heart condition. The rest of Brady's life was less rosy, while Myra's release was seriously considered. Ian's release from the asylum was being given the go-ahead by senior British officials. With each year in the asylum, he gradually went mad until he lost what little, if any, sanity he had left. In spite of this, he managed to live long enough until he was 79 years old. In 2017, the maniac died of cancer, and the urn with his ashes was buried at the bottom of the sea. Brady's death made a few people sad. His namesake Police Federation branch chairman Ian Hansen noted that such monsters deserve no sympathy. That was the end of the story of the child-murdering lovers, but in Britain, their names will long be remembered. Ian and Myra are a prime example of inhumanity, boundless impotence, and cynicism, as well as a total lack of morality. Just by remembering the history of the past, we are able to prevent the events of the future, so our work is not in vain. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In December 2010, at St. Malachi's Church in Tyrone, Northern Ireland, it all began exactly where it ended. In front of more than 300 guests, beauty queen and educator Michaela Hardy and athlete John McArevey exchanged vows. But 3 weeks later, John came back with his young wife's body, buried in her immaculate wedding dress. What caused Michaela to pass away? Who could be so cold-blooded and cunning as to murder a woman who had just recently started to enjoy her wedded life with her beloved? And will international cooperation aid in the investigation of one of the most horrific and unforgettable crimes of the past several years? In 2005, John McArevey, the captain of the Irish football team, and Michaela Hardy, the daughter of one of the nation's best football managers, met in university. The young couple fell in love at first sight and had never been apart since. Michaela gladly accepted John's proposal while on vacation in Paris. On New Year's Eve, which was also Michaela's 27th birthday, they scheduled their wedding. Following the formal wedding, the newlyweds flew out on their 3-week honeymoon. Before the most anticipated portion of their trip, 2 weeks at the 5-star Legends Hotel, situated in the fishing village of Grand Gabe on the northeast coast of Mauritius, began, they spent the first week in Dubai. Michaela thoroughly investigated local hotels before deciding on Mauritius as their idyllic honeymoon destination. They chose the Legends Hotel because it has a lot of good evaluations and is well liked by Irish travelers. They asked the hotel's receptionist if they could be assigned to one of the better rooms when they first arrived. They were told that room 1025 in the premium block was available. On January 10, 2011, after having breakfast together, John opted to play golf while Michaela sunbathed. They had lunch together once more. After lunch, Michaela usually looked forward to tea with something tasty. While she went to the room to get Kit Kat bars with her favorite dark chocolate, which she had bought from Dubai and placed in the refrigerator, she requested her husband to get tea. Although John offered to bring her the snacks, she chose to go alone because the accommodation was only 150 feet from the restaurant. While waiting for his wife to come home, John viewed videos and shot some pictures. After a while, he started to question why Michaela hadn't returned. He made the decision to find her. John knocked on the door but got no answer. He went to the receptionist after forgetting his key in the room and failing to see anything through the window. After guiding him back to the room, the corridor attendant used his key to open the door. However, the corridor attendant heard a man's cries for urgent assistance as soon as he moved a short distance away from the door. John walked into the room and found his wife in the cold water bathtub. Her lips were blue, her skin was cold to the touch, and there were noticeable bruises on her neck. John tried to assist Michaela, supposing she had planned to take a bath because of back problems, but had slid or passed out. But his attempts were unsuccessful. The dreams of a young, contented married couple came to an end when medical authorities declared Michaela dead within an hour. People kept coming and going from the newlyweds' room, and no one tried to protect the crime scene, perhaps since it was initially assumed to be an unfortunate accident. When the police entered the room and saw Michaela's condition and the chaos within, they assumed a murder had occurred, even though they had been told that a tourist had drowned. After being brought to the police station, the distressed spouse was detained for 5 hours while being questioned. Given that most murders are carried out by people who are close to the victims, this was not unusual. The harshness and inappropriateness of the police officer's remarks in John's situation were unusual. John was obviously overcome with grief by Michaela's passing. He found his wife's lifeless body in the bathtub, while only 30 minutes before he had seen her joyfully making her way to their room. But when a policeman noticed that he was crying, he may have tried to comfort him by saying, "Why are you crying? You're still young, you'll find yourself a new wife." If the hotel manager hadn't stepped in, it's unclear how long they would have held John at the station. The management reported to the police that a master key that was taken and fit all the locks had been used to open the door of room 1025. It became clear that a member of the hotel staff was responsible for the murder. Most likely, it was an accidental killing. At 2:42 p.m., a staff member, possibly a security guard with the master key, entered the room. Michaela opened her own door 2 minutes later. The maid's sudden appearance forced the thief, who might have been hiding in a tiny alcove in the toilet, to make a snap decision. Since cleaning rooms is a standard procedure in hotels, he could have just grinned at Michaela and pretended to do his job if it was part of his responsibilities. Nothing would have happened. He was aware that his presence in the room would be difficult to explain, though, if he was a security guard. He then saw no choice but to hide in the bathroom and wait for the woman to just go. However, that did not occur. Michaela chose to seize the chance and went into the restroom. As investigators conjectured, she found the robber inside. The thief attacked Michaela in a panic after she fled in fear. He put Michaela in the bathtub after realizing that he had killed her, possibly in an attempt to make it seem like an accident involving the maid. Despite the shock, he may have also imagined that water would wash away any DNA evidence left on his victim. The murderer was still present when John got up from the table at 3:05 p.m. to see why his wife was taking so long. John could have apprehended the murderer at the spot if he had his key card with him, but by the time he approached the administrator, requested that the door be unlocked, and stepped into the room, it was 3:26 p.m., and the thief, who had inadvertently become a murderer, had disappeared. The cops were under tremendous pressure to release John. It is critical to settle the case as soon as possible when a visitor is slain in a nation that depends significantly on tourism. The local police head claimed that the island had a 100% homicide clearance rate, which gave the impression that the case would be resolved quickly. Given that Michaela was one of 30 persons slain on the island in 2011, and that all cases but Michaela's were resolved by dubious confessions, one might assume he was merely praising the work of his colleagues, but any professional would be cautious. The police once again used admissions to solve every case the following year. The investigators had a perfect crime scene, which may have made up for the police's over-reliance on instinct and intuition, if that's what it is. Surveillance cameras were installed all throughout the hotel, the room was cleaned daily, the security system recorded every entry, and the hotel itself was essentially an invincible fortress with watchful security personnel everywhere. That was not at all the case, as we shall see in a moment. 2 hotel staff members were detained by the police within 2 days after the murder, and 2 of them, Avinash Tribhovan and Sandeep Munia, were charged with the crime. The other staff members obligingly became important prosecution witnesses. Dasan Narayanan, a hotel security guard, was also taken into custody a week later. On the day of the murder, Dasan was on duty. His fingerprints were discovered on a phony key that the robbers used to replace the stolen universal key in the security room, although it was impossible to determine his precise position at the time of the crime. There was nothing Dasan could do to explain how his DNA got onto the room's safe door. He gave a preemptive explanation for why his DNA might be present if it were discovered, acknowledging that he had touched Michaela's cheek in his haste to assist John. Nevertheless, the police chose to concentrate their efforts on Avinash and Sandeep, and merely charged Dasan with being an accomplice to the thefts, despite his contradictory testimony. In 2012, the trial started on May 22. The police's pattern of obtaining confessions served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Michaela discovered Avinash and Sandeep stealing cash from the safe or her purse when she returned to the hotel that day. In order to save their jobs, the robbers chose to silence Michaela because hotel workers frequently provide the majority of their family's income, not just their close relatives. Their colleague Raj Thikoi also provided testimony during the trial, After being arrested at first, he was granted immunity and turned out to be the most important prosecution witness. Raj claimed that although he was close to the room and heard a woman's anguished cries, he chose not to knock on the door. Rather, he hid and watched as Sandeep and an upset, sweaty Avinash left the newlyweds' room. When he later inquired about what had transpired, they responded, "Nothing happened, just keep quiet. If you say anything, we'll involve you in this matter." Prosecutors mostly relied on the confession that one of the suspects, Avinash Triboan, gave, in accordance with standard police procedures, in addition to witness statements. Because of their negligent investigation, it appeared as though the police were being judged alongside Sandeep and Avinash, even though they were the ones who were implicated. The defense lawyers called attention to all of the investigators' obvious flaws, errors, and gaps. First of all, the hotel was not closed when Michaela's death was found, and neither a visitor nor a staff member was questioned. The evidence was compromised since some tests were not carried out and others weren't done until the hotel room was given back to them. Although palm and fingerprints were discovered in the room, their owners were not recognized. However, there was no DNA evidence that Sandeep and Avinash were guilty. Even the paper money, which the authorities said the robbers were interested in, was not scanned for DNA or fingerprint. The court was also informed that numerous significant artifacts were not captured at all, and that all of the photos taken at the crime scene were in black and white. The enigma surrounding the 46 security cameras that recorded the activities within and outside the hotel, however, generated the most controversy. The cops refused to give the defense lawyers the videotapes in spite of repeated requests. As it turned out, they were unable to conceal the footage, not because they wanted to. Due to their inability to control the cameras, the police officers deleted 90% of the videos. Instead of providing a truthful response when asked to explain how the apparatus operates, they merely hit the button, which also happened to be the record button, and when they believed they were playing back the recordings, they were actually erasing them. International media questioned whether the local authorities were purposefully undermining the probe due to the police's obvious incompetence. Lastly, the defendants asserted that they only confessed after the police tortured them. Sandeep, who reportedly handed the keycard, stated that he was forced to make the confession under threat of a firearm. Avinash also refuted his testimony, claiming that he vomited blood after being tortured and subjected to water interrogation by the police. He was also allegedly informed that his wife would be deported and that he would have to move to Ireland to live with John McAvery, who would now require a new wife. Avinash claimed that he only signed the document that was given to him, not even reading his own confession. Even though he and Sandeep were in room 1009 where a VIP customer was scheduled to stay when the murder occurred, another witness said he was coerced into providing false testimony. Sandeep demanded that his subordinate keep the space spotless at all times. He even picked up the mop personally at one point to show how the floors should be cleaned. Telecommunications data also supported Sandeep's assertion that he was speaking on the phone with his sister in Britain at the time of the incident. Lastly, it was verified by the retained security camera film that he was in a separate area of the hotel when the murder occurred. The court case took over 8 weeks to complete, even though it was only supposed to take 2 weeks. This was mostly because the defense lawyers went beyond the bounds of decency and made the trial into a spectacle. They frequently cracked jokes and caused the board, spectators, and law students in the courtroom to erupt in laughter. The defense brought up the possibility of a sexual motive for the crime, implying that Michaela's husband was involved. They implied potential wrongdoing between John and his wife, and mentioned an intimate aid they discovered in the hotel room. But it was actually a straightforward insert from Cosmopolitan, a women's magazine Michaela had bought at the airport. Then, using a purportedly verified video, they tried to demonstrate that John and Michaela had a heated argument, but the people in the video weren't Michaela and John. Rather, they were two Germans who looked like them. In order to verify that he was the man in the video, John had to reach out to him on Facebook and ask him to give a statement at a German police station. All things considered, the sensationalism surrounding Michaela's murder case caused great distress to her family. Specifically, John was ranked highly on the list of readers' choices in a survey called Who Killed Michaela that was published by a local newspaper. In addition, the police released pictures of Michaela's battered and nude body to the Mauritius newspaper, which caused her family unimaginable distress. But these 8 weeks were over, and the jury members had to decide what to do. After a guilty conviction, Michaela's family thought the accused would have the right to request a review of the case because the judge gave a clear summary of the case and highlighted the suspect's culpability. They were certain that the verdict would be just what they had expected. The court also firmly asked the jurors to make the appropriate choice from their point of view, rather than to think about how this case would affect the nation's reputation. And the jury found Avinash and Sandeep not guilty, after 2 months of trial and just 2 hours of deliberation. After the acquittal verdict, John and Michaela's families were incredibly disappointed. They endured all the agony of the process, inappropriate remarks from attorneys and police, tolerated laughter in the courtroom, and even faced aggressive behavior from the locals because they were confident that the guilty parties would be punished for the murder. They were certain of Avinash and Sandeep's guilt and believed that they were acquitted because the case received global media attention, and the jurors did not want the murder case to reflect negatively on Mauritius' image. The Hart and McKervey families cannot forget that Avinash's lawyer appeared on a local radio station and essentially admitted his client's guilt, mentioning how Avinash cried and apologized to Michaela's family. The interview was supposed to be presented in court, but the lawyer managed to evade his responsibilities. John believes that Avinash told the truth when he confessed to Michaela's murder. He is why, when everyone hears about death by strangling, they image the killer suffocating the victim, ripping their neck with 2 hands. But Avinash recalled that when they were in the honeymoon suite, Michaela walked in and spotted him clutching a pocketbook. She asked what he was doing. She couldn't have known that Sandeep was in the bathroom. When the girl tried to prevent Avinash from leaving the room, standing in his path, Sandeep approached her from behind and put one hand around her neck. The truth is, the autopsy report was prepared much later, and it confirmed that everything happened exactly as Avinash claimed. If Avinash wasn't certain, how could he have created such a strangulation technique? Avinash added that when Michaela fell, she struck her head on the ground. That was further supported by a bruise discovered on the back of her skull during the post-mortem. Furthermore, in summarizing the case, the judge reminded everyone that Avinash made his confession on January 12 and signed it on the 13th in the presence of his lawyer. Avinash would have been made to sign something else on the 12th if the cops had intended to fake the confession. Furthermore, 3 other doctors evaluated the youngster on separate days, and none of them discovered any evidence of abuse. After the acquittal verdict, a new investigation was launched. The key card that the murderer and thief used to enter the room was the main piece of evidence that the police concentrated on. Even these locks' mechanism, though, is unreliable. It is impossible to pinpoint the precise moment the murderer entered Michaela's room because the 240 locks in the Legends Hotel are not synced, and each one displays its unique time on the security system's dashboard. Because the precise hour of the crime is uncertain, this puts almost every suspect's alibi into doubt. The situation was exacerbated by the discovery of yet another serious weakness in the hotel's guest security. The number of possible suspects could rise from dozens to hundreds as a result of this vulnerability. Mauritian law states that the beach is public property if the hotel owns the guest rooms, dining establishments, bars, golf courses, and other such places. Locals own the island's beaches, and traders and fishermen have always had complete access to the hotel's grounds and the beach. Young boys are used to hanging around on the hotel grounds, and local craftsmen sell their wares to visitors. To put it another way, the hotel cannot guarantee the security of its property, even with cameras, gates, and security guards, and there is no way to confirm who entered the honeymoon room. Consequently, there were no noteworthy discoveries made during the fresh inquiry into the matter. Under international pressure, the Mauritian police examined Michaela's murder many times and even sought the services of a French laboratory for retesting DNA evidence. The discovery of DNA on Michaela's clothing that matched that of one of the suspects was reported as a major breakthrough in 2014, but this finding wasn't enough to justify a new trial. John offered a sizable reward for information regarding the case in 2017, in an effort to bring it back into the public eye. A lawyer called him a few weeks after he got back home to tell him that Sandeep and Avinash would now undoubtedly be arrested. Michaela's family was relieved and thought they would finally receive justice, but the attorney did not name the new evidence that made this possible. But months and weeks went by with no one being taken into custody. The case was formally ended in 2020, but the Mauritius government agreed to revisit it in 2021 after pressure from Irish MPs. A desire to re-examine the matter does not ensure that it will be resolved, which is the problem. It is difficult to investigate any crime after 10 years, not to mention the potential that Mauritius's authorities would not be motivated to track down the murderers. Many investigators have advanced in their careers over the course of 10 years, so if something is disclosed in the case that many would rather keep hidden, heads will roll. Following the trial, the relatives of John and Michaela sued the hotel for $1.6 million. The terms of the out-of-court settlement are not made public, but the funds were donated to a charity set up in Michaela's memory. Both the Legends Hotel, which was renamed the Lux Hotel, and Room 1025, which was renovated and given the new number 1026, are still quite popular. At a memorial luncheon for Michaela in 2013, John, who is now an accountant, met a sweet girl called Kara Brennan. John proposed to Kara, who works as an accountant, in 2015. James McAravey, the couple's first child, was born last year. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. David Edward Moust, in contrast to other serial killers, was viewed as an outlier, a lunatic, who didn't match the conventional description of a ruthless, malevolent, uncontrollable killer. Rather, he was someone who truly regretted his actions and wanted to be imprisoned for the rest of his life in order to protect others. He screamed for assistance, but nobody responded. What events in his life shaped who he is now? Let's examine the tale of a man who was disappointed by his parents' separation, a difficult childhood, and an ineffective legal system. The story is about a serial killer called Deranged Dave. George and Ava Moust welcomed David Edward Moust into the world on April 5, 1954, in Connellsville, Pennsylvania. The family had 3 other children in addition to David. The Moust family had a difficult life. Ava and George both experienced challenging upbringings. The parents were unable to provide a loving home for their own children because his father was placed for adoption when he was 12 years old. George tried to avoid his wife, who needed constant attention, was emotionally unstable, and self-centered, by being away from home a lot. Their mother had a nervous breakdown shortly after the birth of David's younger brother Jeffrey and spent a month in the hospital. She might have experienced postpartum depression, although at the time medicine didn't fully understand or support women with such conditions. David's parents divorced in 1963, when he was just 7 years old. David's father reportedly started the divorce because he had stopped providing for his ex-wife and the 4 kids for a year, leaving the woman to care for the family alone. Life at their parents' house was tough for all the kids, but David had it the worst, according to David's sister. Maybe because he looked so much like his father, their mother's hatred of her ex-husband was passed on to her son. Ava asserted that she was powerless over the boy. David allegedly attempted to kill his brother Jeffrey twice by the time he was 8 years old, once by pushing him into a lagoon and stepping on his fingers to prevent him from climbing out, and again by trying to burn Jeffrey's bed. Additionally, according to his mother, she frequently looked in her son's pockets to make sure he hadn't stolen anything. She said he would take her valuables and sell them, all allegedly before he was 9 years old. Ava said she no longer wanted to deal with a challenging, troublesome child when he turned 9. The 9-year-old child was admitted to a mental health facility after she went to the court and claimed she needed assistance because he was mentally ill. The doctors and staff, however, did not observe any of the behavior that Ava had described. Instead, they came to the conclusion that the mother had just left her son behind. It made the boy's already challenging life at home even more so. Numerous other patients, including those with aggressive criminal tendencies, developmental disorders, and schizophrenia, had to share common areas with him. David felt confused and angry. Given that both his mother and father had deserted him, he felt stuck and had nowhere to go. He waited by the window on visitation days, hoping to see his mother, but she never showed up. In an attempt to comfort him, the institution's staff offered explanations for his mother's absence, such as her illness or another reason. The boy eventually came to terms with his circumstances. He and the other kids just thought their parents were in need of a vacation. In part, the kids were correct, but in reality, they hadn't been abandoned, at least not in David's case. As terrible as it sounds, such institutions were used in those days to essentially leave a child there. Later, David remembered a boy who was sent to the mental institution by his parents, who treated it like a summer camp while they took their own vacations, and who spent many summers at the clinic. Their son miraculously recovered from his mental illness by the time they got back from their vacation. Doctors evaluated David's intelligence right away. He was always able to express himself clearly and showed remarkable skills remembering sports events with vividness. As a result, the medical staff quickly came to believe that David's mother, Ava, rather than her son, was mentally ill. In order to send David home, they waited for her to recover. But each time they attempted to arrange for the child to return home, his mother turned him away. The clinic staff was forced to formally recognize David's lack of mental abnormalities when he turned 13, but he had nowhere to go yet. As a result, he was moved to a children's home a few blocks from his family's residence. His realization that his relatives lived close by but didn't want to interact with him must have been extremely upsetting. But David ended up with other boys going through adolescence in a shelter. It was only natural for them to try out relationships with one another because they were unable to engage with people of the other sex. Another boy started clamoring for David's attention as soon as he arrived at the children's home. Being extremely persistent, he threatened to tell everyone about David's stay in the mental institution, effectively blackmailing him. Despite his resistance, David would later write in his diary that he gave in and kissed the young blackmailer, feeling instantly repulsed and angry at himself. David adapted to the shelter quite well aside from this incident. Even though David Most had a rough upbringing, spent time in the clinic, and lived in a shelter, his intelligence was innate and unaffected by these experiences. He maintained his focus and dazzled everyone with his extraordinary memory. Life appeared to be getting better until all of a sudden a sense of anger arose inside of him. By the time he was 15, David had attacked Eddie, another boy. While they were playing together, David began strangling Eddie for no apparent reason. When David noticed that Eddie was practically out of breath, he abruptly stopped. Eddie granted his request for forgiveness. Was this a genuine act of repentance? It's unclear because David might have tried to control himself, had nowhere else to go, and didn't want trouble. But because he wrote about it in his 87-page prison journal, we are aware of this incident. However, David's restraint was short-lived, as he soon tried to choke Daniel, another boy. David seized a rope and wrapped it around Daniel's neck while they were in a room together, just watching TV. When he realized Daniel hadn't done him any harm, he stopped once more. "Enough," I told myself. "Leave the rope," he wrote in the diary, and Daniel fell to the ground. He was analyzing his actions and persuading himself that they were wrong. It was as if I was trapped inside myself and someone else was trying to kill Daniel, and I couldn't stop. David started to believe that he had no control over his thoughts or behavior, which was undoubtedly frightening for a teenager whose life lacked a typical parental role model. David was sent back to the institution for the mentally ill after Daniel, who lived, reported the incident. By the time the teenager turned 17, life appeared to be getting better. He made the decision to go home after he and a few other guys fled the clinic. He was devastated to learn that Ava had married and that her unwanted son had no place in her house. Furthermore, she pretended that David had never existed and told everyone that he was a shame to the family. She persuaded him to enlist in the army in order to get rid of him. It's crucial to remember that it was 1971, during the height of the Vietnam War, but maybe it wasn't the worst choice for the boy, to provide him with a purpose in life, a place to live, and practical skills. He was sent to the recruiter by his mother. After being drafted into the army, David was dispatched to Frankfurt, Germany. He worked as a cook at a military installation that also housed civilians. James McLister, a 13-year-old who everyone called Jimmy, was one of them. On the base, his parents were engineers. It was at the army bowling alley that David and Jimmy first met. David also found another talent. He was a great bowler who competed and made a respectable living doing it. After becoming friends, David and Jimmy spent time together until one night when David woke up in his bed with Jimmy, naked. He became furious. He recommended that Jimmy take a moped ride. The boy obviously viewed him as an older brother, trusted him wholeheartedly, and complied without hesitation. If only he understood David's thoughts. David tied Jimmy to a tree and beat him with a plank he found there after they drove a long way from the base to a location where a World War II bomb crater still existed. Jimmy's killer just untied the body and left it there when Jimmy stopped breathing. David went back to the base and acted as though nothing had occurred. They looked for the boy, of course, but he was only located a month later. Despite being in custody, David managed to persuade the judge that it was a tragic mishap. The boys allegedly damaged the moped, and Jimmy crashed out of it. David hid Jimmy's body because he was afraid and unsure of what to do. He was taken seriously. David was given a 3-year prison sentence because there was no proof of murder. It's interesting to note that David behaved flawlessly while incarcerated, received a diploma, wrote to his family once a week, and learned practical new skills. He was eligible to be considered for early release on parole because of his excellent behavior, but he turned down the offer. The young man was terrified of being free as he realized what he was capable of. He had ample opportunity to think about his actions while confined, and he came to the conclusion that he would undoubtedly murder someone else if he were freed. He was repulsed by such thoughts and feelings and hated himself for them. Because he had a conscience, his lawyer subsequently referred to him as one of the most remarkable serial killers. Even up until the point at which he committed another murder, he felt bad about killing people. Because of what he had done, he detested himself, but the desire to kill came back, and he gave in and killed once more. It's a really odd behavioral pattern. However, when he turned 23 in 1977, he was set free. He made friends with a teenage boy after relocating to Chicago 2 years later. Although it appeared that they were friended, David occasionally felt the urge to stab the boy while he was staying overnight. David gave in to this overwhelming desire after they had another drink, and the teenager dozed off on the couch. He nearly disemboweled him by stabbing him in the abdomen with a knife, but the teenager lived. David was found guilty of attempting to kill someone. He was found not guilty, despite lying on the witness stand. We don't know what he said to convince them. Maybe he was also a devilishly convincing person when needed. David had not been able to learn to control his desires by the time he was 27. He remembered the kiss at the orphanage when a boy came up to him, trying to figure out what was happening to him. He hypothesized that his bad behavior stemmed from this unpleasant, intimate experience. He therefore made the decision to track down and murder that boy, who was now a man. He thought he could stop his destructive impulses and desires by doing this. He therefore embarked on a quest to target this man with his anger. But he found out that the man was incarcerated when he got to the location where the boy had lived. Therefore, David wasn't the only person who got into trouble after leaving that orphanage. He was unable to control his urge to kill or vent his anger on his offender. Then he saw a 15-year-old boy named Donald Jones going by his car. He was utterly innocent and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Under the pretense of a straightforward odd job, David persuaded the teenager to get into the car and drove him to a remote location with quarries. Like his last victim, he stabbed Donald multiple times in the abdomen. He later described in his diary how the boy repeatedly pleaded with him not to be killed, saying, "Don't kill me, I'm only 15 years old." Nevertheless, David was powerless to stop himself. Then, unable to leave the teenager alone, he led him to the section of the quarry that was flooded. The teen died. David left the town without waiting for the body to be found. He was aware that Galveston, Texas, was where his uncle resided. David was given a job in his construction company and was permitted to live with his uncle. Once more, David demonstrated that he was a great worker, but after he unintentionally damaged the company van, his uncle fired him. The situation worsened. He offered a 14-year-old boy alcohol and illegal drugs when he invited him to his hotel room, but instead he started beating him. He stopped abruptly, as though the regular David took over and realized he had committed this terrible deed. Embarrassed, he dropped the weapon and started crying. David was given a 5-year sentence and the boy lived. He once more believed that he would carry on killing if he were released from prison. He was extradited to Chicago in 1982 in connection with the murder of Donald Jones, after investigators began linking him to the Donald case. They kept him in a mental health facility for a long time because they didn't think he was competent to stand trial. But in 1994, After waiting for a trial for 10 years, David acknowledged his guilt. He received a 35-year sentence. He was the most dangerous inmate the Illinois Department of Corrections would have, according to a report written by the Cook County prosecutor. He was even called a criminal on par with John Wayne Gacy by the sheriff. However, David Moust's sentence was lowered by 12 years because he had to wait 12 years for a trial and extradition. His remaining sentence was also reduced by 2 years due to his excellent behavior while incarcerated. In a 6-page letter to the Illinois Department of Corrections, David expressed his desire to remain incarcerated and acknowledged that he was unable to control himself. Illinois had a law at the time that permitted a convicted sexual assault offender to voluntarily serve out the rest of their life in prison. When given this choice, David wrote back, "Bring the papers, I'll sign everything," but no one approached him. His attorney claims that the letter was never even read, and he was freed from detention in 1999. Following a subsequent release, David relocated to Oak Park, Illinois. A year later, he attacked his friend Anthony by striking him on the back of the head with a metal pipe, despite his hope that a new place to live would allow him to start over. It would seem reasonable to assume that the police would deal with him more severely this time, but since Anthony was a former gang member who didn't want to involve the police and wouldn't testify against David, no charges were even filed against him. After his parole expired in 2002, David made the decision to relocate once more, this time to Hammond, Indiana. He discovered a local job that frequently involved and was frequented by teenagers. Employers were already able to investigate the backgrounds of potential hires by that point. David was just permitted to work with young boys in spite of his history of abusing teenagers. He soon fell back into his old routine, going to public pools and other places where teenagers congregated. By assigning the boys what appeared to be easy tasks, he gave them chances to make money. No teen would turn down the opportunity to make some cash by performing an apparently simple task, but these tasks turned out to be sinister. This went on until the disappearance of James Rainey, 16, and Michael Dennis, 13. That summer, David had made friends with these boys at the public pool and invited them to his house. The boys disappeared on September 10, 2003, the last time they were spotted. Given Michael and James's disobedient behavior, the police initially thought they might have simply fled. Therefore, the disappearance of Nick James, 19, on May 2, 2003, garnered more attention than the disappearance of these two boys. Nick James's family had been putting pressure on the police for months, and he wasn't rebellious. Investigators looked into his background after discovering that he shared a store with David Moust. They asked him to take a polygraph test because they had no proof, and he passed. He said he hadn't seen them in a while, which was pretty much accurate, but they didn't inquire as to whether he had murdered the boys. Investigators chose to search David's home even though he passed the polygraph exam. In 2003, the canine-wielding officer, Emo, was on the hunt for bodies. In order to search David Moust's basement, the police invited the dog and its handler. The dog started barking at the basement's far wall when the officer gave Emo the order. The handler told investigators that although the dog had been trained to pretend to dig, this behavior was strange because the dog was acting against its training. However, there had to be a reason why the dog wouldn't leave that specific location, so it was necessary to break through the concrete and investigate what was behind it. They were asked to go back to the same house a week later. Nothing was discovered when officers dug a deep hole in the floor. They went around and drilled a longer hole, but they were unsuccessful, so they gave up. They requested that they bring the dog back. He went straight to the hole this time and lay down. Since the officer was unable to record this, he asked the handler to give the dog another command. The dog then went to another hole and lay down again. After bringing in a concrete specialist, police discovered that David had used a staggering 80 bags of concrete. This was obviously done to conceal something, most likely bodies. 3 bodies were discovered when the police finally removed the concrete. Along with Nick, David had buried James and Michael beneath the basement after suffocating them in his apartment. David's brother and mother, who hadn't spoken to him in a long time, suddenly showed up. In numerous interviews, Jeffrey questioned whether the events could have been avoided had the police taken notice of David sooner. He claimed that his brother had committed horrible things when he was younger, but he had no proof. In addition, his brother and mother, who had not spoken to David in a long time, appeared to be desperate for attention. Jeffrey even had aspirations of becoming a writer. Thomas Wayne, his lawyer, claimed that although David was a serial killer, he wasn't born that way. The lawyer genuinely thought that his childhood was the recipe for making a serial killer, if anyone was looking for it. He never learned how to interact with others or live in society. David entered a guilty plea to the killings in November 2005 and received 3 life sentences. David died in January 2006 at the age of 51. He confessed to 5 murders, including 3 in Hammond, in a note discovered in his cell. He expressed his disappointment in not receiving a death sentence because he believed he deserved it. He felt that he would not have committed as many crimes if he had been kept out of the public eye. He also didn't want his existence to be funded by taxpayers. He accepted responsibility for his actions and begged the families of the victims for forgiveness. He only blamed himself, not his parents or upbringing. David wrote that although he loved his family, they never loved him back. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The phone rang early on April 27, 2006, in a comfortable home in a small Michigan town. The homeowner's previous life was instantly shattered by the sound she heard when she answered the phone, but the second phone call she would have to take 5 weeks later was nothing like that conversation. Whitney Sarek, an attractive and outgoing 18-year-old student, was crossing campus to attend a lecture on Wednesday, April 26, 2006. Whitney attended Taylor University in Upland, Indiana, as a freshman. Both Whitney and her older sister were now students at the same university where her parents had previously attended. Whitney actually wanted to attend a different university, but her parents assured her that they would pay 2/3 of her tuition if she attended a Christian university. They wouldn't even cover the cost of her education if she chose to go to a non-religious school. Whitney's decision was clear-cut, given the high expense of higher education. Whitney became anxious as she made her way across campus, negotiating crowds of other students, as she realized how quickly the school year was coming to an end. She was thrilled to spend the summer vacation with her parents in the small Michigan town of Gaylord, but she was also saddened by the thought of bidding farewell to her new friends, whom she wouldn't see again until the fall. During her first year of college, Whitney had made a lot of new friends. She soon found that the older students were just as amiable as the freshmen and had gone through many of the difficulties of college life, so she also had a few older friends. They were willing to help if she asked for advice. Because she thought she might learn something useful, Whitney seized the chance to engage with older students whenever she had it during her studies. Whitney saw a poster asking for student volunteers to help decorate the banquet hall for a celebration honoring the new university president just that morning as she was making her way to her lecture. As she got closer, Whitney found that the majority of the volunteers who had signed up were older than she was. When she heard this, she also wrote her name down. The student had a typical rest of the day. After studying and hanging out with friends, she went back to her dorm room in the evening and fell asleep quietly. Naturally, she had no idea that the events that would alter her life would occur just 24 hours later, when she laid her head on the pillow that night. Whitney got up early the following morning, showered, brushed her teeth, and took her time choosing her outfit. Whitney wasn't conceited, but she wanted to look respectable because she knew she would be interacting with university employees and senior citizens all day. As she got closer to the parking lot meeting place, she noticed some students standing close to a university van. Despite not knowing them, she greeted them with confidence, introduced herself, and since she was the first person they had been waiting for, they all boarded the van. With ease, the car began traveling north on Highway 69 in the direction of Fort Wayne. It was the banquet hall, where the event was scheduled to take place, and it was only an hour away. Whitney immediately started talking to Laura Van Ryn, a 22-year-old who was seated beside her. Another student questioned whether Whitney and Laura were related, despite the fact that they were strangers. In addition to having similar appearances, the two stunning blondes who were tall and slender learned that they had been raised in small Michigan towns. Whitney's hometown of Caledonia, 2 hours south of Gaylord, was where Laura had traveled to study. In addition, they were both younger daughters of devoutly religious parents and were involved in sports, playing football, basketball, volleyball, and running. The students went into the banquet hall as soon as the van came to a stop. It was their responsibility to get ready for the celebration. As they set the tableware, arranged the chairs, and arranged the tables over the course of the following few hours, Laura and Whitney remained together and spoke amicably. The volunteers ultimately determined that their work was finished at around 7 p.m. They took their seats on the van again, and the van drove back south. Laura and Whitney chatted for a few more minutes on the drive, but they soon felt the weariness from their work, just like the other children. They fell silent as they looked thoughtfully out the window at the passing landscape. When the van was within 2 miles of the campus, about 30 minutes later, a bright beam of light filled the van's interior. It quickly grew stronger, bouncing off the faces of those inside, and in a matter of seconds the whole interior of the van was blazing. After a horrified scream, there was total quiet. In a matter of minutes, distressed drivers on Highway 69 called the 911 hotline to report that something horrible had happened. Rescue personnel were shocked by what they saw, even though they had prepared for the worst when they got to the scene. Bodies, glass fragments, and wreckage littered the area. The headlights of a fully loaded truck driven by Robert Spencer were the source of the sudden light that filled the van's interior. While traveling north on the highway, the truck driver had dozed off behind the wheel. The truck didn't stop when it swerved off the road and onto the grassy median strip. After veering back onto the road, it struck the southbound van that was transporting the students. The truck literally tore off the van's back end when it hit it, sending it spinning uncontrollably. The pupils were thrown out and dispersed in all directions, since half of the vehicle was gone. Sadly, 5 of the 9 people in the van could not be saved, but when the rescue crews arrived, they discovered Robert still alive inside his truck. A few hours later, on April 27, Whitney's mother and Gaylord got a call early in the morning. Her husband wasn't at home because he was helping the church rebuild houses following Hurricane Katrina's devastating effects. The coroner, who was on the other end of the line, told the woman that her daughter had died in a terrible accident. The Van Ryn family also had to take a late phone call at the same time, 3 hours south of Gaylord in Caledonia, but they were informed that Laura had survived the same accident and was in critical condition. Early in the morning, the girl's boyfriend, Aaron, and her parents arrived at the hospital. In the hallway, Laura's classmates were already anticipating their arrival. The girl was in a coma, swollen, bandaged, and wearing a neck brace as she lay in a hospital bed. Laura's leg, elbow, collarbone, and ribs were all broken, the family was told, but the brain trauma was the most serious injury. The patient had been stabilized, but it was unclear if she would ever awaken from her coma. Even if she did, she would probably not be able to live independently because of the severe damage to her brain. Laura's family made the decision to move her to a Grand Rapids rehabilitation facility that specializes in brain injuries because they knew that her recovery would be a long one at best. Additionally, Whitney's sister and mother showed up at the hospital. Even though they were only a few feet from her body, the coroner reassured them that they didn't need to identify her and even discouraged them from going inside the mortuary. They were also given Whitney's handbag, which was filthy, stuffed with broken items, and smelled horribly of gasoline. When the handbag was discovered close to Whitney's body, the women knew that her body would be in an even more appalling state. They didn't want to remember her that way, so they couldn't bring themselves to look at the body. They merely returned their daughter's body to Gaylord, their hometown. Whitney's 19th birthday fell on her farewell, so her family chose to play a collection of videos from her past birthdays. More than 1,400 people, or roughly half of the town's total population, came to bid her farewell. She was laid to rest in a closed casket the following day. Meanwhile, Laura's family members, who alternated between sitting in the girl's hospital room, received a startling update. Brain scans suggested Laura would emerge from her coma, but it was not clear when. For the next few weeks, Laura stayed in a coma, but her injuries healed over time, and there were all indications that she would get better. After 30 days following the incident, Laura finally regained consciousness on Tuesday, May 16. At first glance, her brain appeared to be operating normally. It was a miracle, and her family was incredulous. The girl was getting better pretty quickly, and she soon had the ability to sit up and move her hands and legs. Laura's loved ones discovered a lot of new information about her at the same time. Laura's 3-year boyfriend, Aaron, whom she intended to wed after graduating from college, was astounded to see that her eyes had changed from being greenish to a much deeper shade of blue. Additionally, her sister discovered that Laura had a belly button piercing when she inadvertently lifted her shirt. Additionally, the girl appeared to have shifted her teeth to one side. All of this, however, seemed trivial. What mattered most was that Laura was still alive and making progress toward recovery. Or did she? Before long, she did something that caused her family, doctors, and others to question whether her brain was working correctly. A week after emerging from the coma, Laura sat on a hospital bed with her family and medical staff on Monday, May 22. She was given a pencil and paper by the doctor, who asked her to write her name. Laura took the pencil, nodded as though she understood the assignment, and began writing the letters slowly. But her scrawls didn't make sense when she was done and the doctor saw what she had written. He requested that the girl repeat the action. She began writing even more intently, but the name was still wrong. Laura was mistakenly identifying herself as someone else, and the doctor had to acknowledge that her brain injury might be more severe than he initially believed. But that was not the problem, as everyone would soon discover. There was something far more serious going on. Her father was deeply hurt when Laura told him that they were fake parents. This was the next warning sign. Although it was impossible to accuse them of being bad parents, he took it to mean that she thought their relationship with her was phony. However, his wife also started to believe that if Laura wasn't who she claimed to be, after Laura's face stopped appearing swollen, friends who saw her also came to the conclusion that she was not herself. Compared to their parents, her sister Lisa found it a little easier to accept the truth. Lisa once paused as she was escorting the girl back to the room following therapy, knelt beside Laura, and expressed her pride in the girl's development. She then requested that she respond to a single question. What was her name? The girl said, Whitney. However, they clarified to her that people who have experienced brain trauma occasionally mispronounce their own names. Because of this, when Lisa inquired about the names of her parents, she replied, Sarah Newland and Laura and Whitney had only known each other for a short while, so Laura was unable to provide an accurate response. Despite her understanding, Lisa didn't want to frighten the poor girl who was seated in front of her. She summoned the courage to compliment her, carried her back to the room with composure, and told their mother and father everything. A horrible reality hit the entire family when their father discovered that his daughter had been identified only by appearance. The parents of the girl they had been caring for all this time deserved to know that Laura had been dead for 5 weeks. Rescue services began working at the scene on that terrible day of April 26, following the accident, attempting to ascertain who else they could assist and who was beyond saving. On the side of the road, they discovered a girl who was critically hurt and barely surviving. Medical personnel hurried to her, loaded her into an ambulance, put her on a stretcher with a nearby handbag, and drove her to the hospital. While treating the injured girl, the doctors looked at the identification in the handbag and recognized her as Laura Van Ryn. As the bandages were gradually taken off, it was clear that Laura's appearance had changed dramatically as a result of the accident. But her appearance didn't matter to her family. Her survival was a great relief to them. However, when they gave Laura paper and a pencil on Monday, May 22, and asked her to write her name, she wrote Whitney instead of Laura. It turned out that there had been a terrible error, but no one had been aware of it until that point. The medics thought Whitney's handbag was hers when they discovered her by the side of the road. They came to the conclusion that it was the same person after comparing the girl's photo with the one on the identification. Surprisingly, Whitney's purse had landed beside Laura at the same moment. The case of mistaken identity was formally confirmed 1 week after Whitney wrote her name on the paper. And once more, in the middle of the night, the Sarok family's house rang with an unsettling phone call. In order to spare Whitney's mother from hearing the news alone, the coroner asked her to bring a companion. She invited Carly, her eldest daughter, to accompany her. After that, the coroner started talking about the possibility that Whitney was still alive. They were terrified of what they would see on the way to the hospital. If Laura's parents were unable to identify that it wasn't her, how should the patient appear? However, their worries were unjustified. They knew it was Whitney as soon as they walked into the hospital room. For Laura's loved ones, the miracle for the Sarek family became a nightmare. They were afraid that Whitney's parents would be upset with them for preventing them from seeing their daughter for so long, in addition to learning that their daughter had been dead for 5 weeks. Nonetheless, the Sarek spouses realized that they shared some of the blame. Laura's family believed what they were told, and they didn't recognize Whitney's body. All the clues were compared to pieces of a puzzle, but how could they be certain that a puzzle needed to be put together? Since one family had already gone through what the other had not, they were able to empathize with one another. Laura's body was exhumed and shipped to Caledonia a few days later. Despite their brief acquaintance, Laura and Whitney's shared tragedy united the two families for all time. They respected each other's sentiments, emotions, and personal space by not talking about what had happened for 2 years. However, they later made the decision to write a book in which they detailed every incident and offered their own interpretation of it. It was discovered that the driver responsible for the incident, Robert Spencer, had been operating a vehicle for 9 hours beyond the permitted limit. He was given a 4-year prison sentence after acknowledging his guilt. He was incarcerated for 2 years in total. He recovered from the accident at the same hospital where Whitney was thought to be Laura. By asking Laura's parents what they would say and how they felt about the person responsible for the accident, reporters attempted to incite them against Robert. But Laura's family overcame it. Neither of the two families brought legal action against him, and they were kind and understanding. To make sure that such an error would not occur again, the state of Indiana modified the process for identifying incident victims. Whitney acknowledges that she only remembers the banquet preparations and the pizza they had as a post-work snack, not the actual incident. The time she spent with Laura's family is completely forgotten. She recalled waking up with her mother close by. She gradually recovered physically and finished her studies. She married in the same church where her funeral was held 4 years later. Her boyfriend, Matt Wheeler, was her pick, and he helped her get better. They are parents to 2 kids. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Horia and Bouvier, both foreign students, became friends while attending the Sorbonne in Paris. The girls studied the history, social, and political movements and culture of the region because they were fervent about foreign cultures, particularly those of Latin America. Horia was 24 years old and was born in Morocco. She chose to set aside her books and travel to Argentina after finishing her thesis on the subject. At 29, Cassandra was accustomed to seeing the world, so she accepted her friend's invitation with pleasure. After packing their bags, the girls set out on a journey across the Caribbean basin, Central America, and South America. The friends traveled to Salta, a province in northwest Argentina with a fascinating history, geography, and social scene, in July 2011. The terrain varies from tropically dry plains in the east to snow-capped peaks in the west. Curiosity-driven students can explore and study the architecture, which includes churches and cathedrals constructed during the colonial era. It is important to note, though, that Salta upholds conservative traditions, much like many northern provinces in the nation, and most likely throughout Latin America. The distinctions between social classes are noticeable, and the Catholic Church has a big impact on people's daily lives. A small number of powerful families have dominated politics for many years. It should be noted that the details will become clearer as this story develops. Since they intended to return to Buenos Aires, Cassandra and Horia checked into a hotel in Salta on July 15 and left to explore the sites without unpacking. A popular tourist destination, Salta is renowned for its low crime rate and welcoming locals, particularly to visitors. The natural reserve known as Quebrada de San Lorenzo is Salta's main draw. The girls bought tickets to the reserve at precisely 4:23 p.m. on July 15. Instead of hiring a guide, they went far into the forest. They were expected to get in touch with their families from Buenos Aires and let them know which city they would be visiting next, but there was no word from them. Unable to handle the uncertainty, their families contacted Cassandra and Horia's Argentinian acquaintances on the 19th and requested that they call the police. 2 weeks later, a group of visitors from a nearby town followed the French girl's path. Although it was not uncommon in this region, they reached the reserve rather late in the evening. One of the tourists broke away from the others at around 6 p.m. in order to locate a private area in the thickets. He saw what appeared to be a body there. He screamed and hurried back to the group to tell them about his discovery, after approaching and verifying that it was, in fact, a body. Around 10 p.m., the police showed up at the reserve. The tourists had only noted that the body was close to a viewpoint. They had not marked the precise spot where they discovered it. As a result, the police first had trouble finding it in the dark and among the thickets. The body was eventually located, but before they could start their work, they found 2 more victims a short distance away. It was the 2 French tourists who had gone missing. Given that many people in the area hunt for food, the police came up with a number of theories, one of which was that the girls might have been unintentionally shot by a local hunter. Thus, locals were the target of the search. Francisco Toheder, a tourist guide for horseback riding, was taken into custody by the police. But since there was no proof linking him to the crime, he was freed a few days later. The police needed a scapegoat to placate the public, so his wife told the media that her husband was arrested only because they were impoverished. The police told the media right away after the bodies were found that they had been lying in the forest for roughly 3 days. There were several theories as to what might have happened to the girls during the remaining days when they were reported missing, because they had retained their tickets to the reserve for the 15th. There was conjecture that they were abducted, held captive, and subsequently disposed of. The police later explained that the girls had been lying in the reserve close to the viewpoint for 14 days before they were killed. There were rumors of violence against the girls because of Cassandra's ripped clothes, and Horia's pants and underwear being pulled down to her knees. This was verified by the autopsy. The tourists were sexually assaulted, severely beaten, and then shot with a .22 caliber gun. The police discovered a matching shell casing in the reserve. They went back to the reserve's entrance after determining that the girls had successfully gone for a walk. There weren't many people there because it was getting late, and the weather wasn't suitable for strolls. The perpetrator or perpetrators obviously approached their victims at that point, and one of them assaulted Cassandra. The girl was kneeling in front of her killer when she was shot in the head, following the abuse she had endured. After witnessing Cassandra's murder, Horia made the decision to persevere. She struggled with at least one attacker, as evidenced by the clump of hair that remained in her clenched fist. Then, based on the investigators' assumptions, the girl was shot and ran down the slope from the height. It went through her shoulder and struck her in the back. The criminals departed, thinking Horia was done as well. She tried to crawl back to the trail, but she was still alive. Her efforts were in vain, however, for she was too feeble and suffered for several more hours before passing away from blood loss. When the investigators looked through the girls' hotel room, they discovered that there was only one phone among their possessions, rather than the 2 they had anticipated. They found that a local girl named Maria Fernanda Canyons, R.S., the daughter of a former police officer, was using Horia's phone after tracking it down. They also discovered that Horia was in possession of her camera. According to the girl, these were presents from Gustavo Lassi, her boyfriend. The 23-year-old Gustavo was a guide in the reserve, and his father was a tourist ticket vendor. Gustavo had offered the French girls his services, but they turned him down. Gustavo thought that changing the SIM card in the phone would be sufficient to evade detection. Gustavo Lassi admitted to being at the crime scene and taking part in the violence, though not right away. He asserted, however, that he was only a witness and neither the murderer nor the instigator of the French girls. He described how, after hearing a commotion and rushing to the cries, he saw 2 men, a stonemason named Daniel Vilt, 24, and a gardener from the plains of San Lorenzo named Santos Clemente Vera, 31, tormenting the girls. These men allegedly forced him to take part in the violence before letting him go. He did, however, remember to bring the girls' camera and phone. The gun that fired the deadly shots was found by the police during a search of Gustavo's house. The police were able to determine the precise moment of the attack on the French girls thanks to Horia's camera. Before starting their hike through the reserve, the girls took a few pictures while they were sightseeing. The tourists' final photograph, taken at 6:28 p.m., 2 hours and 5 minutes later, was hazy and ambiguous, leading investigators to surmise that the attack happened at that exact moment. Murder charges were brought against all 3 men. Witnesses came forward right away and identified Vilt as the individual who tried to sell a rifle. But since he was at a bank when the attack happened and could provide proof, he had a strong alibi. Vera was freed because of insufficient evidence and his denial of guilt, while Gustavo Lossi was sentenced to 30 years in prison in 2014. He said he had an alibi too. Both men were given life sentences in prison in 2016 though, after the prosecutor insisted on a review of the case. One of the most well-known cases in Argentine history appeared to have come to an end. The story doesn't stop there though. The case was investigated by French journalist Jean-Charles Chattard, who spent 4 years writing a book outlining his reasons why the girls could not have been killed on July 15 in the nature reserve, as the investigators claim. The journalist is certain that the girls' bodies were just taken to the reserve following the murder, not that they perished there. First of all, in contrast to the victim's shoes, his were covered in dust and dirt even after a brief stroll through the reserve. Such a path, enduring violence, fighting for their lives and still having clean shoes, would have been impossible for the girls. Second, the tourists' overall appearance was peculiar. They weren't dressed for a hike in the nature reserve, but rather for an evening event in the city. The bodies were left in Quebrada de San Lorenzo for 2 weeks, which is the next oddity. The reserve is an open, wild place where condors, foxes, and pumas live. The police might have discovered fully gnawed bones after such a time. Despite the fact that the bodies were found in a well-known reserve close to a popular viewpoint, they were found to be spotless. Last but not least, the pathologist who examined the bodies declared with confidence that they were killed no more than 3 to 5 days prior to the autopsy. The doctor was categorical when it came to the date of the murders, stating in the report that it was July 26, 2011. Interestingly, this date was rescheduled for July 15 by the investigating judge. Is there any chance that the judge purposefully falsified the facts in order to shield someone? Was he attempting to falsify the evidence? The commissioner in charge of the investigation, Nestor Piccolo, was persuaded of this very thing, and it might have cost him his life. 4 months after the investigation began, Commissioner Piccolo passed away, inexplicably. He was discovered with a bullet wound to his head at the commissioner's office entrance. Although his mother claimed that her son made the decision, she is positive that he was executed. Nestor was developing a new version prior to his passing, and no signs of gunpowder were discovered on his hands. Clemente Vera claims that Gustavo Lossi is merely an accomplice of the true criminals, who are representatives of the province's upper classes, and that he is innocent. Many people, including the judge and powerful local families, were concerned about Nestor's investigation because they did not want the truth to be revealed and could not permit the deaths of the French girls to come to light. But in April 2014, an anonymous letter detailing the same trail that Commissioner Piccolo was looking into broke this conspiracy of silence. The families of the victims in France received the letter. After obtaining a copy, Chattard followed up on this lead. A woman who was afraid to testify in court wrote the anonymous letter by hand but did not sign it. After several months, Chattard was able to locate the witness. It turned out to be a girl who frequently hangs out with a select group of powerful people in Salta. She was aware that since the 2 tourists had been invited to a party hosted by the city's affluent youth on July 15, 2011, they could not have been murdered in the nature reserve. Her account of what transpired is entirely different. Alcohol is served freely at these parties, and everything seems like it's from a movie. But it's all real. The girl claimed that Cassandra and Horia were among the visitors, and that they were spotted close to the pool. The men's interest in the gorgeous French women grew as the evening went on and more alcohol was consumed. They led them inside the house at around 3 in the morning, and nobody saw them again. One of the tourists was being harassed by the guys. She refused, of course, but things went too far and the men no longer cared about her opinion. In order to keep the truth from coming to light, the guys chose to murder both of them after her friends saw what transpired. They took their time, though, torturing the victims for days before killing them. The witness gave the precise address of the alleged incident, a villa in Buena Vista, the city's most upscale neighborhood where ministers, deputies, and affluent foreigners live. Since the villa is frequently rented out to private parties, it is typically not occupied permanently. Additionally, the French women were last spotted in a pool. The villa's location, directly beneath the bodies, is the most fascinating aspect, though. A secret trail leads to the nature reserve's lookout point behind the house. If the witness's account is accurate, the girls' bodies were transported through that path during the night and dumped in the thickets of the reserve. But how could such a crazy situation that was taking place in full view at a party be kept a secret for so long? According to the witness, it can be explained by the fear that actual criminals instill in anyone who has the audacity to speak up. She claimed that the son of a deputy who assaulted the French woman was responsible for organizing the party. He severely beat her when she attempted to flee. The politician's two other sons also participated in the attack and subsequent killing. Today, during his most recent election campaign, the deputy's face calmly gazes down from a number of billboards. It should be noted that one of his sons became a politician, just like his father. One judge who oversaw the initial investigation expressed a great deal of interest in the story told in the anonymous letter, but the politician declined to comment on these claims. He thinks it has everything needed to bring about justice. The judge who later took over the case, however, had no plans to look for additional offenders. He blames the deaths of the French women on the provincial justice system and thinks that the family must have a lot of power to influence the police. The witness's account that he witnessed the two French women departing the nature reserve on July 15 is given more credence in the updated version. This implies that the crime might have taken place at a different time and location than the investigators maintain. Regarding the hazy photos purportedly taken during the assault in the nature reserve, Cassandra's father, Jean-Michel Bouvier, sent them to a specialist who thinks they were altered with a photo editing application. The lighting and shot angle are not as accurate as the picture shows. The families of the victims in France no longer hold the legal system to any standards. Jean-Michel Bouvier examined his daughter's body and performed his own independent DNA analysis. The most private areas were found to contain the DNA of Gustavo Lossi, two other men, and one woman. The sample from Clemente Vera was nowhere to be found. Uncertainty surrounding the ownership of the remaining samples raises concerns about Gustavo Lossi's actual involvement in the attack on the girls, as well as the identities of the other participants. Meanwhile, Clemente Vera's parents' modest house still stands in the center of San Lorenzo, just a few hundred meters from the location where Cassandra and Horia's bodies were discovered. They struggle to make ends meet after their son's arrest, because they are too old to work the land or take care of the animals. Many locals, including Clemente's wife and parents, maintain his innocence. They think his only fault is that he didn't have the money to hire lawyers and lived close to the crime scene. The fact that there is no evidence linking him to the crime in the case files makes it all the more tragic. According to him, the police demanded a confession to the murder, beat him, and threatened him and his child. They searched his home for any incriminating evidence after he refused to comply, but they were unable to find any. Regarding this, Santos Clemente Vera complained to the Supreme Court of Argentina in 2017 and was given permission for a case review in June 2020. He hopes that a new trial will be held and that he will be found not guilty. It's interesting that Cassandra's father believes he is innocent. After conducting his own investigation, attending all of the hearings and visiting Argentina several times to learn more about the case, he came to the conclusion that Vera was not guilty of the crime. As a result, he apologized to Vera while he was incarcerated and launched a social media campaign to secure his release. Bouvier worries that while an innocent person is still incarcerated, the case review process is taking an unreasonably long time. On November 25, 2013, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, a monument honoring Cassandra and Horia was formally unveiled in Salta. In response to Jean-Michel Bouvier's request to take on this piece, Salta-born sculptor Alfredo Garzon, who lived in Paris, created a face with an agonized expression, eyes, and an outstretched hand. Alfredo was able to capture the anguish, terror, and suffering that the girls endured in a very potent image. The bodies of the victims were discovered in the San Lorenzo ravine, where the sculpture is situated. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Concerned drivers who had spotted an abandoned car on the highway started calling Thurston County, Washington police on August 31, 2022. Officers discovered that their worries were not unjustified when they got to the designated spot. The key was still in the ignition, the driver's side door was open, and the door and steering wheel were covered in dried blood. Beside the car, on the ground, was a broken phone. Whatever happened on the phone happened very quickly, because it was last used at 5:10 p.m. and found at 5:30 p.m. The car was registered to Kenneth Davis from Olympia, Washington, which is 25 minutes away from the location where the car was found, according to the police's check of the registration number. But when they got in touch with Kenneth, they found out that the car had been taken by Gabriel Davis, Kenneth's 16-year-old son, at 4 p.m. Gabriel never returned from school after leaving for football practice. Blood and a smashed phone were clearly bad indicators. When such an incident occurs, a number of scenarios immediately spring to mind, such as a fight or perhaps even a murder. The police rushed to learn as much as they could about the boy. The 16-year-old Gabriel Davis hails from Olympia, Washington. His enthusiasm for football has not changed, despite a recent sharp decline in his academic performance. He never skipped a training session because he took it seriously. He was therefore immediately noticed when he failed to appear at the stadium on August 31st. No one knew where he was. Not even Justin Hume, his best friend. The police immediately began a thorough search after finding Gabriel's car, the broken phone, and the blood. Helicopters and search teams were involved in the ongoing search through the night and into the next morning. People who said they had seen the boy began calling in droves as word spread about his disappearance. The teenager was spotted strolling down the highway, according to 5 witnesses. He was walking toward the park by himself. Gabriel even responded to a caller who inquired about his well-being by saying, "Yes." The young man's mysterious disappearance was not the first or even the second incident in the county, which was the most horrifying part. Within 5 miles of where Gabriel's car was discovered, 2 other young boys had disappeared during the previous 6 years. Locals wanted the police to act right away because they believed he was the 3rd victim of the same kidnapper. Logan Schindelman and Matthew Anfelt were the names of the missing boys. Matthew and Logan played a lot of sports in their senior year, just like Gabriel did. There were notable parallels between the cases, especially in Logan's case. He had no reason to be in the southern part of the county, and his car was also discovered abandoned on the side of the road. Additionally, witnesses claimed to have seen the boys prior to their disappearances in both cases. But Logan and Matthew were never located. The FBI became involved early on because of these parallels and the urgency of Gabriel's investigation. The manager of North Carolina Power Systems, a company that specializes in diesel engine repairs, called the police while the massive search for the missing teen under mysterious circumstances was in progress. She stated that Daniel McCaw, one of their staff members, had not been showing up for work for 4 days and was not returning calls. She asked the officers to come to his house and see how he was doing because this was unusual for him, and he had never been missing before. When the officers got to his home in Orting, Washington, which is 45 minutes east of Olympia, they knocked on the door but got no answer. Through the doggy door, Daniel's German Shepherd dog ran outside. At the same time, they smelled a rotten smell, so they looked around for a way to get inside the house. An unlocked door to the laundry room allowed the officers entry. Daniel was lying on the floor when they got inside. He had been shot in the head and was lying in a pool of blood. At first, they thought he had committed suicide because there were no indications of forced entry. Nevertheless, no weapon was found close to the body, and a follow-up examination showed several stab wounds and an abdominal gunshot wound. The advanced state of decomposition made it difficult to determine the precise nature of the neck wounds. They discovered 2 empty holsters and casings for 9mm and 0.45 caliber firearms at the crime scene. Investigators came to the conclusion that the offender or offenders had used 2 distinct firearms, most likely taken from the victim. Only locals and the mailman had access to the man's elevated neighborhood residence, according to neighbors. How the offender could have muffled the gunshots was not immediately clear. It turned out, though, that although the locals were used to carrying guns, they did not meddle in one another's affairs. Even if someone heard something, they wouldn't think to call the police because they lived in relative isolation. During her talk with the police, Daniel's boss made a very intriguing comment. Daniel had split from Amanda Olafson, his fiancée, just 2 weeks prior. North Carolina Power Systems was another employer of Amanda's. Gabriel, her son, was the same Gabriel who had vanished the day before. It was an odd turn of events, and now the investigators had to figure out whether the murder of the 51-year-old man and the disappearance of the 16-year-old boy were related in any way. Thankfully, they could question Gabriel directly. On the evening of September 2nd, they located him in Thurston County, only 3 miles from the location of his car. Gabriel was found wearing only shorts, without a shirt, shoes, or even socks, and by himself in the dark in the woods. Gabriel said he didn't remember anything and didn't know where he had been when the detective asked him what had happened to him. The police found his response odd. Gabriel had no scratches, but his feet should have had some abrasions if he had been lost in the woods for 36 hours. The blood in his car also didn't match this. Gabriel didn't seem to be able to recall what had happened over the last 36 hours, possibly due to drug use. But in the end, the teenager's account was altered. He admitted that he broke the phone out of fear that the police would discover something that could be used against him. He went on to say that he was afraid of getting hurt, so he couldn't tell what had happened to him. This was a very strange and alarming statement, but since they couldn't force the boy to give an explanation, they let Gabriel return home to his family while detectives worked to determine what had happened. Kenneth, Gabriel's father, called the police the following day. He claimed that although his son did play a role in Daniel's death, it was only because Daniel's biker friends forced him to do so in order to steal something from the victim's safe. According to Kenneth, the biker gang approached his son because Gabriel had lived there and was familiar with the house's layout. If the boy didn't comply with their demands, they threatened to hurt him. Gabriel then confided in his friend Justin Hume about his problems, and the two came up with a solution. The police's evidence, however, painted an entirely different picture. Although the victim and the Amigos Motorcycle Club, which is connected to the infamous Bandidos Motorcycle Club, were connected, the police did not discover any proof that the Amigos Club was involved in the murder. In addition, one of Daniel's friends, who was also a club member, went to the victim's house a few hours after the body was found. When the detective told him about Daniel's passing, he was truly upset. Whatever was in the victim's safe, it had to be identified. When Daniel's mother gave the police the safe combination, she said that the contents would surprise and shock them. Amanda had called and told her that nobody knew how to open it, she said. Approximately 212 different kinds of weapons and ammunition, along with a few coins kept in plastic packets, were discovered by the detectives when they opened the safe. There were several packets containing illegally obtained pills and an empty jewelry box. There were details about his biker club in the notepad. There was obviously something the size of an ammunition box on the bottom shelf. Daniel took his safety very seriously, which was lucky for the investigators. He had a number of cameras in his home in addition to weapons. They assisted the police in figuring out what happened the night of the murder. The detectives discovered that Justin and Gabrielle spent a weekend getaway with their loved ones at Lake Panther on August 28. They left the campsite shortly after midnight and came back at about 6:30 a.m. The surveillance cameras at Daniel's house recorded their exact location, but their relatives were unaware of their whereabouts. 2 young, slender men came up to the victim's house from the backyard at 1:50 a.m. On his belt, one of them carried a canister of pepper spray or something. The men wore masks that partially obscured their faces. One of them had on a ski mask, the other a medical mask and a baseball cap. They had flashlights on hand. Through the dog door came the young men. After a while, nothing happened. But at 2:41 a.m., the homeowner left the garage, went inside, and vanished from the camera. 6 minutes later, his German Shepherd was seen on camera hastily leaving the house through the dog door. After leaving through the side door, the unidentified men wandered for a few minutes between the house and the garage while carrying what appeared to be a toolbox or a crate of military ammunition. At 2:52 a.m., they finally left the crime scene, bringing with them what appeared to be a toolbox or a military ammunition crate. Gabriel informed his father that Justin followed Daniel after he came inside from the garage, stabbed him, and then there was a gunshot. The safe was in the garage, so Gabriel went there. At that moment, he says he heard 2 gunshots. On August 29th, the guys went back to their regular lives after disposing of the weapons close to Daniel's house. Gabriel, though, vanished prior to the 31st. He claimed that after bikers found him, they dragged him from his vehicle and struck his head against the steering wheel, spilling blood inside. Then, after beating him for a while driving around with him in a Suburban, the kidnappers let him go. Additionally, they mysteriously took his shoes and shirt and looked through the car for the stolen item from the safe. They found nothing because he didn't steal anything. As a result, the teenager chose to portray himself as a victim, similar to Danielle. That being said, this version isn't cohesive. Why couldn't the teenager enter the house and flee right away if bikers were the ones forcing him to commit the crime? Why wasn't everything finished sooner if, as Kenneth claimed, they had planned it? It was illogical. Once more, why did they enter the house when the safe was in the garage if the goal was to steal something? In any case, Justin and Gabriel were searched and taken into custody by police on the evening of September 2. They discovered a black ski mask and a handheld flashlight in Justin's home, and a black mask in Gabriel's vehicle. Gabriel showed the investigators where he had thrown the weapons, close to the former Olympia Brewery in Tumwater, after the police arrested the teenagers on September the 2nd. Similar weapons to the one used to shoot the victim were found by the detectives: a .45 caliber Sig Sauer pistol and a 9mm Ruger handgun. More than a dozen knives were also discovered. The firearms were found inside an ammunition box, the same type that vanished from the victim's safe. Although Daniel had friends among the bikers, the police did not discover any indication that they planned to murder the man or even steal anything from his home. The real reason for the crime is not disclosed. However, Gabriel's past might conceal the crime's motivation. He has encountered numerous difficulties in spite of his youth. Gabriel and his older sister were at the center of a terrible custody battle that started when Gabriel's parents divorced when he was just 3 years old. A 2010 court ruling stated that the children lived with their father on weekends and with their mother during the week. After Amanda separated from an abusive husband and remarried twice, the decision was not reviewed. Kenneth, however, sued her after she moved in with Daniel in 2018, alleging that the kids' grades suffered and they frequently skipped class. Additionally, he claimed that Daniel was violent, threatened Gabriel with a weapon, and even threatened Gabriel's sister, who is now 20 years old, and her boyfriend. Daniel acknowledged yelling at the sister's boyfriend when he became embroiled in the custody dispute, but he denied threatening him. The argument started when the boyfriend broke into the house and took a phone charger, but he now feels bad about how he handled the matter. In any event, a judge in 2018 ordered that Gabriel, then 12 years old, and his sister, then 16 years old, live with their father during the week and with their mother on the weekends. The chaos didn't stop there. Because of her subpar grades, Gabriel's sister was expelled from school in January 2019. The girl reported to the school psychologist that her father had grabbed her wrist with force and that he acted aggressively, particularly when intoxicated. This only had a short-term impact. It is unclear if this was the case or if Amanda and Daniel pressured her to obtain full custody. The children were ultimately ordered to live with their father by the court. Amanda and Daniel's arguments served as the background for all of this. According to Daniel's boss, they may have broken up because of his devotion to the biker club. Amanda gave him a choice, either she or the club, refusing to make concessions to the club. His reaction is unknown, but neighbors noticed her removing items from his home on August 13, about 2 weeks prior to the murder. Gabriel made friends with Justin Hume during this period, who also had a history of getting into trouble at a young age. He was accused of making false bomb threats in high school and threatening a classmate with a knife in middle school. As a result, he had to transfer schools as soon as the academic year started. There are numerous pictures of the boy at the shooting range with Gabriel, demonstrating his intense interest in firearms. They caused mischief at school. Daniel's murder might have been retaliation for the way his relationship with Amanda ended, or maybe Amanda is lying. Anyhow, only a teenager could imagine a biker gang sending a kid to carry out their duties. The Raymond Hall Juvenile Detention Center is currently housing Gabriel and Justin. Among the many charges against them are first- and second-degree murder. Because of the high probability of them trying to flee, the bail amount for each teen is set at $1 million. When police arrived to arrest Gabriel, Justin's family was seen packing their belongings into a car, suggesting that they were probably planning to flee. Gabriel has previously staged a disappearance to avoid being held accountable for his actions. The teenagers will face adult trials. Notably, the Supreme Court in Washington decided in May 2021 that a person under the age of 21 cannot be automatically sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. Therefore, after serving 20 years, they might be eligible for release if found guilty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A 24-year-old girl went missing from the store where she worked the evening shift. Police discovered traces of blood in the back room and signs of a struggle, but it was not a robbery. The unknown perpetrator had left a fully stocked cash register. A few days later, the girl's body was discovered 5 kilometers from the store. The investigation into this terrible case lasted nearly 25 years. Lisa Sievert's fate was unknown for nearly a quarter of a century. Lisa Marie Seeger was born March 24, 1968, in Holyoke, Massachusetts. She was raised in a close-knit family with 3 other children. Aside from her, they lived in a town called Agawam. The girl has always been interested in music and has learned to play a variety of instruments. She was even a part of the school music group. Lisa attended Westfield State University after graduating from high school and earned a teaching degree in 1990. As an intern, she works multiple shifts as a counselor at a children's camp, while also teaching Sunday school at her church. After that, she works as a teacher's aide at Agawam High School, where she previously studied. At 24 years old, she spent the majority of her time working with a group of special needs children. She understood her students better than any other teacher, and she was also very professional, ensuring that each of her students received the best education possible. She also worked part-time at a local card and gift shop. On Wednesday, April 15, 1992, she finished her school shift around 5:30 and went to the store, where she worked until 9 p.m. At around 5 p.m., her sister Lynn briefly joined her at work. Lisa recalled being in a good mood that evening, and nothing foretold trouble. The next morning, saleswoman Sophia Maynard arrived at the store and was scheduled to start her shift at 9 a.m. Lisa was surprised to find her car in the parking lot. It was unusual because the girl worked at school in the mornings and was not supposed to be in the store. Sophia thought Lisa might have been out for the morning shift due to the approaching Easter. They were planning to inflate balloons for sale for that holiday. Sophia walked in the store and called Lisa by name, but there was no response. When she approached the counter, she saw her things there. Including her wallet and car keys, it all looked very strange. So if she decided to call the police, a squad arrived at the store and began their inspection. Everything seemed normal. A heel strike. Despite this, they were unable to locate any useful leads on the premises. It was soon discovered that Lisa had also failed to arrive at school this morning. The principal even called her mother to see if everything was fine, but she had no idea where her daughter was. Lisa's disappearance quickly spread throughout the small town, and within hours all of her friends, relatives, and acquaintances had joined the investigation. The police began by developing a robbery theory, which quickly fell apart. Nobody had touched the money in Lisa's cash register or wallet. All of the merchandise was also available. Detectives then began to reconstruct the chronology of events. That evening, they learned that Lisa's sister had left the store at around 6 p.m. After talking to employees at neighboring stores, they obtained more information at about 7:20 p.m. Lisa spoke with the owner of the carpet store next door. They discussed a pressing problem with the local parking lot, which was being occupied by bowling alley customers. The owner told her that he himself would not risk voicing his displeasure with the drivers who parked in front of there. The door was open, but the clerk never emerged. The woman thought she heard noise in the back room, but she decided to leave. As a result, the police determined Lisa's disappearance occurred around 8:20 p.m. She served her final customer, and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were to figure out what had happened during those 40 minutes. The local investigators were assisted by the FBI and state police, who coordinated a massive search. Foot squads searched the area surrounding the store from helicopters. The more distant terrain police dogs were also brought to the store in the hopes of tracking Lisa down. Unfortunately, none of this led to any results. Investigators concluded that Lisa had clearly not left the store of her own free will, so on April 17th, the head of the local police announced a reclassification of the case, which had previously been classified as a missing person case. 2 days after her disappearance, police were already looking into a kidnapping. On Sunday morning, April 19th, all local churches prayed that Lisa would be found alive and unharmed. It was Easter, but there was no holiday spirit whatsoever. At around 2 p.m., the police received a call. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of town near Highway 75, walking along a wooden area when he noticed a woman's body and immediately contacted law enforcement. Officers arrived on the scene and identified Lisa Sievert. They found multiple wounds on her body from a sharp object. Later, medical experts determined that the girl had also been abused. Her body was about 5 kilometers from the store, which meant that the perpetrator most likely drove the girl here in a car. A farewell ceremony was held at the church where the girl taught on Sundays. It was attended by nearly 1,000 people. The residents of the small town, who were accustomed to a quiet and safe life, panicked. Many store owners eliminated single shifts, and employees walked each other to their cars. The self-defense sections became overcrowded in a matter of days. In addition, approximately 300 women applied for firearm ownership permits. The entire town feared that an unknown criminal would strike again. The police and FBI were working on the case almost all day and night. It soon became clear that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene that could belong to the killer. They developed the theory that Lisa's boyfriend was involved, but he had an alibi and his DNA did not match the sample. They discovered that the girl's friends, coworkers, and relatives had all undergone DNA testing, but there were still no matches. The police also received numerous tips from local residents. Some reported seeing a suspicious car on the night of Lisa's murder, while others claimed to know the identity of the perpetrator. However, all of these leads led nowhere, and detectives sifted them from the tire tracks on the road near where the body was discovered. The police determined that they were abandoned by a van or large SUV. Detectives questioned all drivers of similar vehicles and were no closer to apprehending the perpetrator, but they did locate a witness who may have seen the same vehicle. At around 9:15 p.m., an employee from a store near Lisa's workplace drove home. Standing at a traffic light, she noticed a large SUV pull off the road and head toward the location where Lisa's body was later discovered. The woman was unable to describe the car in greater detail because it was dark outside. She only mentioned that she thought there were a man and a woman in the car. She also mentioned that when the car pulled onto the dirt road, the woman's head twitched unnaturally, as if she were asleep or unconscious. Because this information did not aid in the identification of the suspect, all leads have been exhausted. The police continued to investigate the case, but with each passing month, the prospect of solving this macabre mystery faded. It took 1.5 years before Lisa's family and friends were given another chance to discover the truth. In October 1993, national television aired an episode about the caves. The popular program aired stories about unsolved cases, which drew a lot of attention. This sometimes resulted in new witnesses for the police. The case got a second wind. Lisa's case was no exception. Within an hour of the broadcast, the police had received hundreds of calls from people with information. As is often the case, the majority of these leads led nowhere, but the police pursued each one thoroughly. The detectives stated that they had identified a few valuable leads, but did not specify which ones. Unfortunately, it did not go anywhere. The chances of solving the case decreased steadily over time. Lisa's family went to great lengths to ensure that her legacy was never forgotten. Although Lisa's teaching career was cut short early on, her relatives made significant contributions to the Agawam educational system in 1995. Lisa's parents donated $11,000 to the science division of the school where she worked. These funds were used to buy equipment and support genetics classes. The parents also established a fund to assist gifted students, which distributed approximately $35,000 in awards. Lisa was murdered 10 years ago. Her mother refused to give up hope that the case would ever be solved. She went to great lengths to honor her daughter's memory. Her mother participated in all interviews and answered reporters' questions. Every year, hundreds of people gathered to light candles in Lisa's memory. Meanwhile, police had only one piece of significant evidence in their possession: a DNA sample from the alleged killer. They kept cross-referencing it with known criminal databases, hoping that the right person would show up sooner or later, but it never happened. A new method of DNA phenotyping essence is as follows: using the information embedded in a person's DNA Experts determine the features of his appearance and construct an assumed portrait at the time. Specialists can use DNA to determine sex, approximate age, eye and hair color. The portrait created from this data is not always accurate, but the coincidence with a real person's face can be amazing. Experts presented 2 portraits of Lisa's alleged killer, aged 25 and 50, based on DNA evidence. When the police department posted these portraits, they received over 170 calls. These individuals reported seeing a similar man, but the majority of these leads also led nowhere. Only a year later, on September 18, 2017, police issued a high-profile announcement that the perpetrator had been apprehended. Gary Shara, 49, was the man who revealed himself. The news quickly went viral in the American media. When the police find the killer after a quarter of a century, it is extremely rare, so such stories immediately piqued the public's interest. Investigators revealed how they located Cher shortly after his arrest. It turned out that the man was considered a suspect in 1993, a year after Lisa was murdered. Remember the federal television program that prompted the police to receive hundreds of calls with potential leads? A lawyer from Seattle was among those who called in. He informed detectives that his client may have information about Lisa's murder. She was a woman in the process of divorcing her husband. They lived in the town of Long Meadow, which was near Agawam. According to the woman, her husband was paying more attention to Lisa Sievert's case. If this murder were on television, he would rush into the room and stare blankly at the screen, completely unresponsive to those around him. As you may have guessed, this man was Gary Shara. He was 24 years old at the time. He was in a very troubled marriage with a 1-year-old son. He and his wife were constantly fighting and had begun divorce proceedings shortly after their child's birth. According to the police statement, they developed a theory that Gary was involved in 1993, but found no evidence to back it up. On the contrary, using his ex-wife as a source of information raised concerns. The truth is that she suffered from a variety of mental disorders and had a long history of alcohol abuse. Furthermore, during their divorce, Gary obtained custody of their son through the courts, but his wife secretly relocated the child to another state. Another important point to note is that this was not the first time former or current wives had called the police, alleging that their husbands were involved in Lisa's murder. Surprisingly, there were many such calls, so the detectives assumed Gary's case was just one of them. However, they questioned him, and the man denied his involvement and refused to provide a DNA sample. Because no one could legally force him to provide a sample, the police were left with few options. Later, detectives compiled a list of all the men interviewed in the case who refused to provide a DNA sample. Gary was among them, and the police called him in for questioning several more times. During the third interview in 2008, it was apparent that Gary was trying not to touch anything, not even the table. He was offered a bottle of water, but he refused. He looked as if he had only one thing on his mind: how the cops wouldn't get his DNA sample. By 2017, detectives had a list of 11 suspects on their hands, including Gary. All of them had been interviewed at various stages of the investigation and refused to voluntarily submit to DNA testing. In fact, there were many more suspects on that list, but through DNA phenotyping, investigators were able to weed out unsuitable candidates. They did not match some of the characteristics that experts determined from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August 2017, detectives gathered all available information and went to court. They asked for an order compelling all the list members to provide DNA samples, and the court agreed. On September 13th of that same year, police went to Gary's apartment to notify him of this obligation, but the man was not home. The door was opened by his neighbor with whom they shared an apartment. The detectives left him their business card and asked him to give the information to Gary urgently. The very next day, something unexpected happened. Gary's current girlfriend came to the police station and reported that he had left 3 letters in her apartment. The researcher was surprised to find an apology to the secret family, as well as a detailed confession of Lisa's murder on 2 sheets. Gary wrote that he had violent and uncontrollable desires since childhood, and that evening he was obsessed with the idea of kidnapping and abuse. Gary, as he stated in a letter, allowed himself to do something horrible while driving past Lisa. The man stated that he did not intend to kill Lisa, but events allegedly spiraled out of his control. Gary stated that he wanted to surrender to the police hundreds of times but was unable to do so due to cowardice. He admitted to having suffered from self-loathing for many years. At the end of the letter, he stated his intention to commit suicide. Police immediately began looking for Gary, and his car was soon discovered in. Another suicide note was found on the windshield of a car in Stafford Springs Hospital parking lot. The man had ingested some powerful drugs, but he immediately got into his car and drove to the nearest hospital, where he was pumped out. When the doctors finished helping Gary, the police arrested him and took him to the station. At the same time, a judge issued a search warrant for both his and his girlfriend's apartments. The police discovered several objects containing his DNA. No one was surprised by the results of the analysis. It matched the killer's sample exactly, as well as several other potentially significant leads. Gary's wife, who had reported suspicions about him back in 1993, died in 2014. However, investigators discovered documents drafted by her lawyer in which the woman revealed numerous gruesome details. One day, Gary told her in plain language that he could not engage in intimacy with her unless he had a knife in his hand. The day after Lisa's murder, the woman called her sister and told her that Gary had come home late at night, was extremely disturbed, and his body was covered with scratches. He also gave his wife a music box and said that he had bought it at the very store where Lisa worked, except according to Gary himself, it was an older woman with gray hair who sold it to him. The problem is that no such employee has ever been there. It is not clear why all these details were not reported to the police in 1993, and it is impossible to find out now. While in custody, Gary suddenly proclaimed his innocence and refused to confess to what he had done. In all likelihood, he was driven by simple fear, but with that kind of evidence, there was no chance of getting away with it. The only thing he was able to achieve was a postponement of his sentence. The trial was not to begin until 2 years later, but Gary, who had been in a cell the whole time, suddenly decided to confess on September 21, 2019. He appeared before a judge and pleaded guilty to the murder of Lisa Sievert. This charge qualified as first-degree murder, and in Massachusetts, a defendant on such a sentence faces life in prison without parole. Lisa's family was present in the courtroom. Her mother, who had waited 25 years to learn the truth, spoke. She thanked everyone involved in the investigation, as well as the ordinary concerned people who had been there for her family throughout. As a result, the killer went on to live the rest of his life. Despite taking a quarter of a century, one of the state's longest-running criminal cases was finally closed behind bars. The harsh reality in such a situation is anything but endless ignorance. Take care, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a gray autumn day, a young Parisian girl, as usual, was returning home from school, hoping to remove her heavy backpack and grab a snack. However, as she approached her apartment building, she encountered a young girl who initiated a conversation with her. It took little effort for the girl to persuade the young girl to accompany her to her apartment. The schoolgirl probably didn't notice anything unusual about this because, after all, she was a petite girl, not an unfamiliar man whose mind could be filled with a variety of ideas. Furthermore, they were neighbors and lived in the same building. The girl followed her new acquaintance into the apartment, but as soon as she entered, the door slammed shut, and a nightmare began that is difficult to describe in words. Lola Davy, 12, disappeared and was never seen again. The date was Friday, October 14, 2022. Johan and Delphine Davy waited for their daughter Lola to return from school. The girl was aware that on Fridays the family would travel to their family cottage in Bethune, which was 3 hours away from Paris. As a result, she understood that she should not linger. Lola was an extremely obedient child who never went anywhere without permission. The school was only 200 meters from her house, so she should have arrived at any moment. So, when the clock went past 4 p.m., when their daughter didn't arrive, the parents knew something had happened. Johan and Delphine Davy lived and worked in this building. It meant that Johan could check the surveillance cameras to see if his daughter had entered the building. To his surprise, the girl had arrived 45 minutes earlier, and she was not alone. She entered with a girl who the man did not recognize. The girl made a hand gesture, as if inviting Lola to accompany her. According to the video, the girl lacked confidence and the young woman appeared uneasy. The parents handed over the photo of the unknown girl to the police. Delphine also shared her photo on Facebook, stating that her daughter was missing. She described how the girl was dressed and said she was last seen with an unfamiliar young girl. The woman urged anyone with information to contact police or the Davy family. Thousands of concerned citizens shared the post. People took to the streets to assist in the search for the girl. The search lasted several hours until 11:20 p.m., when a homeless man entered the inner courtyard of Lola's family home. Maybe he was looking for somewhere to sleep or something similar. Regardless, his focus was drawn to a large plastic suitcase. What he discovered inside the suitcase caused him to rush to find a police officer. Inside, the police found Lola's lifeless body. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was asphyxia. In addition, she had a deep wound on her throat and bruises and cuts all over her body. The perpetrator bound Lola's hands and feet before placing her in the suitcase, leaving a strange final mark on her soles. The numbers 1 and 0 in red ink. The last person to see her alive was the girl who appeared alongside her on the surveillance cameras. But who was she? It didn't take long for the cops to find her, and when they did, their hair stood on end as they heard the chilling story of Lola's murder. The investigators decided to review the footage that the girl's father had begun watching an hour and a half after Lola returned home with the stranger. The same girl left the house. She changed into different clothes and carried a suitcase and 2 smaller wheeled bags. It was the same kind of suitcase that they later discovered Lola in. It became clear that the mysterious stranger was somehow involved in Lola's situation. The police decided to question potential witnesses to see if they knew where the girl went after she left the building. It turns out she had unsuccessfully asked passersby for assistance with the bags because they were heavy and she was struggling to handle them herself. Despite their usual friendliness and helpfulness, the French people did not help the girl. Perhaps it was because she appeared and acted strangely. Her makeup had smudged and she muttered something to herself. She eventually stopped by a cafe and purchased a croissant. Meanwhile, the suitcase stood in the middle of the street, and pedestrians were curious what was inside because, according to some witnesses, it smelled of chlorine and had some red stains. However, it was clear that no one could have predicted that there was a person's body inside. One witness, who proved to be a valuable resource for the police, also saw the girl enter the cafe. She approached him, asking if he could give her a ride. The girl offered him a reward for his assistance and explained that she needed to transport organs. In other words, she invited him to participate in an organ trafficking scheme. The man became scared and refused to give her a ride. However, he parked his car slightly behind her and watched what she did next. The girl appeared distraught and was speaking to herself. It seemed strange to him, so he kept watching. The car arrived at 6:30 p.m. The driver loaded the suitcase and bags into the trunk before driving away with the strange girl. It did not take long for the police to locate the car driver, Rashid N., a chauffeur for the VTC company. He confirmed that he knew the mysterious girl named Dabia bin Kayad, who was 24 years old, and that they had previously dated. Xavier called him and asked for assistance with her belongings. He arrived as requested and did not ask too many questions. Rashid drove Dabia to his home in All ASU Bois, a Paris suburb. There, the girl requested permission to do laundry and took a shower. She borrowed his clothes while her own were being washed. Around 10 p.m., they went out to eat and returned when Dabia was ready to go home. Rashid, on the other hand, stated that he had only brought her there and had no plans to return at the time. Nevertheless, he requested another VTC vehicle for her. The arriving taxi driver noticed the passengers' heavy suitcases and rushed to assist, but Rashid rudely refused and instructed him not to touch the luggage, either now or later. The girl got into the car, mentioned an address, and they drove off. When they arrived, without getting out of the car, the girl called someone. The conversation was held in a slightly raised tone. Dabia asked for assistance, but it was refused. It was later discovered that she had called her sister, who lived in the same apartment building as Lola's family. Dabia requested that her sister come down, let her into the house, and assist her in carrying the suitcase and bags up to the apartment. However, the sister, clearly aware of what Dabia represented, stated, "I will not help you. I don't want to know what's in those bags, so don't bring them here." Unable to come up with a solution, Dabia dragged the suitcase and bags into the house's inner courtyard and threw them there. She then called a friend and asked to spend the night at his place. After getting rid of the suitcase, Dabia appeared to calm down completely, and she and her friend spent an entirely ordinary evening laughing and having fun, as if nothing had happened. Dabia was arrested just 2 days after being captured on camera with Lola. The police tried to learn everything they could about the girl. She moved to France from Algeria 6 years ago with her mother and 2 sisters. In 2018, 2 years after moving, the police heard Debia's name, but as a victim of domestic violence. Her relatives and friends described her as deeply religious, and her ex-boyfriend even claimed that she was obsessed with the church. They did, however, explain that she changed after her father died while still in Algeria, and her mother died of cancer in 2020. Debia was unable to cope with the loss and began talking to herself, becoming increasingly aggressive and unstable. However, it is known that she experienced fits of rage prior to her mother's death. She had a confrontation with the hospital administration in July 2019 when she was asked to pay for the medical treatment she received. Debia became enraged and attacked the staff, claiming that she did not ask to be treated and should not have to pay for it. When she was escorted out of the building, she threatened to return, saying they had no idea what she was capable of. Despite her outburst of rage, the girl had no need to be taken to the police. When she was arrested in August 2022, the girl was no longer a student and had no right to remain in the country. However, because she had no criminal record, she was released and given a 30-day window to complete her paperwork or leave the country. But the girl did not do either. She simply vanished from the sight of the official authorities. She didn't work, didn't have a permanent home, and was officially homeless, despite having moved in with her sister. Her older sister admitted that Debia had been exhibiting obvious mental issues for some time. She couldn't handle failure, and whenever she was told no, she would explode. However, Debia refused treatment and her sister had no idea what else she could do. During the interrogation, Debia admitted her guilt in the incident several times before retracting her statements. When the police showed her the footage of how they found Lola, she claimed she didn't feel hot or cold from it. She also stated that she had been mistreated and that her parents died before her eyes. She told the investigators that she lured Lola into her sister's apartment and forced her to undress and shower. The autopsy confirmed that Debia assaulted her, tied her hands and legs, and taped her face with duct tape. As a result, Lola lost consciousness and eventually her life. Debia went about her business as usual, drinking coffee and listening to music. Then, for unknown reasons, she slashed the lifeless body with either a knife or scissors. Later, Debia abruptly retracted her statements, claiming that she would never commit such an act against a child, and accusing an unknown armed individual of the crime. She then revealed that she wasn't fighting Lola, but a ghost. Later, she returned to her initial confession, and it appears that the investigators were able to uncover an even more bizarre and inhumane motive for the crime. Debia stated that shortly before the murder, she approached Lola's mother and addressed her as the building administrator where her sister lived. She requested an electronic card, a pass to the building, so that she could come and go whenever she wanted without having to ask her sister to let her in. Delphine had such authority because she did not live in the building but was a guest of her sister. Debia, who refused to accept no for an answer, harbored resentment toward Delphine, and when she saw her daughter on the street, an exact replica of her mother, fury boiled inside her, and she resolved to seek vengeance. In other words, she committed the murder because, at the age of 24, she was not used to being denied and expected all of her wishes to be granted. Investigators believe that at some point, the attack moved from the apartment to the basement of the multi-story building, where they discovered clear signs of fighting. However, the police are still unfamiliar with certain aspects. Certain details, such as the numbers on Lola's legs and Debia's admission that she drank her blood, suggest a ritualistic nature. In any case, the police confidently dismissed the black market organ trafficking theory. They see it as just another stroke in the accused's psychological profile. Debia has been charged with murder, torture with violence, cruel treatment of a minor under the age of 15, and concealing a body, all of which carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. However, it is possible that she was not acting alone. Initially, police arrested 5 more people. First and foremost, Debia's sister was arrested because everything occurred in her apartment and the basement of her home. However, the police later determined that she had no knowledge of the crime and was not at home at the time. The other 3 suspects were also released fairly quickly, and their names have not been revealed. Rashid, Debia's former boyfriend, 43, has been charged with concealing the corpse. The girl claims he is the mastermind of the crime. It doesn't help him that he turned down a taxi driver who offered to help Debia with her suitcase. Those words also raise suspicions about the man. Did he know what was inside? He claims he didn't know what was in the suitcase, didn't open it, and had no idea what was inside. In the first week of November, a closed hearing was held in this case. The judge noted that the accused appeared completely calm at the time. The main question is whether Debia's crime was the result of a nervous breakdown or a desire to exact revenge on Delphine. If she is discovered to be mentally unstable, she will be treated by psychiatrists in a suitable specialized facility. If she is found competent to stand trial, she will be prosecuted. In early December, the psychiatrist who examined Debia submitted his report to investigators. He described her as extremely dangerous but not mentally ill. In other words, while she is not completely stable, this does not render her insane or incapable of being held accountable for her crime. She is fully capable of admitting that her actions were terrible and illegal, and that she should be judged for them. Of course, Debia's lawyers will most likely request additional consultations with psychiatric specialists. The defendant is currently being held in solitary confinement at France's second-largest prison, Fresnes, which is located slightly east of Paris. According to media reports, she rarely goes for walks and prefers to watch TV. According to reports, whenever she sees herself on television, she expresses joy and does not conceal her pride in herself. Debia had been living illegally in France for several months prior to the crime, so politicians used this story to bring up issues that were important to them. They quickly declared that France's anti-legal migration measures are deficient because migrants are responsible for many crimes in the country. In other words, if Debia had been deported sooner, Lola would still be able to attend school, participate in gymnastics and figure skating, and spend time with her parents and older brothers. However, Lola's parents believe that politicians are using their daughter's tragic death to score political points. Johan and Delphine have decided that staying in Paris is too difficult, so they have left for Pas-de-Calais, where they originally came from. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A teenage girl from Uruguay went missing on December 28, 2014. Because of the strange circumstances surrounding her disappearance, word spread quickly around the world. She didn't go missing late at night in a dangerous neighborhood. Instead, she was walking along the beach in broad daylight, visible to everyone. But it appeared that the ground had opened up and swallowed her. No one saw anything, no one knew anything, and a few days later her body was discovered in a location thoroughly searched by police, raising a slew of new questions. Lola Shumaliz was born on November 4, 1999 in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She grew up with Adriana Belmonte and Diego Shumaliz, the son of the well-known chef Beatriz Shumaliz. When the girl turned 15, her parents decided to give her a trip to New York for the Christmas holidays. However, before that they sent their daughter to Rocha, Uruguay, to relax with her godmother's family for a few days. On December 27, Lola arrived in Uruguay, where she was greeted by her godmother, Claudia Fernandez. Claudia's photo captured the girl in a good mood. Claudia, her husband Hernan Zincunegui, and their 2 children were delighted when Lola arrived. They had intended to spend their few days together sunbathing on Barra de Valisas beach, swimming in the sea, and relaxing. That same evening, Lola, Hernan, and his 14-year-old stepson went to a drum festival in the city center. Hernan and the boy stayed by Lola's side in the crowd, but the boy eventually moved away because he was bored. Nonetheless, after the festival, they all returned home together. The following day, the family went to the beach. Lola requested permission to walk along the beach from her godmother around 3 p.m. She wanted to walk to Aguas Dulces, a spa resort, along a popular trail that would allow her to explore the area's flora and fauna. Claudia had no objections because the route was popular and safe for walks, and the locals were known for being friendly. She informed Lola of the time they would be waiting for her at home and watched her walk away calmly along the beach. Lola was wearing a bikini and denim shorts. She carried a backpack containing a sarong, a book, her ID, a water bottle, and a towel. She didn't have her phone with her because the reception on the beach was poor. The backpack also included a wallet containing 2,000 Uruguayan pesos. Several hours passed, it became dark, and Lola had not returned. Her godmother became worried. The family followed the route Lola had planned, but she was nowhere to be found. Claudia called Lola's parents that evening to explain what had occurred. She informed Adriana that she had already called the police. However, it took 45 minutes for them to arrive at the station and report the teenager's disappearance. The police began searching for Lola. Since she vanished during a walk on the beach, it was thoroughly searched both lengthwise and crosswise. Helicopters and search dogs were dispatched to assist with the search. Lola's parents quickly arrived in Uruguay to assist the police. Almost simultaneously with the start of the investigation, it was revealed that Adriana and Diego were receiving anonymous calls. The caller made no demands or asked for a ransom. They simply stated that Lola was with them and was fine. Unfortunately, this turned out to be incorrect. 2 days later, on December 30, her body was discovered partially covered in sand on the beach. She was in an area with a lot of dunes and thick vegetation. There were shallow knife cuts on her neck and signs of head trauma. The autopsy revealed that Lola was attacked from behind and then dragged or forced to the spot where she was discovered. The killer pressed her face into the sand until she suffocated. This was proven by the presence of sand in her lungs. The news of the crime sparked an unprecedented outcry in Argentina and Uruguay's press. As is customary in such cases, journalists began to propose theories about what could have happened. The Uruguayan police and media quickly focused their suspicions on Lola's godmother's family, particularly Hernan. There were various reasons for this. To begin, they told Adriana and Diego that they had already contacted the police, despite the fact that they had delayed their arrival at the station. Second, the media attempted to read something sinister into the fact that Lola, Hernan, and his 14-year-old stepson attended a drum festival together, but the boy eventually separated from them, leaving the girl with Hernan. A hypothesis regarding violence against Lola emerged, but the forensic expert discovered no evidence to support it. However, there were other reasons to suspect them. Claudia and Hernan immediately hired a lawyer, and none of the family members agreed to a polygraph test. Lola's parents fueled the fire with a series of bold statements. Diego in particular stated that he had long since lost trust in Hernan, which prompted additional questions. If he didn't trust the man, why did he let his daughter accompany them on their vacation? Claudia and Adriana had been friends for 25 years. Claudia's second husband was Hernan, whom Lola's parents had known for about 5 years. They all used to live in Argentina, but Hernan and Claudia moved to Uruguay. When Hernan was interrogated, investigators discovered contradictory statements, leading to his arrest on December 31. Diego was arrested for allegedly concealing evidence. Her son was also detained because he was suspected of making the anonymous calls. It is not certain who made the calls to Adriana and Diego, but it is clear that they were a failed attempt at a joke. Nonetheless, the police interrogated all 3 family members for several days and found no evidence against them. The investigators stated that they discovered some discrepancies in the testimonies, but they were minor. Hernan claimed they arrived home at 11 p.m., but his son said it was 12. Aside from that, there was nothing the police could charge Hernan, Claudia, or her son with. Therefore, on January 2, 2015, they were all released. The friendship appears to have deteriorated as a result of several public statements. Claudia and her loved ones never spoke to Lola's parents again or called to express their condolences. Adriana thinks their lawyer may have given them such advice. However, she believes that as friends, a simple human gesture would have been to call and express condolences, particularly given their 25-year friendship. Lola's pink backpack was discovered a few days after her death. It was also buried in the sand, about 200 meters from where Lola's body was discovered. This immediately prompted a slew of questions. How did the police not find the body and then the backpack despite searching the entire beach and its surroundings several times? Furthermore, the town's authorities had claimed from the start that the beach was very safe, which was strange because drug dealers operated there, particularly in the area where the body was discovered. Nonetheless, almost all of the girl's belongings were still in the backpack, with the exception of 2,000 pesos stolen from her wallet. Furthermore, there were bloodstains on the towel and the documents. Forensic experts examined the items and discovered Lola's DNA, but it was mixed with male DNA. Because Hernan's suspicions had not been completely dispelled, his DNA was compared to the one dispelled. It was compared to the one discovered. They also checked it against the Uruguayan police database, but there were no matches. Following the discovery of the backpack, one suspect created quite a stir. He was suspected based on witness accounts of his whereabouts on the day of the murder. According to locals, a man nicknamed El Conejo, the Rabbit, was working on a roof near the beach when the girl went for a walk. The man went to lunch in the middle of the day, and his co-workers were aware that he did not have any money with him. However, he came back with food and money. This immediately prompted the question of where he obtained the food, if he did not buy it. But that's not all. Someone claims to have seen him with a pink backpack on the day Lola went missing. According to one newspaper, he confessed to the murder, and other media outlets reported on the development. However, this turned out to be false. The man explained where he got the food, but police suspected he stole it from beachgoers. There was no evidence linking him to Lola's case. He never admitted to anything, and after being released, he filed a lawsuit against newspapers that published unverified information. The investigation had effectively stalled at this point. The primary suspects had already been released, and the investigators had no leads to follow. At first glance, it appeared that the girl knew no one in town, but she had managed to attend a drum festival in the city center and, being sociable and open, freely interacted with strangers. As a result, the police were compelled to investigate this lead. They detained and interrogated approximately 40 people, primarily beach vendors and dealers, but all were eventually released. The situation was aggravated further by the frequent changes in prosecutors and judges. When a new prosecutor was appointed, the case would be reviewed from the beginning. This severely hampered the investigation. But on February 18, 2015, there appeared to be some progress in the case. An anonymous call was made to police. The caller claimed that Angel Moreira, also known as El Cachila or Keisha, was involved in the crime. The man was arrested and interrogated by the police. He worked on the beach parking cars. Angel said he met Lola while she was walking on the beach. He approached her with some souvenir trinkets for sale. They spoke briefly about where the girl came from. When Lola mentioned feeling dizzy, Angel suggested they move to a shady area. He took her to a location with tall bushes and dunes for shade and coolness. The girl fell to her knees. Angel attempted to check her pulse but became scared when unable to hear it and fled. The statement sounded strange, but the police had to release him because there was no evidence. After 4 years, Jorge Basso, the new prosecutor in charge of the case, decided to re-interrogate Angel. The man was arrested following the interrogation on May 22, 2019. This time he was charged with obstruction of justice. His DNA did not match the DNA found on Lola's towel and documents, so the prosecutor concluded that he was covering up for the true perpetrator. According to Basso, Angel's 2015 statements revealed details that only Lola's companions would have known. He knew Lola had fallen to her knees in the sand, and a forensic expert confirmed this. Lola fell, however, not because she felt dizzy, but because she had received shallow knife wounds. Despite Angel's arrest, the Shumela's family waited for an answer to the main question for years, until geneticist Natalia Sandberg became involved in the case. 7 years after the murder, the case took an important turn. The investigator's method of discovering the suspect is reminiscent of a detective novel plot. Natalia Sandberg had the idea to trace the genetic DNA of an unknown man discovered on Lola's towel and documents. There were no matches in the paternal line, but an examination of the maternal line revealed a minor match with a prisoner serving time for murder. In other words, the man who left blood on Lola's towel is related to the man who is currently serving a sentence. The third crime, which involved Marines who died in the naval complex on Faro de Montevideo, was the tip of the iceberg that led investigators to Lola Shumeli's true killer. The murders happened on Sunday morning, May 31, 2020, and the three people, Juan Manuel Escobar, Alex Galinia, and Alan Rodriguez, were found with gunshot wounds to the head. Jonathan Brand Gundy was identified as the killer by police. Jonathan was born in Rocha. When the police discovered his mother and tested her DNA, it was clear that they were looking for another son of the woman, Jonathan's half-brother. The woman told the investigators that she had given birth to 11 children from various fathers, 8 of whom were boys, but only one son was placed for adoption at the age of 18 days. He turned out to be the person the police had been looking for 7 years. The suspect was identified as Leonardo Sena. During Lola's murder in 2014, Sena was homeless, dividing his time between La Paloma, Chuy, and Castillos. He lived in these places, working odd jobs. He recently settled in Chuy, where he lives with a girlfriend and works in a bakery. Between 2003 and 2009, the man had a history of police records for aggression, theft, and violence. Despite his involvement with the law, his DNA was not stored in the database because it was created after 2012. As a result, on May 18, 2022, the police issued a search warrant for his home. They expected the man to refuse to provide his DNA, and they were correct. However, forensic experts looked at the man's toothbrush and comb. To the surprise and delight of the forensic experts, the DNA match was 99.9%, indicating that it was his DNA. The suspect was arrested at the Brazilian border on May 19th. During the interrogation, Leonardo claimed he had no involvement in the crime. Regarding the DNA found on the identification card and the girl's towel, he stated that he found a pink backpack on the beach. When he looked inside, he saw a wallet containing 2,000 pesos and stole it. Concerning the blood, he stated that he had cut himself with a bottle shard at work a few hours prior, and when he reached into the backpack, the bandage came off and the cuts began bleeding. So he wiped his hand on Lola's towel. However, there were several inconsistencies in his account. For starters, his blood was mixed with the girl's blood rather than simply found on her belongings. This would not have happened if he had simply found the backpack and removed the wallet. Second, according to his own words, someone other than Leonardo took Lola's backpack on the 28th, the day of the murder, after Leonardo stole the money and mysteriously buried it 4 kilometers away from where it was found, without taking anything from it. Even the suspect couldn't deny the absurdity of the story. Finally, his colleagues from December 2014 did not recall the incident involving the broken bottle and Leonardo's cut. Furthermore, according to documents, Leonardo was no longer working at the brewery on the day of the crime. According to police, Lola was stopped by Leonardo and Angel while walking on the beach on December 28, 2014. They dragged her through dunes and bushes. Lola attempted to flee, but the kidnappers struck her on the head several times and stabbed her in the neck, knocking her to her knees. However, Lola's wounds were not fatal and she resisted. She most likely screamed loudly to get the attention of other vacationers or beach vendors. In an attempt to silence Lola, they pressed her face into the sand. They pushed for too long, causing Lola to suffocate. The police believe the crime was motivated by violence, but the assailants were unable to carry out their intended act and ended up killing her because they did not anticipate such fierce resistance from the teenage girl. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that Leonardo was previously tried in a case similar to Lola's. That happened in 2009. When Leonardo was 26 years old, the victim was a 15-year-old girl, just like Lola. Leonardo pursued her for a few blocks before attacking her with a knife. He dragged the victim into a remote wooded area where he assaulted her. Uruguayan police believe that at least 2 people were involved in the attack on Lola. As a result, they charged Leonardo with aggravated murder and Angel with harboring a criminal. Jorge Basso sought a 10-year prison sentence for Angel and 15 for 30 years for Leonardo. A judge granted Angel conditional early release under oath in June 2021, after he had been in prison since 2019. Despite psychiatric and psychological evaluations describing Angel as aggressive and impulsive, the judge found no grounds to accuse him of harboring a criminal. Harboring involves assisting a criminal after the crime has been committed. Angel should have faced charges as an accomplice in this case. The judge determined that Angel Moreira's actions did not constitute harboring. The prosecutor filed an appeal against the judge's decision, arguing that Angel was present before, during, and after the crime. Despite their initial suspicions, Lola's parents, Adriana and Diego, believe the evidence presented by the police agree that 2 suspects were involved in the crime and wish for a quick verdict. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jasmine Block, a 15-year-old from Alexandria, Minnesota, had 1 month until the start of the new school year on August 8, 2017. She was having a great time boating with her friends during her summer vacation, but by nightfall Jasmine was suffering from a headache. Sarah, her mother, suggested that she take it easy and wait for the pain to subside. Jasmine laid down after taking her mother's advice. Sarah had to leave for an urgent family matter at 10:30 p.m. Before leaving the house, she made sure Jasmine was okay and would attempt to get some sleep. Knowing that Jasmine's older sister and her boyfriend were at home gave her comfort. 3 hours later, Sarah found her younger daughter gone when she got home. To her surprise, the top portion of the pajamas she was sleeping in was on the floor, and Jasmine's phone, keys, and bag were all at home. She had also lost 2 pairs of shoes. At first, Jasmine's family thought she had just gone outside to get some fresh air in the hopes that her headache would go away, because she had never left a note before. She wasn't in the house, though. Because her daughter was terrified of the dark, Sarah was certain that she wouldn't flee, especially at night. This indicated that she had been abducted. Sarah became so worried that she called the police. Hundreds of locals and the police joined the search for the missing teen in the days that followed. Posters asking anyone who saw Jasmine to report her whereabouts were displayed everywhere. The young girl found herself in the worst nightmare imaginable as the hunt for Jasmine went on. A family friend named Thomas Barker visited them that evening on August 8th while she was trying to fall asleep despite having a headache. Since she was a young child, Jasmine has known Thomas Barker, the 32-year-old father of her best friend. The youngest of his 6 children was born only a month ago, and he was married. Jasmine believed him when he told her that his son was having a breakdown of some kind, and that he couldn't manage it alone. In an attempt to soothe his son, Thomas asked if she could accompany him to their house. Even though it was late, Jasmine was unable to turn down his request, but she had a hazy feeling of danger during the ride. Her instinct was correct. The story about his son's breakdown was really a pretext. Rather, Barker drove Jasmine 16 kilometers from her home to a remote mobile home in the neighboring town of Carlos. Barker attacked her out of the blue and used zip ties to bind her hands and feet. Jasmine's actual nightmare started inside the mobile home. Before attacking her, Barker threatened her with his gun. Once his craving was satiated, Barker told his victim why he had taken her hostage. He brought up the incident a few days prior when Jasmine fell while riding a bicycle with his son. She revealed a bruise on her body by slightly lifting her shirt. For Thomas, it was an innocent incident. The 32-year-old man's inappropriate thoughts were triggered by it, which ultimately led him to abduct her. Barker and Jasmine stayed in the mobile home for the next few days. After 3 days, Thomas's old friend Joshua Holby, 31, and his acquaintance Stephen Powers, 20, arrived at the house, decreasing Jasmine's chances of escaping. Jasmine was mistreated by all 3 men, but Stephen in particular was not ashamed to participate in the abuse. Although Joshua didn't try to hurt her, he also didn't try to free her or call the police. Jasmine was kept in a utility room most of the time and made an effort to keep quiet out of concern that they would hurt her or worse. At intervals, they fed her fast food and water, and all 3 of them tried to kill her several times. Barker tried to kill Jasmine twice in the 13 days she was left alone with him. His initial attempt to drown his captive was unsuccessful because Jasmine resisted and fought valiantly to save her life. On his second try, he came up with a darker scheme. He put her in a bag with the intention of drowning her in the bathtub. However, Jasmine was able to chew a hole in the bag, insert her fingers, then her hand, and eventually free herself when he left her in the bedroom to fill the tub. When Barker realized she was out of the bag, he became furious and hit her. He briefly gave up on trying to get rid of her, but he later went back to his evil schemes with the help of his cronies. Stephen helped Barker attempt to drown Jasmine on the 3rd attempt. He taped a sock shut after jamming it into her mouth, but despite both men's best efforts, the young girl was fighting for her life with great vigor and they were unable to overcome her. Joshua, the heaviest of the kidnappers, sat on top of Jasmine after the criminals realized that drowning her would not work and sandwiched her between 2 halves of a sofa bed with a pillow over her head. They had a very clear idea. They wanted Jasmine to choke, but she persisted in struggling, kicking, and fighting, so this plan also failed. Jasmine's 5th and last attempt on her life took an odd turn. Threatening her with a knife, the men made her stand on a number of stacked buckets, tied a noose around her neck, and fastened a rope to the ceiling. However, Thomas told Joshua to untie the noose because she might die after he unintentionally knocked over the buckets, causing them to roll on the floor. Evidently, the men found it difficult to cross the boundary of taking a life, even after all their efforts to get rid of Jasmine. Thomas later told Jasmine, dejectedly, that he was only doing this to avoid being caught with her because he was afraid of going to jail. The mobile home's door was unexpectedly knocked on almost a month after Jasmine was kidnapped. A policeman was circulating the neighborhood to ask about a theft that had nothing to do with the kidnapping. The policeman left after the 3 suspects, who were all inside the house at the time, declined to answer the knock. The criminals realized they needed to find another hiding place immediately following the officer's visit. After placing Jasmine in a sports bag and escorting her into their vehicle, they let her exit the bag. In an attempt to find a new place to hide the girl, they first went to a number of cornfields before setting up camp at an abandoned house in Grant County. Jasmine feared for her life at the hands of Barker and his cronies, and by this time she was certain that they had no intention of letting her go alive. But good fortune was on the girl's side. She had an opportunity because of the kidnappers' negligence and the forced relocation to a new location. The previous day, the men had come across a police vehicle while driving and quickly threw some illegal substances out the window. They made the decision to look for those substances at the new location and had to purchase supplies for both themselves and their captive. They left Jasmine sitting in another car, thinking she wouldn't go anywhere, and told her they would be gone for approximately an hour. Thus, Jasmine was alone for the first time in 29 days following her kidnapping. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes after Thomas's car had driven away, she plucked up the courage to get out and hurriedly jumped out. In the hopes of finding assistance, she hurried to the 2 closest homes, but they appeared to be deserted. She didn't even think twice before jumping into the water when she spotted a house across Thompson Lake. In order to swim more quickly, she removed her pajama pants and shoes. When she got to the opposite shore, she saw Thomas's car as she crossed a field and came out onto the road. Jasmine hurried to hide in the grass, keeping low and trying to control her labored breathing so she wouldn't be noticed. She was so relieved to discover that she had erred in putting someone she had never met before behind the wheel. Jasmine ran across the street and across the field to a house close by. On Tuesday afternoon, local farmer Earl Melcher was meant to be at work, but he had to go home because he had forgotten his tools. He saw something strange in the distance among the grass before he got into his pickup truck to return to work. He thought it might be a deer grazing his field from hundreds of meters away, but when he saw it was a girl, he turned on his car and headed in her direction. When Jasmine heard the car, she rushed to meet him. The man was astounded by what he saw when the girl arrived at Earl's pickup and opened the door. In a single breath, Jasmine exclaimed, "Call the police! I am Jasmine Block and I have been abducted." But Earl had already seen the girl's face on posters around town, so he knew who she was. For him, as a farmer and the father of 3 daughters, it was an incredible sensation. He turned on the car's heater, sat Jasmine down, and gave her a towel. He was going to take her to the hospital when he called 911, but the emergency dispatcher advised him to wait for the police. When the police got there, they saw an absolutely unbelievable scene. Jasmine yelled, "There's that car," as Earl assisted her in getting into the sheriff's assistant's SUV. "That car is there." Incredibly, Stephen Powers was just by their house at that precise moment. The suspect was immediately pursued by one of the officers, who jumped into his vehicle. Powers was taken into custody following a comparatively brief pursuit. Shortly thereafter, Joshua Holby and Thomas Barker were captured. Jasmine's family thanked the brave farmer who just so happened to be home on that fateful day in the days after she returned home. Earl received a reward of $7,000 from the police for helping to save the girl. "Thank you, Earl," said the police chief, praising his actions. "This world is a better place because of people like you." To which Earl replied respectfully, "Anyone could have called 911. I was in the right place at the right time by chance." Earl already knew what he was going to do with the reward money. He gave the money to Jasmine and her family and invited them to lunch. He clarified that, although the sum meant a lot to him, Jasmine's family needed it far more than he did. Their family and friends were shocked to learn that Thomas, Joshua, and Stephen were the ones who had abducted the girl, even though they had previous criminal records. According to Thomas's sister, she couldn't fathom how her brother, who has cerebral palsy and uses a walker, could have managed to kidnap a teenager. She added that she helped with the search for the girl, and that Barker's wife and mother even went to the house where he was keeping her, but they had no suspicions. Thomas Barker was given a 25-year prison sentence for his actions toward his son's friend a year after the kidnapping. He will spend the rest of his life listed as a violent offender. He can, however, apply for civil commitment after being released from prison, and, if accepted, he will live out the rest of his days in a specialized facility. Stephen Powers will spend 8.5 years, and Joshua Holby will spend 8 years behind bars. Even though the girl managed to get away, the 29 days that the three men held her captive had a profound effect on her. Never again will she be the same. Her words, "None of us will be." She has trouble sleeping because she fears nightmares, and every time she closes her eyes, she sees the faces of the kidnappers. Jasmine finds it difficult to trust people these days, so she withdraws from them. Fortunately, acknowledged Sarah, her mother, the world is not without kind people. Jasmine had the chance to visit a post-traumatic stress disorder specialist in Texas to try out novel therapeutic approaches. She brought 2 gadgets home from the meeting that have been effectively assisting her in managing her PTSD symptoms, anxiety, and nightmares. In addition to these resources, Jasmine says she has found comfort in talking to friends and creating art as a way to express herself. She is getting better every day. In order to support other girls who might have gone through something similar, she made the decision to share her story. Jasmine smiles and responds that she just wants everyone to know that she is doing well when asked if she has anything else to share. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Little Bria had only ever been frightened by imaginary monsters. She called her mother, Michelle, on November 20, 2000, claiming to have seen someone outside the window. The day before, 3 armed men wearing masks broke into her house. Michelle looked out and saw no one, so she dismissed her daughter's words as the product of her young imagination. The difference with this incident, though, was that Bria saw them. They had looked through the window. Michelle and Bria were being held at gunpoint in their own home's living room by the same individuals who had been there the previous evening. In a peaceful San Diego, California suburb, it was November 2009. Michelle Renee was 35 years old and had just returned home from her job as a manager at the bank. She and her 7-year-old daughter, Bria, resided in a rather remote home. Michelle had been a bank manager for more than 13 years, putting in a lot of time and effort to advance through the ranks and land a job where she was respected and trusted. She was happy to be home with Bria after a long day. The two of them were playing Game Boy on the couch when a loud noise suddenly burst from somewhere behind them. Michelle saw 3 people when she turned around. As though they were a takeover squad, they stormed into the house. This was obviously not a SWAT team, though. The strangers wore all black clothing and were armed. Bria and Michelle screamed. When Michelle was grabbed by her hair, a gun aimed at her face and flung to the floor close to the couch, she was able to see her daughter running into another room. After securing her with duct tape, they turned the woman to face her daughter, who was lying face down close to the door with her hands and legs bound. "Are you going to kill Mommy?" Bria asked. "Do you intend to murder me?" The stranger said, "No, if the mother does everything we tell her to Michelle's belief that they had broken in to kill them. Michelle was told bluntly by the illegal intruders, "You will rob the bank for us, or we will kill you, and your daughter will be first." The intruders told Michelle that they had been watching her for months and had a plan because they knew she was a bank manager. They would stay with her all night to give her instructions and make sure she understood exactly what she was supposed to do. As they held her and her daughter bound on the couch with tape, the gang leader gave her explicit instructions throughout the night, stressing what she needed to do repeatedly. He told Michelle that 6 more gang members were standing guard outside, waiting to murder her if she did anything stupid. Around 11, a female voice on the radio caught his attention, as if to reaffirm what he had just said. He was told by the accomplice that a car had pulled into the driveway. The neighbor of Michelle and Bria had shown up. She lived in the same building and was named Kimbra. She was obviously very drunk after returning from a night out. She shocked the criminals by resisting their attempts to grab her. One of the criminals shouted at Kimbra not to move while pointing the weapon straight at his face. In an attempt to shield her friend, Michelle pushed his arm away, but he pointed the gun at her and hissed at her to never touch him again. Kimbra was finally restrained, and they all waited for dawn. Michelle became aware that she might be spending her final evening with her daughter. She needed to share everything with Bria. Thinking that this might be the last time she would ever touch her daughter's hair or see her sleeping, the mother smoothed her hair to give her some space to rest. The nightmare persisted in the morning. The robbers' leader told her to get up and prepare for work at 6 o'clock. He interrupted her to apply dynamite to her as she was getting dressed and arranging her hair. She was in excruciating pain as he taped it firmly to her back. Kimbra and Bria were also outfitted with sets of explosives by the criminals. The girl sobbed and asked what it was, but the mother merely muttered something because she didn't want her to become even more terrified. Then they showed Michelle something that looked like a lock on a door. According to the man, it was a detonator, and he would press the button if she made even the slightest mistake. The detonator had a 10-meter radius, he added. Bria was placed in her bedroom closet by the criminals. The mother reiterated that everything would be all right and that she would be back shortly. "Mom, have courage," her daughter said. 2 men remained inside the house as Michelle left, and the gang leader gave her a suitcase containing a sports bag before hiding in the backseat of her Jeep. As she always did, she was headed to work in a minute, but this time she had a gun pressed against her side and dynamite strapped to her back. She parked in her usual spot when she arrived, and the man told her she had 5 minutes to come out with the money after the cash collector arrived before she got out of the car. He had his finger on the detonator in case something went wrong. Around 9 o'clock, the cash collector showed up and handed over the cash. Michelle was in charge of getting the money because she was a bank manager. Michelle asked her colleague to go with her to the vault as soon as his car pulled away, and she explained the situation. Michelle was left with no choice but to stuff the bag full of cash while her colleague watched in horror as the bank manager did something so unthinkable. Her heart pounded. Was she moving quickly enough? Naturally, Michelle's co-workers informed the police about the incident, but first she took $360,000 out of the bank. She climbed into the Jeep and got ready to do whatever was asked of her. The criminal told Michelle that she would find her Jeep further down the street and told her to get out of the car after a few blocks. And so, it came to pass. She located her vehicle, got into it, and drove quickly home. The woman didn't know if she would find her daughter alive when she got home. She saw Kimbra's car was gone as soon as she pulled up to the house. She called for Bria as she entered the house, but the silence was uncanny. At last, she heard a small voice. From the other side of the house, Bria was calling to her. Her mother had left the girl in the closet, and she was still there. Relieved, the woman gave her daughter a hug, but it wasn't quite over. Bria saw her mother's expression change to one of panic. The gang leader had departed without taking the dynamite away from her. What if the detonator was used remotely by the criminals? Before departing, Kimbra informed Michelle that they had just cut the tape and thrown the explosives against the far wall, removing the dynamite from the girl and her back. They all rushed to the nearby homes after that. Investigators from the FBI, police, and even a bomb disposal team quickly swarmed the street. The officers soon realized that the dynamite was a fake, consisting only of 2 sticks painted red. However, no one would risk their lives assuming they were fake, given the low lighting and the fact that they were on the victims' backs in such a dire situation. However, Michelle made an effort to commit every detail that might aid in identifying the criminals to memory during the incredibly terrifying 14 hours that she was held captive. It made it possible for her to concentrate on something else rather than the situation's horror. Actually, it was her special talent for picking up on subtleties in people's looks and actions that others might miss. She committed the criminal's physique to memory, attempted to gauge their height from the house's furnishings, took note of their footwear and jeans, and examined the appearance of their weapons. She eventually had to use the restroom, so the gang leader accompanied her. She flipped the switch, brightening the man's face as he led her to the restroom. He was still wearing a mask, of course, but Michelle could see his eyes clearly. They were big, expressive, and a little red at the corner. All of a sudden, she recognized this person from her bank office. She frequently handled new client accounts in her role as bank manager, and on that particular day a man had visited her office. He clarified that he needed information about opening accounts and making investments because he would shortly inherit a sizable sum. He repeatedly asked the same questions while seated at her desk. The man introduced his companion as Lisa, and they departed when a woman finally came in and said, "Chris, we need to go." However, he gave Michelle his business card before he left. She put it in her desk's top drawer. Michelle's mind was racing with all of these ideas, and she felt that she needed to be extremely careful and not even hint at her recognition of him. Additionally, she recognized his accomplice because she occasionally heard Lisa's voice on the radio. They wouldn't let her die if she messed up. Michelle then requested that the officers immediately check her desk's top drawer. The business card wasn't a fake. It was there. Christopher Butler was the man's name. Butler's conviction as a bank robber was quickly discovered by the FBI. They discovered his residence and placed him under observation. The bank was only a few kilometers from Butler's home and that of his fiancée, Lisa Ramirez. The other two men, Robert Ortiz, who had his sights set on Bria, and Christopher Higgins, a big man who protected Michelle, were soon recognized by detectives. The decision to arrest Christopher and Lisa was made on December 1. They were allegedly pulled over for document verification during a routine traffic stop. There was just so much evidence in the car. In a stressful situation, the pneumatic gun in the glove compartment appeared completely real. In addition, the officers discovered a black bag Michelle had described, gloves, homemade masks, Michelle's credit cards, banknote adhesive ribbons, and even a door lock that the criminals had managed to pass off as a detonator. Two investigators waited for more evidence in the house. Officers discovered a sample of dynamite bearing Christopher and Lisa's fingerprints, along with all the ingredients needed to make fake dynamite. Because they were sure they wouldn't be linked to the crime, the accomplices left a ton of evidence. The $360,000 that was stolen, however, was not discovered by the officers in the house or the car. On that same day, they took $93,000 and arrested Higgins. Higgins admitted to everything and talked about going to Vegas for a few $1,000s. Ortiz fled, but he had $32,000 from the bank when he was apprehended in Wisconsin 3 months later, and he admitted to everything. Christopher Butler, however, denied everything, even in the face of indisputable proof. His fingerprints on the dynamite. Lisa rejected his attempt to place the blame on her. She acknowledged that she was the woman Michelle had heard on the radio. She even acknowledged that she came up with the plan to steal the bank manager using fake dynamite. Lisa disclosed that although they divided the funds into 3 sections, over $100,000 of their portion with Butler was pilfered. To the surprise of all, she said Michelle was part of the plot. Everything had to be confirmed by the police. Michelle acted exactly like a real victim of the crime would have when they recreated the events of that day. Every detail of the victims, Higgins, and Ortiz's accounts lined up, and investigators were unable to uncover any proof linking Michelle to the plot. All 4 suspects were in custody awaiting trial by the spring of 2001. But Michelle and Bria were still processing that terrifying night. The girl thought the criminals would eventually find them and kill them, so she desperately wanted to hide somewhere. She changed from a joyful, fearless, and energetic youngster to a terrified being who feared solitude. Michelle took Bria to stay with her grandmother in Alaska in June because of this. She went back to finish things up and moved to Alaska with her dog, essentially no money and a camera, leaving the child with her grandmother. She drove off on a 9-day journey. Since she had committed to returning for Bria's birthday, she was only on the road for 9 days. Their healing really started only after they relocated. Michelle and Bria were prepared to confront their criminals when they returned to San Diego for the trial a year later. Michelle believed the trial was merely a formality because the investigators had gathered so much evidence. How foolish she was. Together, Christopher and Lisa were put on trial. Lisa would find it challenging to maintain her innocence because she confessed during a videotaped interrogation. In order to spare her from life in prison, her attorney made a deal with prosecutor Tom Manning, but he turned it down. However, the judge was compelled to forbid using Lisa's statements in court because she incriminated Christopher as well as herself during the interrogation. The case depended almost exclusively on Michelle's statements in the absence of Lisa's confession. The attorneys for Christopher and Lisa made the decision to pursue Michelle in an effort to damage her reputation. The jury doesn't think angry witnesses are trustworthy. Michelle did not do well on the witness stand, and they were successful. The problem was that Michelle wasn't your typical victim. She had been a stripper for many years. It was a decision she had to make in order to live, and the woman didn't hide it. Michelle left home when she was 15 years old and put in a lot of effort to rise from bank manager to regional vice president before taking a bank manager position to spend more time with Bria. She kept up her exotic dancing for a while, even while she was employed at the bank. However, Michelle's integrity as a witness was called into question by something else. She falsified her resume and other documents, listing experience and skills she didn't have in order to obtain a job at the bank. This appeared to be less than ideal from a legal standpoint. Butler's attorney also probed her personal life in an attempt to paint her as a careless, egotistical mother who would stop at nothing to get money. Her financial troubles might have served as a catalyst for the conspiracy, since the FBI reports made no reference to Michelle recognizing Lisa's voice on the radio. Lisa's attorney asserted that Michelle had lied about it, and there was nothing stopping him from adamantly declaring that the voice on the radio was not that of his client, because Lisa's admission was not heard in court. He then asked Michelle about marked bills, which are traceable banknotes that banks store in safes in case of a robbery. She didn't intend to endanger her daughter's life, and the criminals cautioned her against taking such notes. However, the attorney now asserted that it was suspicious. In addition, he questioned her maternal instincts, knowing that her daughter is wearing dynamite. Would a mother rush to the house where she is? Following Michelle's 3-day testimony, Christopher took the stand. He testified that he had a romantic relationship with Michelle and that she was behind it all. He had no proof, of course, but his plan was obvious. First and foremost, he was committed to keeping Lisa safe at all costs. Second, compared to kidnapping for robbery, the robbery was deemed less serious. However, his plan only partially succeeded. After 5 days of deliberation, the jury found Christopher guilty of robbery and kidnapping Kimbra and Bria, but they were unsure about Michelle's abduction. 2 jurors abstained, and 1 juror thought Butler was right. He received 3 consecutive life sentences plus an extra 64 years in prison. Lisa was acquitted of all charges. Both Higgins and Ortiz were swiftly convicted in the second trial, which proceeded completely differently. Each received a 32-year sentence. There was never any trace of the remaining $260,000 in bank funds. Therefore, while the guilty were incarcerated to serve their sentences, Bria and Michelle saw it as only the beginning. It was a difficult road for them to heal, but eventually Michelle understood that she could either take charge and set an example and support system for her daughter, or she could become angry and blame the kidnappers for all of her life's shortcomings. So she did. She began her own public relations firm from the beginning, gave numerous speeches in public, told other assault survivors her story, and penned a book that was made into the movie In Captivity. Bria followed her dreams after being inspired by her mother. Despite receiving a multiple sclerosis diagnosis at the age of 18, she went on to attend college and join the school cheerleading squad, but they had to confront the past once more after their world was destroyed 20 years ago. Christopher was granted parole in June 20. Tom Manning, the prosecutor, made the decision to attend the hearing. He had a strategy. Christopher Butler was questioned by him regarding all of his false statements made in court. Christopher could have insisted on his version and carried the truth to his grave, so it was a dangerous plan. However, he acknowledged that Michelle was never a part of the conspiracy and that they did not have a relationship. He blamed his ex-girlfriend Lisa Ramirez for the crime, but he refused to accept responsibility for it. He conveyed his profound apologies for the suffering his victims had endured as a result of him. Christopher acknowledged that he felt deeply moved by Michelle's book and that he regretted what he had done. Despite their forgiveness, Michelle and Bria opposed his release and repeatedly refused to let him go. They had a fundamentally different attitude toward Ortiz and the other 2 men. In court, he was the one who expressed regret to Michelle. Ortiz was released in January 2021 after Bria spoke favorably during his parole hearing. Working together in Michelle's newly established business, Michelle and Bria are now closer than ever. Michelle's 9-day healing journey to Alaska altered her worldview, and she wrote another book about it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. This is the story of a murderer who avoided punishment for years, despite numerous facts pointing to his involvement in a small town. A 13-year-old girl vanished, and it was not discovered until 24 hours later. This case remained unsolved for over 10 years, and it was finally resolved in the summer of 2021. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Haley Dunn. This story was set in the American town of Colorado City, Texas. This location is typical of low-rise America, covering 14 square kilometers. On Christmas Day 2010, the town had a New Year's vibe. Haley Dunn, a 13-year-old girl living with her mother Billy, boyfriend Sean, and older brother David, had a happy Christmas. Her mother divorced her father, Clint, when she was 10 years old, but they never stopped communicating. Her father lived across the street from Haley's house. On December 26th, the girl spent the majority of Christmas at her father's house, unwrapping presents before returning home to play video games and go to bed. The following day, her stepfather and mother went to work as usual. Billy left her cell phone at home so that the kids could reach her. Before leaving, she peeked into her daughter's room while she was still sleeping. Sean worked in another town, about a half-hour drive away. According to him, he had an argument with his boss that day, which led to him being fired and leaving work only 10 minutes after arriving. He then drove to his mother's house, where he spent some time before returning to Colorado City around 3 p.m. Sean went to pick up Billy from work that evening. When they arrived home, Billy noticed that her daughter was not there. Sean informed her that the girl had gone to her father's house and planned to spend the night at a friend's house. Haley frequently stayed overnight at friends' houses, so her mother took this information calmly. Small towns like this often have the illusion of safety, so parents are less worried about their child's safety. On December 28th, Haley did not return home. She went door to door, but no one saw the girl that day. Billy went to the police around 2 p.m., but they chose the easiest route. The police's main theory was that she had fled from home, which initially hampered the investigation. A voluntary escape is not investigated to the same extent as a missing minor. They searched Billy and Clint's houses and brought search dogs to the scene. The next day, they followed Haley's trail from the house to a nearby motel. It was extremely strange. None of the motel employees had seen this girl. She was not captured on any security cameras, and a thorough search of the premises yielded no results. Trained dogs pointed to a motel, but the girl apparently never arrived. As word of Haley's disappearance spread throughout the city, dozens of concerned citizens joined the search. Some looked around the area, while others printed and distributed flyers. And now we come to another strange moment. Clint, the girl's father, almost never left the street. He looked in every corner, nook, and cranny, including dumpsters. He said he couldn't sit at home and wait. Meanwhile, Billy and Sean were less enthusiastic. The mother distributed flyers but refused to go around the neighborhood looking for her daughter. She stated that searching gave her the impression that they were already looking for her body, and that there was no hope of finding the girl alive. Sean didn't participate at all, which isn't the strangest thing. Billy and Sean hosted a New Year's Eve party on December 31st, 4 days after the girl had gone missing. They had friends over to listen to music, drink, and party. Without a trace seemed completely absurd. On January 3rd, a week after Haley vanished, the police officially declared her missing. This meant that more serious agencies, such as the FBI and the Texas Rangers, could become involved, and representatives from both arrived in Colorado City and began their investigation. Volunteers continued to search the area, and over 100 billboards about the missing girl were posted across Texas and beyond. Detectives completely ruled out the possibility of an escape. For one reason, they couldn't figure out why Haley would choose to take such a step. The day before her disappearance, she had been in a good mood, and for the rest of the time, the girl showed no signs of a desire to flee. Second, all of her belongings were left in the room. If the girl had decided to flee, she would have taken something with her. The detectives quickly realized they needed to look closer at Billy and Sean. Their passive response to the girl's search and the New Year's Eve party made one wonder if they cared about Haley. The detectives discovered that on December 27th, the same day Haley allegedly spent the night at a friend's house, Sean and Billy drew $140 from their bank cards. They admitted that the money was used to buy illegal substances, which the couple consumed that evening while their children were away. Billy failed on 2 attempts. During the first interrogation she was under the influence of drugs, and the second result revealed she was lying. Sean failed 2 interrogations and walked away before answering the third. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance and demanded that he leave her home. On January 12th, police officially announced that Sean was being treated as a suspect. Several factors contributed to this conclusion, including the couple's strained relationship. The police examined Sean's phone's geolocation data and discovered that his account of the day Haley disappeared did not match reality. He did arrive at work and stayed for 10 minutes before returning to Colorado City to Billy's house. It wasn't until later that he drove to his mother's house. It's worth noting that the police tracked the phone's location. The girl repeatedly mentioned being afraid of Sean. Haley told her best friend that she preferred to spend time outside or at friends' houses because she didn't feel safe with Sean. She once told her grandmother that she often saw Sean standing in front of her bedroom door in the middle of the night, and she was afraid he would come in. The police soon became aware of a conversation with Haley's uncle about the girl's disappearance. Her uncle said roughly the following: "I can't believe anyone would harm a child." Sean's response was extremely unusual. He compared it to killing a deer with all of this information in hand. The detectives concluded that Haley did not come from a wealthy family. Her mother and stepfather frequently drank and used illegal drugs, and Sean's behavior at parties appeared suspicious, but there was no direct evidence against him. Finally, the police contacted child welfare, who decided to remove Haley's older brother. On February 24th, police searched Sean and Billy's home, as well as his mother's. A massive discovery awaited them. They discovered over 100,000 obscene images of minors on a removable drive and a hard drive. The police also seized his laptop, but did not appear to have time to examine its contents. Sean's father arrived at the station and demanded his son's equipment back. It's unclear why the police did, but that's not the most interesting part. Sean received no punishment for having so much illegal content on his computer. On March 17th, police officers visited Billy's house to question Sean. A woman opened the door and said he wasn't home, but the officer showed her a pre-arranged warrant and entered the house, discovering Sean hiding there for concealing a suspect. Billy received 90 days in jail and a year in corrections. She was transferred to a Travis County correctional facility. Following her release, she remained in the area with Sean. In 2012, however, the couple eventually split. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance, but the case had stalled due to a lack of new evidence and volunteers' inability to identify the girl. On March 16, 2013, a hiker discovered human remains near Lake J.B. Thomas in Scary County. Experts conducted tests and determined that the remains belonged to Haley Dunn, whose body was approximately 20 miles away from her home. However, they had circumstantial evidence that the girl's body had been discovered only a few miles from Sean's mother's house, which matched the geolocation data on his phone as determined by the towers. Given the short distance, Sean could have easily left the body in that location without anyone knowing. Furthermore, he grew up in the area and was well versed in where to hide the body, but investigators were unable to uncover any additional clues, and the case was refrozen for several years. Despite this, the girl's family had to wait 4 years to bury her body. A memorial service was held in January 2017. In 2018, Haley's father, Clint, stated that he believed Sean and Billy were guilty. In his version, his mother either helped conceal the truth or was directly involved in the murder. During the same year, he began conducting numerous interviews and attempted to actively publicize the case. The man stated that in the early years of the investigation, he tried not to bother the police with constant questions, but his patience had run out. The detectives did little to investigate, and his last hope was to spread the word widely in an attempt to bring the perpetrators to justice, which paid off. In 2019, an unknown person wrote to Clint, informing him that in 2011, he discovered several items that could have belonged to Haley. This person was in high school at the time and had not heard about the missing girl, so he did not consider reporting his find to the police. True information about the items has yet to be revealed, and the police have not stated what they are. Clint only mentioned that they were discovered in an area that had been thoroughly searched by volunteers and police. Later, new information emerged. Private investigator Erica Moore, who was handling the Haley case and kept in touch with Clint, revealed some disturbing information about Sean. In October 2019, she began receiving messages from various women in Texas, all of whom claimed they were being aggressively harassed online by a man named Casey. Not only was he harassing them with lewd messages, but he was also sending them explicit photos and videos of himself, as Sean shared a middle name. Erica asked the women to send her photos and videos of the man sending the girls, and her theory was confirmed to be correct. She persuaded one woman to go to the police station and report Sean, but they refused to press charges and even accused her of falsifying the facts. Erica believed Sean was responsible for Haley's death and planned to arrest him for stalking women on the internet. However, the case remained quiet until May 2021 when Erica and Clint were summoned to the district attorney's office for an urgent meeting. Police arrested Sean and charged him with Haley's murder. He is currently in bail, awaiting trial on $20 million bail, but police have yet to reveal what new evidence led them to make this arrest. Apparently, this information will be kept secret until the trial. All we know now is that the police were granted permission to collect Sean's DNA sample shortly before his arrest. There may be a connection here to Haley's belongings, which were discovered in 2011. When Billy learned of her ex-boyfriend's arrest, she made a strange statement. She said she wasn't surprised Sean was involved in the murder, and she wanted to believe in his innocence until the very end. She also thanked God that the man would now be punished for his actions, which Billy had actively obstructed during the initial investigation while defending Sean. A date for the trial will be announced soon. At this point, it is difficult to predict whether a conviction will be obtained. It will be determined solely by the significance of the evidence, which police are now withholding in any case. Sean remained at large for over 10 years, despite the fact that all evidence pointed to his involvement in the murder. Haley's complaints to friends and relatives, the use of forbidden materials with children, and the man's constant lies during interrogations raised suspicions on all sides, as did Billy. She initially expressed no desire for justice for her daughter, Clint, but, unlike her, he worked hard and got his way. In one interview, Erica Moore hinted that the case would not have been solved without his participation. She did not provide any details, but we can recall the story of Haley's found objects. The person who discovered them only learned about the entire story through Clint's social media posts. More information about this case, including a court decision, will undoubtedly be released in the near future. Right now, all indications are that Sean will be convicted, and in Texas, that means only one thing: he will face the death penalty for his actions against the child. Unfortunately, there is no way this will help Haley Dunn live a long and happy life anymore. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brigitta Unto was close to passing away when she got to the emergency room. Despite the fact that her vital signs were rapidly declining, doctors were unable to identify any indications of infection or injury. Together, the police, FBI agents, and medical experts were able to solve the medical mystery and unearth a horrifyingly creative crime. The medical staff at a hospital in San Diego, California, waited for Brigitta, a 28-year-old patient, to arrive on March 5, 2018. An ambulance was taking her from the office of her family physician. Brigitta had called her mother Olga that day to complain of feeling ill. Brigitta's legs shook with agonizing pain, and she could hardly breathe, as Olga fought to get her into the car. The family doctor only needed to glance at the once vibrant and healthy young woman to realize that Brigitta was in serious trouble and that there was nothing he could do to help. In order to transport her to the hospital, he called an ambulance. The medics in the emergency room were also concerned because they thought they might not be able to stabilize her condition, and Brigitta was in excruciating pain, had no feeling in her hands or feet, could hardly see, and could hardly speak. The most perplexing symptom, however, was the clumping of her once beautiful chestnut hair. Immediately after starting their work, the doctors concluded that she had no visible signs of trauma, including no wounds, bruises, or infection. Her illness had an internal cause. According to Brigitta's mother, her daughter had been experiencing severe pain, exhaustion, and unexpected bouts of nausea for a number of months. She would spend days in bed because the symptoms would come on suddenly and without warning. It was difficult for Brigitta to care for herself, much less her husband and young son. She sought advice from several experts, but none of them could figure out what was wrong with her. There was no known illness that matched her symptoms. She was even told by one doctor that her condition was how critical days manifest. Ultimately, the doctors determined that stress was the cause and gave her tranquilizers. But her health deteriorated. The emergency department's medical staff recognized that she was in danger of dying within days if they didn't find out what was wrong with her quickly. Brigida was raised in California, a short distance from the Mexican border. Her mother looked after their two daughters, Brigida and her younger sister, Olga, while her father worked at customs between Mexico and the United States. The girls were raised in a loving and supportive household. Brigida thrived academically while attending a Catholic school with joy. According to her friends, she was the sweetest and most amiable girl they had ever met. Running was Brigida's passion, and she even represented her school in competitions. She met Race Remington Unto, her future husband, while running. Although Race went to a different school, they met in high school and shared a love of sports. Because Brigida's daughter had no interest in dating boys, her family initially paid little attention to their friendship. She spent most of her time studying and playing sports, but over time, the young couple began dating and became more involved with one another. Race was able to bring out Brigida's more daring side, and they quickly became inseparable. Race had a very lofty ambition. He wanted to enroll in the Annapolis-based United States Naval Academy. It was a difficult task because the student acceptance rate was less than 8%. In addition to doing well in school, the candidate had to work on personal growth, play sports, volunteer, be involved in the community, and much more. Remarkably, Race was accepted into the academy and relocated to Maryland to start his studies. The young couple kept up their long-distance romance. Race was eventually diagnosed with a hernia, though, which didn't fully heal. Despite having to leave the academy, he was able to find employment in the Navy as an electrician. Brigida, meanwhile, went after her own goals and became a teacher. Following 7 years of dating, Brigida, 25, and Race, 24, were married in 2014. They welcomed their son shortly after. Brigida thought that everything in her life was going as planned, and she was completely content. She lived a short distance from her parents, had a wonderful child, and a loving, caring husband. She could never have predicted the extraordinary and agonizing turn her life would soon take, though. Dr. Jeff LaPointe, a certified toxicologist, was one of the emergency department doctors at San Diego Hospital. This was unusual. Like a great detective, Dr. LaPointe followed the trail of clues that might help him figure out what was happening to Brigida. He was a true medical detective. Was an autoimmune disease killing her? No, that was not confirmed by blood tests. Is it possible that she has cancer? No. But among all the symptoms, hair loss was the most noticeable. This was a result of treatment rather than the illness. Brigida had been exposed to a toxic chemical, according to all the symptoms. But which one and how? It wasn't cesium, cadmium, or arsenic, because hair loss wouldn't be caused by these heavy metals. But thallium was the one material that could. Thallium was employed as a depilatory agent at the beginning of the 20th century. Additionally, doctors actively used it. For instance, if a child had lice on their head, thallium was applied to the lice, which caused the lice to fall off, along with all the hair. In the years that followed, thallium took center stage in rodent poisons. But by the 1970s, S and arsenic had become so widely used as murder weapons that they were outlawed for use and sale. Leg pain, weakness, deteriorating vision, appetite loss, weight loss, and of course hair loss were all signs of thallium poisoning that Brigida was experiencing. Dr. LaPointe's inability to promptly verify his suspicions was the issue. There was no way to test the patient for poisoning on the spot, and no one in the hospital had ever seen a case like this before. The results would be available in 3 days, which Brigida might not have, and the samples needed to be sent to another lab. This was the start of the race against time. In order to get an expedited analysis, Dr. LaPointe began phoning each agency. The antidote would be desperately needed, even if the doctor's suspicions were confirmed and Brigida had thallium poisoning. But getting the antidote, which was aptly named Berlin Blue, proved to be more difficult than he could have imagined. Since Berlin Blue is a blue pigment used in paints, we have all seen it. When creating Starry Night over the Rhone, Vincent van Gogh used it. Additionally, it speeds up the body's removal of heavy metal poisoning by acting as an antidote. Though blue paint is available at the closest art supply store, it is nearly impossible to find medical-grade Berlin. Despite calling every pharmacy, naval medical officer, and clinic, Dr. Lapointe was only able to locate the antidote at one warehouse, a classified warehouse located in Los Angeles. In the event of a dirty bomb explosion, for example, Berlin blue can also be used as an antidote to radiation exposure. Therefore, until thallium poisoning was verified in the lab, Dr. Lapointe could not rely on receiving the antidote because the government maintains exacting records of every tube of Berlin blue in the nation. Lapointe's worst fears were validated when the toxicological analysis of Brigida's case was delivered. Brigida's body contained 1,000 times more thallium than was allowed. To transport the antidote to San Diego, a hospital employee drove through the night. But the doctor was concerned that one antidote might not be enough for such severe poisoning. In order to purify the patient's blood, he recommended dialysis. After a long and agonizing process, Brigida's family and the medical staff were left with nothing to do but wait and pray. To keep an eye on their health, Brigida's husband and son were moved to a different hospital wing. They might have been impacted as well if she had been exposed to thallium. Where could she have gotten so much thallium? That was still the key question. FBI agents were looking for the answer to that. Remember, this was all taking place in a state with multiple military installations. Additionally, President Trump's scheduled visit was the backdrop against which these events took place. As a result, FBI agents became very interested in what was going on in the city when Dr. Lapointe began searching for Berlin blue. It was ultimately delivered so far away from the city that a local scientist for Harvard chemistry began searching for cocaine flu. When Brigida started having an unexplained illness, police and FBI agents found that she had been treated at an alternative medicine clinic in Mexico a few months prior. After looking into this lead, the police decided to ignore it. Because Brigida's school was a former World War II military installation, rodent poisoning may have happened there in the past. Many of the school's teachers became ill that year. This lead, though, also proved to be a dead end. Because Brigida was depressed, investigators could not rule out the possibility that she had used thallium herself as a cry for attention. She loved life, however, and would never desert her son, according to everyone who knew her. Furthermore, rather than the other way around, her depression developed after the emergence of inexplicable symptoms. Regarding the poisoning of his patient, Dr. Lapointe had his own suspicions. After scanning Brigida's internal organs, he was appalled to find a large number of white spots all over her digestive tract. It became clear that food was the entry point for the poison into her body. The ideal crime had been attempted by someone close to her. The patient was placed in total isolation by doctors, but food was the least of her worries at the moment. The antidote helped Brigida regain consciousness a few days later. She was unable to sit or move, and all of her hair had fallen out, but she was still alive. She was unable to identify anyone who would want to hurt her. Nonetheless, the police were aware that poisoning is always a private crime carried out by a close friend or relative. The fact that Brigida's husband and child were unharmed was also intriguing. Her husband, parents, and sister were all willing to assist with the investigation when the police spoke with them. Her husband, Race, complained that he was unable to put himself in his wife's shoes to ease her pain. Investigators sensed that he was lying, even though he said what they wanted to hear. Additionally, the medical staff observed that he asked odd and occasionally inappropriate questions and didn't seem as concerned. When her husband was suspected of being involved, Brigida became enraged and strongly denied it. She maintained that Race had taken care of their son and taken her to the hospital while she was ill, and when she didn't have the strength to get out of bed, he would cook. But what the investigators discovered during their chat with Brigida gave them the chills. Race had a rather peculiar pastime. He liked to gather rare poisonous plant seeds. After Brigida was hospitalized for 16 days, the police became interested in this and gathered enough information to search their house. Race, looking a little agitated, opened the door. He voluntarily turned over all of the family's devices, including laptops and phones, when the detectives asked him to. They were unable to ignore the fact that the device's entire search histories had just been erased. The police discovered 2 books, Criminal Poisoning and The Poisonous Handbook. despite the purportedly erased data on his phone. The poisonous handbook claims that thallium allows the poisoner to manipulate the rate at which their victim perishes. As the patient gradually deteriorates for unclear reasons, the poisoning manifests as a medical mystery. Race's vehicle yielded even more fascinating findings. In a tiny compartment in the spare tire, they discovered a packet of exotic seeds and an acetone canister. Additionally, just before the police arrived, their mother saw Race throw away a black garbage bag, which Brigida's sister handed over after retrieving it from the trash can. Receipts for exotic seeds, including cerebrodollar, prayer nuts, and tick seed, as well as a variety of equipment for grinding and filtering them, were found inside. Stated differently, everything required to produce rare poisons. The man had clearly already tried to crush tick seeds to extract ricin, a poison that is poisonous to mice but harmful to people if swallowed or inhaled. Although the detectives' suspicions increased, no thallium was discovered in the car, yard, or house. As a result, Race could not be arrested. They had no choice but to inform Brigida of their suspicions and request that she refrain from going home. Despite her continued incredulity, she did not object to the investigation's continuation. As they dug further, the investigators found a potential motive for the murder. One of Race's lovers thought he was a widower. He misled her by saying he was a Navy SEAL and that he wanted to work in the poisoning division of the FBI. Race led a double life, going so far as to have another affair and confessing to the woman that he was married. He didn't think twice about taking his young son on their dates, and the boy had become so attached to the woman that he called her mom. But in order to avoid having to share custody of their son, he wished that his wife would be struck by a bus. Why the woman wasn't alarmed by this is unknown. Even so, it was obvious that the man wanted to break up with Brigida. However, as a devoted Catholic, she had informed him prior to their marriage that she did not support divorce and that their union would be lifelong. Her unfaithful husband taking this ending so literally was not something she could have predicted. Race was asked to take a polygraph test by the detectives, but he failed horribly. He didn't try to deny the results when the polygraph examiner told him, and he admitted to everything. Race claimed that in August 2017, he placed 3 online orders for thallium. He started by making his wife a sandwich for breakfast in an effort to incorporate it into her meal. He used her weight to determine the thallium content. Brigida felt ill the following day, but it didn't kill her. She began to get better. Race increased the amount of thallium in the soup by a small amount in December of that year. Once more, he failed to get the desired result. He concealed the poison in a sandwich once more, in January, and increased the dosage 5-fold. He planned to murder Brigida in a few days. She started to lose her hair, felt awful, and was in terrible pain, but she persisted in fighting for her life. Race confessed and was taken into custody. He entered a guilty plea to 3 attempts to kill his wife 8 months later. His attorney attempted to claim that Race's judgment was impaired due to a spinal injury he sustained while serving in the Navy. This defense, though, was ineffective. He was given 3 life sentences, ranging from 21 years to life, on March 14, 2019. In October 2033, he might be eligible for parole. He will only be incarcerated for 14 years and be released before turning 42, if he is fortunate enough to be successful in his first attempt at freedom. Brigida finally had the opportunity to speak to her husband directly during the trial. She stated, "I wanted to believe that I knew the man I married 3 years ago, the man I had been dating for nearly 10 years. I wanted to believe that he would never harm me. I am horrified by the thought that he could be responsible for attempting to kill me. How could you do this to the mother of your child? Why do you think you have the right to decide that I am not a worthy mother for your son? How could you decide that the way to end our marriage is by slowly killing your wife, watching her suffer for months? I cared for you, and I loved you." Brigida gets cold sweats every time she thinks about the incident. She was lying in bed feeling ill. Her spouse brought her a peanut butter sandwich. Climbing onto the bed, their young son requested a bite. Race yelled at her to stop giving him any right away. Although Brigida is unsure if the sandwich contained thallium, she thinks her son was at least close to getting seriously poisoned. Brigida eventually got a divorce from Race, even though she was reluctant to acknowledge it. She continues to experience nerve damage, leg weakness, and persistent exhaustion. She is slowly getting better though, and has resumed her job at a special education school. She acknowledges that finding a way to connect with each student is now much simpler for her. Once unable to walk, Brigida is now trying skydiving, running, and living life to the fullest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the suburbs of Manchester, Karen Spooner and John Lewis, their children Jane, Nicola, John, and Jamie, were a typical family. In 1997, everything was different. In Britain, May 5th was a holiday, therefore kids were exempt from attending school. 11-year-old John and 8-year-old Jamie, the family's youngest sons, were having fun in a nearby supermarket parking lot. They were great friends, even though they were 3 years apart in age. Despite their disagreements, John always looked out for Jamie. John was playing with pals that day when he failed to see his brother vanishing from view, but it didn't disturb him. An 8-year-old being bored and going home, or to see a friend, was not unusual. But his brother was still gone when John got home at around 6 o'clock. When the two brothers left the house at 8 a.m., Jamie had not been seen since. For Jamie, who enjoyed wandering the streets but frequently returned home to hug their mother or have a snack, it was highly unusual. Initially, no one was concerned, since they assumed the youngster was with his pals and had lost his sense of time. He was terrified of the dark, so they were sure he would return before dusk. However, Jamie's family went out into the street to look for the child when their father got home from work at around 8 o'clock in the evening. They went to every street where he liked to play, visited all of his pals, and called his name, but all they got was an echo. They went home exhausted and called the cops. Jamie was raised in the Manchester district of Openshaw, which is well known for its numerous shuttered factories from the mid-century. This implies that it is a somewhat dangerous but alluring area for a young adventurer to play. A number of worried residents joined the police search as they started looking through these structures. Karen asked anyone with information regarding her son's whereabouts, or who may have seen him, to call the police. The boy was short for his age of 8, she said, and he frequently wore clothes for children of 5 or 6. Jamie's family's anxiety drove them insane. How such a young youngster could go for his regular walk and not come home was beyond comprehension. As time went on and Jamie didn't show up, folks started to worry. Numerous calls and texts were sent to the police claiming to have seen Jamie in different locations throughout Manchester. However, all of these leads were later found to be untrue. A few days following Karen's public appeal, a man claiming to have seen Jamie's sibling approached Jamie's older sister. The girl nodded in agreement when he inquired as to whether the boy was dressed in a dark blue suit. The man was identified as 28-year-old bus driver Darren Vickers. He reported seeing Jamie on his bus to the police and his family. He clarified that the boy was able to travel all day on any bus in Manchester, since he had bought an all-day rider ticket. Darren's bus was the one Jamie had picked, and they rode it together all day from Ashton to Manchester on Route 219, looking out the window and getting off at the same stop where he had boarded. Because Jamie enjoyed automobiles, railroads, and buses like most boys his age, his parents thought it was their kid right away. He probably went to the bus stop to buy a gift for his mother's birthday at the store, but the bus trip distracted him. Darren Vickers gave off the impression of being a really nice guy who honestly wanted to help the missing boy's family. He volunteered to help Jamie's relatives if they needed it after visiting their house. He was invited to supper by Karen and John, who were astounded by his kindness and empathy. Jamie's family was going through a lot at this trying period. To assist in caring for her brother and sister, their 15-year-old daughter Nicola even dropped out of school. Darren sympathized with their predicament and offered assistance. By serving as their spokesperson, he attempted to lessen the load that had been placed on them. Speaking on the family's behalf, he encouraged anyone who may have seen the boy to call the police. He appeared to be a gift from God, and John and Karen had complete faith in him. On the other hand, the police did not fully believe that Darren Vickers was as amiable as he seemed. His story contained contradictions that made the investigators suspicious right away. First off, it was illegal to sell tickets to minors, so the boy could not have had the one that Darren claimed he had, allowing him to go all day on any bus in Manchester. Why then would the driver let Jamie accompany him for 6 hours? Out of compassion for a youngster who is enthralled with transportation, or for a worse motive? Other travelers on Route 219 also started calling the police. They claimed that Darren had misled them regarding Jamie's actions that day. Instead of spending the entire day sitting by the window, the child transformed the bus into his playground. Because Jamie was permitted to sit close to the driver, play with the controls, hand out tickets to passengers, and even use the gear lever, witnesses deduced that he must have been the driver's son or younger sibling. The detectives were certain that Darren had done something to win the child's trust. They discovered that Vickers had been lying to them from the start after watching the security camera tape. The camera at the bus stop captured Darren getting off the bus and going up to the boy. Before they boarded the bus, Darren even brushed the child's hair during their brief talk. In the evening, Jamie and Darren did not show up at the same bus stop. Prior to the youngster going missing, Darren had only been a bus driver for 2 weeks, the police found out. Darren had submitted bogus references on all of his prior employment applications, with the exception of one that belonged to a convicted felon with a history of targeting minors, according to more research into his background. The investigators invited Darren Vickers, who was a very nice person, to the station to be questioned when he unexpectedly became the main suspect. Unexpectedly, Jamie's family was incensed by this. They thought the cops were desperate, so they concentrated all of their attention on their new acquaintance, since they had no other suspicions. They waited for him outside during his time at the station, supporting him in the same way that he had always supported them. The detectives had to free Darren because they had no concrete evidence against him, and their investigation of his house turned up nothing. Jamie's family organized a party for him right away. Not only that, but Darren also moved in with them, taking up residence in Karen and John's bedroom while the parents, unable to find any rest, slept on the living room sofa. This was shocking and unbelievable to the police and many residents of the community who suspected that Darren was not who he claimed to be. The more he spoke to the media on behalf of the family, the less people thought he was innocent and sincere. Darren specifically gave himself away during interviews by repeatedly shaking his head and shrugging his shoulders when addressing reporters, according to body language and gesture expert Cliff Lansley. Because people make these tiny head motions without realizing it, and because they obviously contradict the statement they are conveying, they were a gift for a gesture master. In an attempt to restore control, Darren called a radio station and begged everyone to stop holding him responsible for the kidnapping of the boy. He said that because he lived close by, he offered Jamie a ride home in his own car after the boy had spent the entire day on his bus. This claim exposed more contradictions in his account. After all, he first stated that he had driven him to his grandmother's house after dropping him off at the same bus stop where he had picked him up. Darren seemed to have taken the child home now. The man's feigned affection and his desire to bring their kid home alive blinded the Lewis family, despite the fact that everyone could see through his falsehoods. He stayed with them all the time, going to locations where they might have seen the youngster and occasionally even taking the lead in the hunt. One of the cops even claimed that the family trusted him more than the police because of his peculiar behavior, which made their job much more difficult. Given that the police have a duty to tell the victim's family during the inquiry, Darren likely believed it was shrewd of him to try to persuade them to back him. However, it was not a good idea to be as open with the family as he wanted to seem when the police knew that the enemy was inside the family. They had to be separated by the investigators. Luckily, the police used Darren's traffic infractions as justification to put him in jail for 10 weeks in September. The investigators searched for any evidence against him during this period. They determined on October 14 that they had sufficient circumstantial evidence to accuse Darren of kidnapping the child. Even though they were certain that Jamie was dead, they were still unable to charge him with murder. Luckily, Darren's frequent TV appearances worked against him. 2 adolescents came to the police and told them a terrifying story about how a man who looked like Darren had attempted to kidnap them one night. After luring the kids to a quiet area of the neighborhood park, he showed them a picture of Jamie and yelled, "There he is! He was there, you see!" and tried to guide them deeper into the park. The children, however, were alarmed by the man's peculiar actions and were able to flee. The detectives shared their findings with Jamie's family. When Jamie's brother John told them a similar story, they were even more shocked. John held himself responsible for his younger brother's disappearance during this period. Darren became aware of this and began to show John more love by buying him gifts and supporting him all the time. But Darren took John to the park a few days after he moved in with the family, handed him a smoke, and said that his younger brother was there. However, John would wind up there himself if he spoke to anyone, and neither he nor Jamie would ever be seen again. John was frightened and startled by this confession, so he honored his oath and vowed to remain silent. It's interesting to note that the boy's older sister acknowledged that she was first uneasy about Darren's treatment of John. He obviously became attached to him, purchasing him a variety of things, such as a bicycle and pricey shoes, while utterly disregarding the older girls. Like the rest of the family, though, she soon came to feel that the man had been sent to support them at their darkest moments. The police and forensic specialists started searching the location that the teenagers had told them was where Darren had tried to lure them. Police found a jacket that matched Jamie's outfit and children's sports pants during the search. They discovered a piece of a jawbone when they took the garments to the lab for analysis and spread them out on the table to dry. According to experts who examined the bone, it was a human bone and belonged to a child between the ages of 7 and 9. The jawbone was identified as belonging to Jamie Lewis by subsequent DNA testing. Jamie's torso was eventually found in a secluded area of the park close to Stockport by the Reddish Vale Golf Course. A sizable percentage of the remains, nevertheless, were never located. The investigators came to the conclusion that Jamie was still alive when the murderer carried him to the spot, which was hard to get to. When Vickers gave his cellmate a different account, he was charged and in prison awaiting trial. He said Jamie was fatally struck after he fell and struck his head on a handrail in the bus. The bus driver threw him in the trunk and hurried him into the woods in a frenzy. The prosecutor, however, was certain that this account did not accurately reflect the events that took place. Even though it was challenging to pinpoint the exact cause of death due to the body's decomposition, Jamie's family's suffering persisted as the trial got underway. They were the targets of the murderer's horrible charges, in addition to being made to listen to what he had done to their son. Darren claimed to have a close relationship with Karen and that she was expecting his child. He also claimed that his father John killed Jamie. Even pictures of Darren and Karen touching hands were used as evidence by the defense lawyer, in order to show that Darren was lying and to stop the rumors that were spreading about her behind her back and creating repulsive graffiti on the walls. Poor Karen had to submit to a DNA test. Darren Vickers was convicted guilty of kidnapping and murder by the jury following 7 weeks of trial proceedings. He was given a life sentence in jail with the chance of release after 25 years in April 1999. He unexpectedly asked to speak with the case's main investigator a day after the guilty verdict was handed down, and he admitted to killing, raping, abducting, and dismembering Jamie. According to the murderer's detailed account of the incident, Jamie called for his mother, but that didn't stop him from strangling him. He then made several trips back to the crime scene, most likely to dispose of the body pieces one at a time. Darren made this startling admission in the hopes of receiving a lighter sentence, but as his ruse backfired, he made a last-ditch effort to recover control by calling the media and taking back his confession. Another prisoner used a hammer to strike Darren in 2014. He suffered multiple severe head injuries. Despite spending some time in the hospital, the man recovered completely. In 2024, 3 years later, he is requesting a parole hearing. The police in the case pledged to do everything in their power to keep him from being released if the parole board determines that it is feasible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.